Howdy folks and welcome. I hope this finds you well. Today we'll be analyzing each game in the Mass Effect Trilogy, focusing on the main story, side content, gameplay evolution, lore implications, and a whole lot more. Now these are separate retrospectives that I've edited together loosely for your viewing experience. If you'd like to watch the individual retrospectives, those links will be down below. Over the course of the last 2 months, I've played through and documented my experience with the Mass Effect series, and I'm excited to share my time with you. Hope you enjoy. As you get older, you realize that nothing lasts forever. Whether it's the Campbell Soup Company making SpaghettiOs disturbingly sweet, your fridge needing replacement right after the warranty expires, or your favorite game studio becoming just their name, not their product, things change. We have to understand that the greatest producers of art and entertainment have a creative lifespan. Take for example the movie producer Orion Pictures, who throughout the late 80s and early 90s made iconic films that still have a cultural impact to this day. First Blood in 1982, The Terminator in 84, RoboCop in 87, and Silence of the Lambs in 1991. Orion Pictures filed for bankruptcy on December 11th of that same year. How could so many hits lead to the demise of a studio? Well, it's a cycle. This notion is tough to accept, but it also gives us the chance to look back at what made past achievements so incredible, in this case for a particular video game studio called BioWare and their game called Mass Effect. Sorry, this isn't an hour-long retrospective on SpaghettiOs.
My back's just fine, brother. You sure about that? Here, take this.
Ooh, they might be mad. BioWare was founded in 1995, a whopping 30 years ago, by Ray Mizuka, Greg Zeschuk, and Augustine Yip. Yip leaving just 2 years after their creation to pursue medicine. The three were recent medical school graduates who had a background in programming from their schooling, even creating a medical simulation program for their faculty of medicine. The three pulled together $100,000 and created a demo that would later become Shattered Steel, their first true video game. To the trio's surprise, after shopping the demo around to a number of publishers, many of them seemed interested in their work, and later that year, Ray, Greg, and Augustine signed with the production studio Interplay. Now, Interplay's rise and fall has enough intrigue and drama to be its own video, but I won't digress. All we need to know about the partnership between the trio and Interplay was that it gave BioWare's founding partners access to vast developmental resources and outside programmers, some of which joined BioWare later on. Shattered Steel was well received, yet BioWare had been working on another far more ambitious game, one with roots stemming from the founders' love of pen and paper RPGs. Interplay, having just acquired the licensing rights to Dungeons & Dragons, thought this was the perfect opportunity to set a game in the world of the Forgotten Realms, and thus Baldur's Gate was created. BioWare wanted to make Baldur's Gate as close to its role-playing essence as possible, with every aspect designed for deeper exploration into the game's story, characters, and unique experiences based on player agency. It did take the team 3 years to complete, but Baldur's Gate was a success, selling over 2 million copies and setting BioWare on their new path, leading to more acclaimed RPGs like Neverwinter Nights, Dragon Age Origins, Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, and a major acquisition by Electronic Arts in 2007. Yet, nothing lasts forever. The founding members, Ray and Greg, retired from their roles in BioWare on September 18th of 2012. Zeschuk writing, "I've reached an unexpected point in my life where I no longer have the passion that I once did for the company, for the games, and for the challenge of creation." Even though the two were optimistic about what their departure would mean for BioWare and the studio's partnership with EA Games, stating, "It is reassuring to know that BioWare and its teams as a division of EA will continue to play a vibrant and important role in this industry. The essence and mission of what the two established throughout their careers was gone." Even though BioWare didn't go into financial ruin, their creativity did.
See? No reason we can't be civilized.
You might be asking yourself why all of this history is important to discussing Mass Effect. I think it's relevant to understand the greater contrast to the games BioWare used to produce compared to recent years, and how Mass Effect encompassed so much of what was important for BioWare when it wasn't just the name that carried weight. To identify what Mass Effect achieved, we'll go through the whole main story and certain side content. analyzing the game's RPG mechanics, highlighting environmental details, level design choices, soundscape dynamics, and of course, the narrative, to get a better picture of why Mass Effect is a great game. 2 side notes before we start. The first is this playthrough was using the Legendary Edition of the game, which enhanced some of the mechanics and graphics. The second is that Mass Effect is a huge game filled with many details, some of which I won't be able to cover in this video. If I made a different decision than you or didn't include a portion that you felt was important, let me know down below. Off the bat, Mass Effect's presentation is fantastic. The game does a great job at introducing the player to its universe in small and deliberate ways, ramping up throughout the experience through player agency and level design. The first way the game does this is through our main character, Commander Shepard's background choice. For this playthrough, I'll be going as a lone survivor soldier class. I know, daring, right? We get this opening dialogue about our history. Shepard has no record of a family, and while enlisted in the Alliance military, was the lone survivor of a horrific encounter on a Coup, seeing his whole squad die. The game also sets up how humanity even got into the Galactic Club, noting that in 2148, explorers on Mars discovered an extinct ancient spacefaring civilization. Researching the alien artifacts, humanity discovered a technology that allowed them to travel the stars and other incredible scientific feats. This force was called Mass Effect. Now, that's how you do a title card. I thought it was a neat visual touch showing that we were in Earth's solar system as our ship passes by Jupiter and Neptune, showing the distance we've traveled already from Earth. Then seeing the approach to the mass relay, the device enabling faster than light travel, it's truly a marvel. We meet some of our crew like Joker, who is voiced by Seth Green, and this won't be the last time I mention who voices who, because Mass Effect has a star-studded cast. I enjoyed how they set up Joker's character, since he takes offense to a backhanded comment made by Nihilus about his piloting skills only being good. It tells the player that flying these ships, and especially using the mass relay, isn't just some automated sequence. There's finesse involved.
You remember to zip up your jumpsuit on the way out of the bathroom? That's good. I just jumped us halfway across the galaxy and hit a target the size of a pinhead, so that's incredible.
Speaking of Nihilus, Joker mentions that Nihilus is a Spectre and that he doesn't fully trust him, even though he is part of the council that has funded the mission we're about to start. Our conversation gets interrupted by Captain Anderson, voiced by the iconic Keith David, who tells Joker he wants all mission reports relayed to the Alliance and for Shepard to step into his office. Making our way there, I was excited to see what the Legendary Edition graphical enhancements would look like, and I was truly blown away. They did an excellent job at keeping the aesthetics and adding a sharper touch to almost every object. Oh, how do I interact with people? It's the Shift key? That's odd. Another way Mass Effect shines is the writing. A lot of NPCs have intriguing backstories or introspections on what's happening at different points in the game. The first example is Navigator Presley, who is not convinced we're just on a simple mission. On paper, we're testing the stealth capabilities of our ship, the Normandy, but Presley is questioning why such a high-ranking captain is on board, plus Nihilus being a Spectre, who, as Presley explains, are top covert agents mostly used for elite operations on the Council's behalf. Mass Effect pulls off one of my favorite video game design characteristics, where it allows the player to go down the information rabbit hole, or the player can choose to get a surface level of knowledge. With most characters you talk with, Shepard can investigate certain topics and get more of an understanding of the individuals or universe. We can ask Presley about the stealth systems on the Normandy, which he informs us that they've been recently developed and that our ship is the only one in the whole fleet with such a prototype device. Shepard can also question Presley's thoughts on the mission, and just like Joker, who is a bit paranoid about a Spectre being on board, Presley is too questioning the motives, saying that it's odd that this is a fully crewed mission for testing of the Normandy's stealth system, when a skeleton crew would have been sufficient and less likely to have security leaks. Okay, I swear this is my last voice actor recognition moment for a while, but speaking to the Normandy's doctor, I couldn't help but find her voice familiar, and guess what? It's Caroline Seymour, who voices the Locust Queen in Gears of War and Mon Mothma in Jedi Outcast 2.
I know how things work, Commander. I've seen my share of combat, but it's foolish to go looking for trouble. You could both take a lesson from the Captain. He's not afraid of combat, but he knows the value of restraint, too.
The Doctor also confirms what Presley was saying about the Spectres, how they're covert agents who work for the Citadel Council, who I'm guessing at this point is like the Galactic UN or something. She continues explaining that the Spectres come from the Council races, and humanity is not a part of that, even with heavy lobbying. In the Captain's room, Nihilus is waiting for us, and the two quickly discuss the planet we're heading to, Eden Prime. Nihilus talks about how Eden Prime is held in high regard by humanity because it represents an established human colony, and the Alliance expanding power in the galaxy. Yet Nihilus also talks about the dangers of such expansion. Captain Anderson arrives and immediately says that this whole testing of the cloaking prototype was a ploy, and the real reason we're here is to covertly take a recently unearthed Prothean beacon artifact. We get some exposition about the Protheans, how all the technology of this time period is based off of their work, from ship drives to the physical citadel and even the mass relays, all of which are Prothean. We also learn that they went extinct 50,000 years ago, but no one knows why. Captain Anderson also mentions that the last time humanity made this type of discovery on Mars, it jumped our technology forward 200 years, so yeah, this is a big deal. He continues saying Nihilus isn't just here for the beacon, but to evaluate Shepard for a role in the Spectres, which, as we just learned, would also be a big deal. Oh, I hope I get an A+ on this report card. I think I've walked about 30 feet in the game, but I was already hooked. Mass Effect has a great duality within its narrative where you're interested in Shepard's story and the bigger picture of humanity pushing their way into interstellar policy and affairs, which we'll see more later. There's also this optional dialogue chain about not letting the beacon fall into the wrong hands, and when asked about it, Anderson explains that not all of the galaxy is under Citadel control. Another thing that's not good for everyone is this transmission from Eden Prime.
We are under attack, taking heavy casualties. I repeat, heavy casualties. We can't get evac. They came out of nowhere. We need...
This short cutscene immediately grabs the player's attention, not just for the striking visuals of this mammoth ship and the soldiers' reactions to it, but the sound design is awe-inspiring in every sense of the word. I can hear how big that ship is. Because we're the only Alliance ship in the sector, it's up to us to secure the beacon and bring it back to the Citadel. While preparing to make landfall, one of our squad, Kaidan, asks the captain about what to do with survivors of the attack. The captain's response sort of surprised me since he says that civilians are a secondary priority, and this is the first tangible interaction of another aspect that Mass Effect pulls off very well: moral grayness. The galaxy is a gigantic place, and the right answer usually has ramifications. Nihilus drops first, saying that he works better solo, but we'll meet up with him down the road. I know this is the legendary edition of the game, but these graphics look amazing and kept the aesthetic style of the original perfectly. Unfortunately, not 100 yards after deployment, Jenkins gets mowed down by these robots, and remembering what Captain Anderson said, I don't think we have time for a proper burial. We do get our first level up, but we'll touch more on that system later because just down the road, we meet our replacement for Jenkins. Wow, that was fast. And some creepy robotic henchmen. Looking back on the footage from the beginning, it's wild how good progression in the game feels. Shooting these enemies with almost no points into combat and lack of upgraded guns show. It's a stark contrast to where Shepard will end up halfway through the game. We talk with Ashley, a gunnery chief in one of Eden Prime's defense forces, who explains that she was on patrol when the attack started. She also remarks that the robotic enemies we just faced off against are something called the Geth, which worries Kaidan a bit since they haven't been seen in the galaxy for nearly 200 years. The squad fights through more Geth, learning about the cover system, squad commands, and oh boy, does that level up sound send a strong dose of dopamine. At the dig site, Shepard and team don't find the beacon, and Ashley thinks it might have been moved deeper into the facility. Up ahead, we're introduced to another enemy type, the Husk, which had a neat design but also gruesome. It looks like the Geth impale victims with these lances, and it turns them into some robotic zombie. I won't lie, these things scared the crap out of me when I was a kid, but at least they're easy to deal with. We get our first hacking minigame, and out of the hundreds of these I've played through, this one isn't so bad. Inside the locked room, Shepard discovers 2 doctors hiding from the attack. Dr. Warren mentions that the beacon was moved to the spaceport prior to the invasion, but I couldn't help but listen to the other dude who seemed a bit off.
No one is saved. The age of humanity is ended. Soon, only ruin and corpses will remain.
Even though most of his babble seemed wild, you can ask the two if they've seen a Turian, which we would think to have been Nihilus, but Dr. Manuel talks about the Prophet, leader of the enemy. Obviously, Nihilus was on board the Normandy when the attack commenced, so who was this other Turian? You can get another bit of information on the beacon from Dr. Warren, who explains that it's some sort of galaxy-wide communications network, and I was just freaking loving all of this. The player can either investigate it, or not even hear these chains of dialogue through their own choice.
We have unearthed the heart of evil, awakened the beast, unleashed the darkness.
Jumping to the next scene, we see Nihilus and the other Turian the doctor was talking about, Saren. The two seem to know each other, but Saren looks kind of modified, and before Nihilus suspects a thing, he's executed.
I wasn't expecting to find the Geth here. The situation's bad.
Don't worry. I've got it under control.
Heading to that area, you get this fantastic view of the ship first seen in the communication video. Damn, that's bigger in person. Around Nihilus's body, the squad discovers a worker who has been hiding since the attack began and tells us about what just transpired, even naming Saren as the shooter. Even though all of this is very heavy, you can ask him why no one else hid with him, and his answer made me chuckle.
Why didn't anyone else try to hide behind the crates?
They never had a chance. I was already behind the crates when the attack started.
Wait a minute. You were hiding behind the crates before the attack?
Sometimes I need a nap to get through my shift. I sneak off behind the crates to grab 40 winks where the supervisor can't find me.
You survived because you're lazy?
You can ask him about the massive ship as well, which he describes as making a noise that drilled into your head right before the attack, and a darkness emanating from it too. I thought that was interesting because Dr. Manuel, the crazy one, said the line, "We awakened the beast, unleashed the darkness." This might be above Shepard's pay grade. The lazy dock worker points us in the direction of where Saren was heading, and the team fights through more Geth with this pretty awesome background music. Mass Effect's original score is probably one of my favorites in a sci-fi game, and probably influenced my musical taste a lot. We take the train and get our next cutscene with Saren telling one of the Geth to set charges to destroy any evidence of their involvement with the attack, and then him doing some weird Criss Angel magic with the beacon. Arriving at the next area, the Geth have set up the demolition charges, which we need to disarm within a certain time frame. Having thwarted Saren's plan, we find the beacon, but it seems to be active, not like how they found it when first discovered. Ashley gets too close to the beacon, and I don't really know why Shepard throws her aside, maybe thinking it might blow up or something, but we also get Criss Angeled and get these fleeting visions of something before the beacon explodes. Mission successful? Even though the game is mostly through the eyes of Shepard and squad, we do get a lot of context through cutscenes not involving our main protagonist. On the mothership, the situation is explained to Saren by someone named the Matriarch, who tells him that the explosives were disarmed and that they've identified our ship and we might have used the beacon. Saren isn't very happy about this and calls for Shepard's death.
This human must be eliminated.
Waking up on the Normandy, the doc tells us that we've been out for 15 hours and that she's detected some abnormal brain activity while monitoring us. Shepard drops on the dock and Ashley he saw visions of death and destruction, but we're unclear. Maybe he's just going off the vibes. Captain Anderson comes in and tells us what I sort of thought would be the aftermath of our mission. Things look bad. Nihilus is dead, the beacon is destroyed, and the Geth are invading. All in a day's work. The captain does say that he'll back us up during the council meeting back in the Citadel, but he also wants to discuss the other Turian, Saren. Anderson tells us that Saren isn't some random Turian, but a well-respected Spectre, which is probably why Nihilus put his guard down when seeing him. The captain also mentions that Saren despises humans because of our rapid expansion in the galaxy and might use his Geth army or whatever he found on the beacon to wipe us out. Shepard discloses what he saw during the interaction with the beacon, and even though we don't really know what the visions mean, we do know Saren took that information, and we'll need to track him down. But it's not going to be so easy since Saren is still a Spectre with all the rights and privileges that holds. Our next step will have to be getting the council to revoke his status and help us find him, which might not be so easy after our blunder on Eden Prime. Before we get to the Citadel, I wanted to point out another great feature of the game, which is the Codex. If you wanted to go even further into the lore or history, the Codex has many entries as you play through which elaborates on what you've discovered. Plus, most of it is well voice acted.
When subjected to an electrical current, the rare material dubbed Element Zero, or EZO, emits a dark energy field that raises or lowers the mass of all objects within it. 50,000 years ago, the Protheans were the only spacefaring species in the galaxy. They vanished in a swift galactic extinction. Only the legacy of their empire remains.
Arriving at the Citadel is one of those wow moments. It's not just the size of this place that's mind-boggling, but seeing how densely packed it is with ships from around the galaxy and its meaning as a hub for all species is astonishing. Immediately, we get a lot of information thrown at us. The ambassador of humanity is livid that the council seemingly won't do anything about the attack on Eden Prime, stating that they would act differently if it was a Turian colony. Secondly, the council isn't as gung-ho about Saren being a rogue Spectre, but have initiated an investigation. The ambassador is kind of bitchy, but I don't know how I would fare as the literal ambassador of the human species. He has scheduled an in-person meeting with the council for us to present our findings, which gives us a little time to explore the Citadel. The Citadel is a great hub world, filled with lots of characters and beautiful environmental design. There's this nice kiosk bot who can tell you directions, a surly Turian in charge of C-Sec, and some Alliance soldiers discussing a consort. Men never change. We also see these bug-like creatures just chilling, no idea what they do, but the diversity in alien designs is outstanding. The developers really made you feel like you were in the melting pot of the galaxy. Shepard makes his way to the council, but before we get to the meeting, we briefly meet Garrus. Garrus is pleading with another C-Sec officer, saying he needs more time for the Saren investigation, but they're not going to give it to him. At least someone else is on our side.
Garrus Vicarian. I was the officer in charge of the C-Sec investigation into Saren. Saren's a Spectre. Most of his activities are classified. I couldn't find anything solid, but I know he's up to something. Like you humans say, I feel it in my gut.
The hearing goes about how well you thought it would. Even though the lazy dock worker testified that he had seen Saren murder Nihilus, the council dismisses it as some sort of trauma response. Even worse is Saren is Skyping into the meeting and no one questions why he can't be there or why he's becoming more robotic.
And this must be your protege, Commander Shepard. The one who let the beacon get destroyed.
The mission to Eden Prime was top secret. The only way you could know about the beacon was if you were there.
With Nihilus gone, his files passed on to me. I read the Eden Prime report. I was unimpressed.
Saren is pulling off the classic ambivalent villain energy, but he's kind of right when questioning Shepard's visions. Even if he got them too, I wouldn't be too confident sharing my dreams as evidence. The council denies our request to have Saren disbarred from the Spectres and the meeting is adjourned. Right after, Shepard, Anderson, and Udina talk about what transpired. The ambassador mentions that the captain and Saren have a history which might have played a part in the council's quick dismissal. Anderson doesn't go into detail just yet, only saying Saren and he were on some mission that went south. With 2 dead ends, another door opens. Kaidan wonders if we can get any information from Garrus, the C-Sec officer that was doing the investigation on Saren, but we don't know where to find him. What, there isn't a pager system for this place? Anderson thinks if we can find another C-Sec person named Harkin, he might know where to find Garrus. Harkin can be found in a dingy little club called Cora's Den. On our way out of the council chambers, we stumble upon the Solarian meddling with the bug-like creature we've seen around the Citadel. The creatures are called Keepers, and they do basic functions around the place. Update computers, check water pressure, you name it. Korban, the Solarian, is reluctant to disclose what he's doing at first, but eventually tells Shepard he's begun scanning the Keepers since no one really knows anything about them or their true function. This quest does come back in a very big way much later on, but also requires you to scan every Keeper in the Citadel, which I did not do. I will talk about the quest's conclusion at the given time, but for now, off to the lower ward. Before entering Cora's Den, we're assaulted by assassins presumably sent by Saren, but they're easily taken care of. Oh man, this was a transformative time in 2007 for me. Within the club, we overhear 2 Krogans arguing over someone named Fist, and quickly meet Harkin, who is pretty inebriated. Before getting information on where Garrus is, Harkin slyly talks about Captain Anderson's big secret, divulging the captain used to be a Spectre himself until that botched mission the captain alluded to earlier. After some more discussion about the captain and secrets spreading like herpes. Seriously, they have mass relays and prototype stealth ships but no cure for a virus? Harkin points us in the direction of the doctor's office Garrus was investigating, and he still might be there.
Big place.
These moments hone in on the scale that Mass Effect delivers, and I enjoy that even our characters are in awe of this place and questioning humanity's small part in the bigger galactic picture. Plus, we get this iconic line.
Why not? We've got oceans, beautiful women, this emotion called love. According to the old vids, we have everything they want.
We're not the first ones at the doctor's office and see some thugs telling the doctor not to talk to Garrus or any other C-Sec operatives. Garrus is pretty badass but shoots before asking questions. Maybe that's why his investigation didn't go anywhere. Together we take out the thugs and question the doctor on what they wanted with her. The doctor explains that the thugs worked for Fist, the owner of Cora's Den, who didn't want the doctor to tell Garrus about some Quarian that had been shot recently and sought the doctor's services. Apparently this Quarian was looking to exchange information on the Geth to the Shadow Broker for her safety, and the doctor put her into contact with Fist, who was recently one of the Shadow Broker's agents, but now seems to be working for Saren. Garrus questions Fist's betrayal of the Shadow Broker, which would not have been done lightly or without great profit from Fist's perspective. Garrus also surmises that this Quarian's info could tie Saren and the Geth together, and would be enough for the Council to switch to our side. Being so focused on this case, he asks us to join up, and hell yeah, we'll take you. Garrus also mentions that the Shadow Broker hired Rex, that Krogan we saw earlier in Cora's Den, who might be able to help. I'm glad it's not just idioms that humans have brought into space, but we're introduced to elevator music too.
Military prepared you well for your duties, Gunnery Chief?
Trying to take down a rogue Spectre and his army of synthetics? No, they didn't cover this in basic.
Okay, I will say the default way characters stand in this game makes them look like action figures. Anyways, we meet up with Rex and ask him about Fist, who he says he'll kill first. We quickly talk him out of playing this solo and get another possible squad mate on the team, even though I never used Rex in missions. And I'd love to know what your squad lineup was when playing through the game. Fist knows we're coming and has deployed a small army within the club. No problem. After a mini-boss battle, we confront Fist and ask him where the Quarian is. Fist divulges that he doesn't know where the Quarian is, but he had told her that he had set up a meeting with the Shadow Broker. But in actuality, it's a trap with Saren's assassins.
Give me the location. Now.
Here on the wards, the back alley by the markets. She's supposed to meet them right now. You can make it if you hurry.
Even though you have the option to blow Fist's brains all over his office, I was trying to do a Paragon run and thought that the Shadow Broker would eventually deal with him. Plus, we had a Quarian to save. Shepard and company fight back through the club and make it to the Quarian just in time. After defeating Saren's assassins, we're introduced to Tali, who quickly agrees to share the evidence she's gathered on Saren and his connections to the Geth, but somewhere safe. Ashley suggests the ambassador's office and we make our way there. The ambassador is still crockety and immediately brings up our escapades. We did just murder at least 40 thugs in the lower ward, and I guess information does spread like herpes in this town. Udina's demeanor shifts, however, when he sees Tali, not just because she has the information linking Saren to the Geth, but the fact that she's a Quarian, which is very rare. Shepard can question her on this, and Tali explains that her race is not integrated in the galaxy like most others and is more nomadic. The Quarians live and travel within the Migrant Fleet, a huge collection of starships that work as one since their homeworld was destroyed. Tali continues that she is on her pilgrimage, an undertaking every Quarian must go on once they've reached a certain age. The objective of this pilgrimage is to find something of importance or value that they can bring back to the Migrant Fleet in order to prove themselves worthy of adulthood. On Tali's pilgrimage, she heard rumors of the Geth coming back, and since they were the ones who destroyed the Quarians' homeworld, she investigated, finding and dispatching one of the Geth soldiers to retrieve its memory core. She also mentions that her people built the Geth, which is like a lore bomb, and I was very intrigued about that twist. Because her people created the Geth, they also know how to dissect them, and Tali found in the trooper she took out an intact memory core with a damning communication from Saren.
Eden Prime was a major victory. The beacon has brought us one step closer to finding the conduit.
That's Saren's voice. This proves he was involved in the attack.
He said Eden Prime brought him one step closer to finding the conduit. Any idea what that means?
Apart from getting some slam dunk evidence against Saren and another hint about his next move looking for some conduit, we might even have a bigger issue to deal with: the Reapers.
Wait, there's more. Saren wasn't working alone.
The beacon has brought us one step closer to finding the conduit.
And one step closer to the return of the Reapers.
We get the information that the Reapers were some hyper-advanced machine race that existed 50,000 years ago, and that the Geth believe were the ones who hunted the Protheans to their extinction. Tali also says that the Geth view the Reapers as some sort of god, the pinnacle of non-organic life, and that Saren knows how to bring them back. How dogmatic. Shepard puts two and two together, explaining that the visions he saw through the beacon were images of the Prothean extinction by the Reapers. The ambassador sets up a meeting with the council to share with them the audio files, and Tali joins the group. Waiting on the council, it gives us some time to do side content, and I enjoyed what I found, but I'm sure I missed some stuff. The first encounter was with Zelton, an Elcor diplomat. Firstly, these guys are awesome, and I love how they speak, even though it took a few minutes to get through the dialogue.
You overheard that, did you? This is all going so wrong.
Zelton is dealing with a slight issue with an Asari consort, and I wondered if this was the same consort those soldiers were talking about earlier. Zelton doesn't go into too much detail, but says that the consort undermined his diplomatic standing and would like for us to talk with her. The second side quest is from Bhatia, a husband of one of the soldiers killed on Eden Prime. Samesh has been requesting his wife's body be returned to him, but the request has been denied from the higher-ups, and wonders if Shepard can pull some strings. I enjoyed this interaction because Ashley knew Bhatia's wife, and that feeling of galactic grandeur shrunk with the human connection.
I'm so sorry for your loss, Mr. Bhatia. Nerali was a good woman. What can we do for you?
We speak with the person in charge of the wife's body, who tells us that Nerali suffered wounds inconsistent with any weapon damage the Alliance has seen. The top brass are keeping the body to study it and develop better defenses for Geth weaponry. This obviously is a complicated situation. On one hand, there is a husband that is being denied by the military his right to bury his wife's body, even after her service, and on the other, because the Geth have been MIA for 200 years, studying the effects of their weapons could prove invaluable to the oncoming fight. It's that great contrast showing up again, to take the side of the bigger picture or to tangibly help what or who is in front of you. There also could be these unforeseen ramifications of Shepard's actions that the player might not even think about. Now, I didn't have enough levels in speech to sway the Alliance member to give up Nerali's body, so I went to the consort first, hoping I could level up and come back. Across the bridge, we try to gain access to the consort, but her assistant says there's a 5-month waiting period. Damn, she must be good. Luckily for us, the consort knows we're here and sends us up to her office. It's good to be the main character. The consort isn't what I expected her to be, and is more like a therapist for people. She asked Shepard to help her with some military client that's had a falling out with her, and is now spreading falsehoods. I was a bit confused since we couldn't talk to her about Zelton, but I was intrigued about why she was asking us for help in this particular matter. We find the consort's client, an apparent lie spreader, back in Cora's den, which is still popping. The client is Septimus, general of the Turian fleet, which is a very high rank, but he's dejected because apparently the consort rejected him. Seriously, my dude?
Look, kid, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but don't waste your time.
You need to start acting like a general if you want to beat this.
Shepard does get the general out of his funk with a little hard talk, and Septimus discloses one of the lies he spread was to Zelton about the consort giving up his secrets and that we should talk with him again to put things back together. 2 relationships saved. Look at us.
That was a great thing you did, Commander. Approving. You see, then not all humans are as you say.
With the completion of this quest, we get our level up and can talk a bit about the leveling system. Making a complete squad in Mass Effect is rewarding. Each character has different talents you can spend points on, and making sure that your squad, including yourself, have different functions is essential later in the game. There are different skills on gun specialities within the talent branches, and I enjoyed crafting each character to work in tandem with Shepard's allocation. Another interesting aspect of the leveling system was the Paragon or Renegade portion. It's not like Fallout where you can just put skill points into speech regardless of your previous actions. In Mass Effect, you actually have to be the Paragon, the good guy, or the Renegade, the guy who punches people randomly, to open up those specific talents. It gives the player's choices a little bit more weight because what you did previously actually affected the charisma build for your character. Now with 3 points in charm, we go back to the Alliance officer holding Nerali's body and convince him to release her body to the husband. With these 2 side quests done, we get our second meeting with the Council, and this time it goes a lot better now that we have solid evidence. The Council agrees to strip Saren of his Spectre status, and they'll help in trying to capture him. Tavos, the Asari on the Council, also tells us that she recognizes the other voice from Tali's tape, saying that it's Matriarch Benezia, a powerful biotic who has many followers. Unfortunately, the Council isn't so responsive to the Reaper portion of the story, dismissing it as more of a fairy tale than reality. Even though Saren is on tape saying he needs the conduit and Anderson believes that's the way of bringing the Reapers back, the Council isn't having it.
Listen to what you're saying. Saren wants to bring back the machines that wiped out all life in the galaxy? Impossible. It has to be. Where did the Reapers go? Why did they vanish? How come we found no trace of their existence? If they were real, we'd have found something.
Even going after Saren will be a challenge, since he's probably hiding somewhere in the Traverse, and the last thing the Council wants to do is send ships out there that could start a war with the Terminus systems. Shepard does have some diplomat in him, and since the Council don't want to send a fleet after Saren, why not make Shepard a Spectre and send him? That's what humans call a win-win. Plus, you get all these onlookers because this is a big deal within the galactic community.
You are the first human Spectre, Commander. This is a great accomplishment for you and your entire species.
I'm honored, Counselor.
We're sending you into the Traverse after Saren. He's a fugitive from justice, so you are authorized to use any means necessary to apprehend or eliminate him.
I also enjoyed the small elevator world-building moment where there's some news flash talking about investors pulling support for human colonies because of the attack on Eden Prime.
Proponents of expanded human colonization insist that Eden Prime was an isolated case. Nevertheless, colonist enrollment has dropped sharply.
It's these small details that add up and make you feel like what you've experienced has actually had real-world effects. And that ends the tutorial. I'm half joking, but seriously, if you're still here, thank you for taking the time. I didn't realize this while playing, but Mass Effect takes a bit of time to lay out the circumstances before getting into the nitty-gritty. We've only had 5 combat encounters? Meeting with the ambassador and Anderson, Shepard is given the news that we'll be taking over control of the Normandy and its crew. Before departing, Shepard can question Anderson again on his past with Saren, and I kind of liked his failed backstory.
I failed, Commander. It's not something I'm proud of. Ask me later and I'll tell you the whole story. For now, all you need to know is, I was sent on a mission with Saren, and he made sure the Council rejected me. I had my shot. It came and went. Now you have a chance to make up for my mistakes.
So our mission is thus: find the conduit, find Saren, and save the galaxy from impending doom. Udina gives us a couple of systems we can investigate due to Geth presence, and I don't know if there was a proper order to them, I just sort of went with my heart. The galaxy map is one of my favorite menus in a video game. It's kind of breathtaking how vast our galaxy is, and I couldn't help but think what we would find on our adventure. The music also fits perfectly. First stop, Noveria. It's another great touch that each planet has a little bio. Noveria is a small frozen world, privately chartered by some development corporation who rent out labs for researchers that don't really want to be seen. Stepping off the Normandy, we're met with hostility from the security forces, but luckily we're a Spectre now and don't take crap from anyone.
Also, I must advise you that firearms are not permitted on Noveria. Sergeant Sterling, secure their weapons.
Back away, nice and slow.
Captain Matsuo, stand down. We confirmed their identity. Spectres are authorized to carry weapons here, Captain.
You may proceed, Spectre. I hope the rest of your visit will be less confrontational.
We can question the security head about Geth sightings, but the only thing she's seen recently is an Asari matriarch. Huh, that was kind of easy. The security chief continues, telling us that Matriarch Benezia left to one of the labs within the complex days ago, but still might be there. You can also get some more details about the research facility, how it's beyond Citadel jurisdiction, so they make their own laws and regulations, which sounds ominous. And then she drops this uh-oh bomb that a lot of their research is advancements in genetics and artificial intelligence. So it lacks regulatory authority and a penchant for problematic research. What could go wrong? To get to the lab Benezia is in possibly, we'll need to get clearance from the head of the facility, which gives us a good opportunity to walk around and meet some of the people that inhabit this place. There's this creature that wants us to smuggle something into the facility, but I didn't think that would be very Paragon of me. There's this Asari executive who wants us to hack into one of her competitors' phones because they might corner the market on the biotic amp crafters, which would tank the Armali economy. And then there's Lorik Quinn. Lorik explains that he did see the matriarch and her commandos come through. When questioned how they could waltz in with guns and bionics, Lorik suggests that the matriarch is a large shareholder of the company running this place. He also mentions that Benezia wanted to get a project back on track, and knowing very little about the plethora of topics researched here, I was assuming the worst. The Turian continues saying that the head of the research facility, Ananias, has closed his office and is using mercenaries to search for evidence Lorik obtained connecting Ananias to corruption charges. If we were to help him with that predicament, he'd get us access to Peak 15, the lab Benezia left to. It's great when games give you different opportunities to complete the same objective. I could have gone straight to Ananias and tried to finagle him into giving us access, but this place reeks of bureaucracy, and I wondered if having Garrus on my team would bring some unique options with Lorik's story. So we agree to help the Turian out.
You have a plan?
I do. However, there is one other... What is that charming human expression? Fly in the lotion?
Talking to the mercs raiding Lorik's office doesn't pan out, and oh man, do these guys pack a punch. But at least we get some combat. Combat in Mass Effect Legendary Edition is a lot smoother than the original. You have this sleek heads-up display, access to 4 guns which are all upgradable, and later on when you unlock more powers, a time-stop system which allows you to orchestrate your attacks. Enemies weren't the smartest usually, but that didn't mean that you go in guns blazing. Cover was essential, and with the overheating mechanic for guns, I experienced the need to switch weapons a fair amount of times. With the mercs cleaned up, we grab the evidence off Lorik's computer and are confronted by Gianna while leaving the office, who asks us to meet her at the hotel bar. Talking with her there, she reveals that she's actually internal affairs investigating Annaleis's corruption on the executive board's behalf. But her motives aren't altruistic, rather implying that dealing with Annaleis is because of profit, not morality. She asks us to convince Lorik to testify against Annaleis before the board of directors, and with another point or two in charm, yeah, that's what they call it, Lorik takes the deal. I had to laugh that I had never met Annaleis before the cutscene where Gianna arrests him, but with that completed, we have our garage pass and can finally make our way to Peak 15. Not 2 seconds into the new area, we encounter a new Geth, and I have to marvel at the design for these robots. The stalkers gave me the creeps with how flexible their bodies are, and they were pretty hard to target with how they jump around. We get our first ride in the Mako, which also was sort of enhanced for the Legendary Edition. I still thought the handling was pretty awful, and these long portions of traversing planets didn't really feel rewarding, more like filler. I will contradict myself a bit because there was a redeeming quality of the visuals. You can see Peak 15 far off in the distance when you first start the ride, and seeing it get closer throughout the journey felt epic in a way I wasn't expecting. Inside Peak 15, our power creep was starting. Upgrading weapons wasn't a linear method, and I enjoyed that you can make a sniper rifle semi-automatic with certain mods, or have your full auto assault rifle become more like a carbine. Plus, having Garrus on my squad, it gave me access to some biotic attacks which came in very handy. You already know something's up when the turrets inside Peak 15 are pointed inward. Oh, maybe it's because of those things.
What was that?
Animals, wind, this place is in bad shape.
These Zerg-like creatures are called Rachni, and probably the reason why this lab has gone to hell. Shepard fixes the AI construct and we get to question it on what happened to the facility. The AI says that some contagion got out of control and that the failsafe for the facility didn't function. It's kind of a cool failsafe too, where the engineers designed the place to melt into the ice, causing it to cave in on itself. The AI also tells us that Benezia has taken the tram deeper into the lab, but because of the damage from the Rachni, the tram is inoperable at the moment, which we'll need to fix. Shepard and team do some maintenance on the various systems and get the tram moving again. What, we're not fading to black? Oh, there we go. Entering the next portion, we're greeted by Captain Ventralis, who explains that the aliens overran the labs last week and there are only a few survivors. He also believes that Benezia came to help clean this mess up, but I'm doubtful. After fending off some more Rachni, we can talk with the remaining survivors. There is an Elcor that somehow is still selling merchandise, an Asari who's some genetic savant, and a scientist from the research lab. Even though almost every voice actor is amazing with their delivery and the writing is superb, there is one fatal flaw: Shepard. I've waited a while into the video to talk about this, but Shepard's deliveries and lines are oddly lacking compared to everyone else. I've had this gripe with other RPG games where the main character is bland throughout the insane adventures they've gone through, most notably the male voice actor for Cyberpunk 2077. Shepard shares the same quirk where his cadence and rhythm never change. You could teleport him into any situation and he'd act and sound the same, especially how he leaves conversations. The writing doesn't help him out either, and some of these lines had me laughing at him, not with him.
I specialize in biotic-enhanced allele-specific hybridization.
Think you could translate that into galactic?
I have my own theories on why some RPG games make the protagonist deadpan, how it can allow the player to imprint on them while also having some character, but I didn't think it worked here because of the fantastic ensemble of other voice actors, but tangents over. Talking with Dr. Cohen, we're told that not only are the Rachni out of their cages, but some sort of toxin has been released and that he's trying to treat the people affected, but will need some sort of antidote in his office. I enjoyed the subtext in this interaction with him because he's reluctant to share any information on his research since he signed an NDA or a non-disclosure agreement with the company, yet he has to be specific about what we're looking for if he wants to help his patients. Noveria is dominated by these corporations doing nefarious things on a remote ice planet and couldn't give a crap about their workers' lives. But seeing how adamant most are about their agreements, it makes you think about the relationship between business and the individual, which we'll see again on a later planet. The Doctor eventually confesses to creating a bioweapon designed to infect multiple species, but with a catch. It doesn't spread between hosts, meaning it can target specific regions of a planet, but not kill off everything. To get the antidote to the toxin, we'll have to travel deeper into the facility where we meet Han Olar, another scientist. Han tells us that one of the corporations had found a derelict ship in space, and on board was a Rachni egg, which they brought to Noveria for research. Garrus doesn't believe it, and we get the context that the Krogan and Rachni had a huge war thousands of years ago where the Rachni became extinct, or so people thought.
They found it in a derelict ship. An egg. Waiting since the last battles. They brought it here.
Shut up! God, you want to get us killed?
We find the mixing lab and create the antidote, but as we try to leave, the Asari scientist comes out of nowhere and tries to assassinate us. Yeah, good luck with that. Back with Dr. Cohen, we give him the antidote, but kind of accuse him of knowing about the Asari being in cahoots with Benezia. He does seem genuinely surprised, so I let it slide, and he offers us his maintenance key so we can finally find the matriarch.
There is power in creation. To shape a life, turn it toward happiness or despair. Her children were to be ours, raised to hunt and slay Saren's enemies.
Huh, is that the queen of the Rachni? The matriarch is pretty badass if I say so myself. We face off against an Asari commando squad, which is part of this pseudo-boss battle. There's really no interaction with Benezia other than seeing her power level drain after each wave of commandos and Geth. Finishing off the waves, we get another great twist as we question Benezia about Saren's plans. A lot of characters have questioned why an Asari matriarch would join Saren, and we sort of get our answer. Benezia claims she is telepathically influenced by Saren, saying he initiated some indoctrination method, but now that she's been away from him for days, it's starting to fade slightly. She elaborates that Saren's ship creates this influence and within it has its own mass relay, so it's either Prothean or something more ancient. Benezia continues explaining that the reason why Saren wanted the Rachni studied is that they can share memories between generations, and those memories would uncover something called the Mu Relay, which was lost thousands of years ago, but the Rachni knew where it was hidden. Benezia, being a powerful biotic, extracted the memory from the Queen's mind and willingly gives it to us, saying she already sent it to Saren, but where he wants to go after that wasn't divulged to her. It made me kind of sad how Benezia's story ends because even though the influence of Saren was waning, it takes her again and we have to kill her.
You have to stop me. I can't. His teeth are at my ear. Fingers on my spine. You should die.
And this area isn't over yet, because what do we do with this frickin' Rachni queen?
This one serves as our voice.
Oh, that's freaky creepy cool. The Queen talks to Shepard through a proxy and tells us that the Rachni we've been plastering on the walls are from the breeding experiments and have lost connection to their queen, making them sort of feral. Ashley has a good line about the feral Rachni, equating them to leaving a human child in a closet until they're a teenager. They would not be sane. Shepard has the choice to kill the Queen or free her, and even though the Rachni have a history of all-out war with other species, I think Garrus's line questioning us as the judge, jury, and executioner of an entire race made me pause for a second, and choose to save the Queen. Plus, they might come in handy for the fight against Saren. Be free! Run free! I hope I'm not making a terrible mistake. We still have to deal with the feral Rachni, and luckily there is a ton of ordnance next to their breeding grounds. Setting the charges, we have a final firefight with the Rachni popping out of everywhere, and I love the detail of the minimap being swarmed by enemy markers. Great touch. And that's Noveria. Holy smokes, for a first planet, I was blown away with the various missions playing out and the matriarch's demise. Back on the Normandy, the full team take a breather and figure out what to do next. Even though we know where the Mu relay is, we don't know where Saren will go, making it kind of useless. Our next leads are a Geth attack on another human colony, or trying to find the matriarch's daughter, Liara, who has been studying Prothean technology. Before deciding our next move, the player gets a chance to debrief the council on our mission, and they don't seem too happy with our decision making.
Have any idea what you've done? How many generations until they overrun the galaxy?
This queen is different. She understands why her kind had to be wiped out last time around.
I hope you're right, Shepard. Our children's children will pay the price if you're not.
With that settled, I thought finding Liara would be a good move, since knowing more about the Protheans might lead to insights on where the conduit would be. We start off the mission with another Mako portion, which I wasn't too happy with. It does set up the scale of the worlds we visit with some great visuals, but again, I didn't feel like it added anything to the gameplay or narrative. The info on Liara is that she's been trying to excavate Prothean artifacts, and finding her was pretty simple, apart from some annoying Geth. Inside the site, we find Liara within some stasis field and need to free her before more Geth arrive. Shepard has this great idea to shoot a mining laser underneath the structure, gaining access to the Asari but also causing a major cave-in, so we have to skedaddle. Unlucky for the squad, Saren still thinks about us and sends more assassins to kill Liara and stop our pursuit, but he doesn't know we've leveled up even more. The team narrowly escapes the collapsing dig site, and wow, that was it? After Noveria, I was expecting some more side quests or something. I also have a retroactive question about the other planets in the system. If I were to choose to go to another planet, were there side quests or anything of note? Or would it have been Liara just in a different situation? Thanks for letting me know. Anyways, back on the Normandy, the crew grill Liara since she was Benezia's daughter, but quickly find that any suspicion is unwarranted. Liara talks about her work with Prothean artifacts and specifies that she mostly tried to figure out how they became extinct. Remember, the Reaper narrative is more of a boogeyman fairy tale. Liara continues saying she's been studying the field for 50 years, and we get the context that Asaris have a very long lifespan. It seems like whatever destroyed the Prothean race did it methodically, leaving almost no clues to what transpired. Yet we still have the mass relays in the Citadel, which raises more questions. Even crazier is that Liara hypothesizes that the Protheans weren't the first galactic civilization to vanish, and that this event is more like a cycle. More so, she insinuates that the mass relays in Citadel weren't even from the Protheans and from one of the previous civilizations, which would spin some heads at the historical society. Shepard mentions the Reapers, but Liara is perplexed, not even recognizing the name. She does know about the beacons, however, how they were the Prothean way of transmitting information directly to each other, but finding one was extremely rare, hence why the discovery on Eden Prime was so prolific. Liara also explains that the beacons were only meant to interact between Protheans, and that's why Shepard's visions have been so unclear. What the visions are for, we don't know yet.
I am amazed you were able to make sense of it at all. A lesser mind would have been utterly destroyed by the process. You must be remarkably strong-willed, Commander. Okay, this isn't helping us find Saren or the conduit.
Our crew is expanding with Liara on the team, and the Council isn't as pissed as they were from the last mission, which I'll chalk up to progress. But a Spectre's job is never a dull one, and just as quickly as we end the mission debrief with the Council, we get Skyped in again about some secretive infiltration team that's mission has gone foobar, and we'll need to assist them. Hope they can wait, because we're going to Feros first. Immediately arriving on the planet, we can tell things are going badly.
He's our leader. He needs your help to prepare for the Geth. They're making another push. Please, up the stairs past the freighter.
Geth have been sieging the colony for weeks, and the colonists are pretty haggard. We clean out the Geth forces from the colonist tower, yet even though we save them, they aren't telling us what the Geth are after. There's always a reason to Saren's madness. The colonists do mention that all of them work for, you guessed it, a corporation that funds the whole operation. And if we want answers, we'll have to find a computer or something, I don't know. The computers are located at a different tower connected by a sky bridge, and I wasn't expecting this to have such an astonishing visual. There's something so intriguing about dystopic and decimated cityscapes. Oh, what, just me? Inside the next tower, we find employees hiding from the Geth. Juliana is nice, but Ethan is a cock.
Dan and some of the members of Zoo's Hope are still alive.
I thought you said they were all dead.
I said they were probably all dead.
They mentioned that the Geth have taken control of the headquarters above us, and if we want to know what they're looking for, we'll need to dispose of them. Easier said than done. Juliana also mentions that her daughter was trapped up in the headquarters, and if we could find her, that would be nice. We also get the sense from some of the dialogue that Exogeny, the corporation funding this colony, is also like the other corpos from Noveria. Everyone's so concerned about corporate secrets even when they're getting invaded and killed. Shepard finds Juliana's daughter, Lisbeth, somehow alive. You can ask her about something called a Thorian, but she pleads the fifth, saying that she's just a low-level researcher. She does say that if we follow the Geth power cables, we'll find their ship, which has been transporting their troops around, and gives us her key card. Even though the whole entire thesis of this video is considering Mass Effect a great game, I did question the pacing of these last two planets. I understand the game didn't come out in the age of the open world, but finding Lisbeth literally 2 minutes into the building felt too coincidental. Not like I was discovering something, but something had been placed right in the road, which happened with Liara as well. Just a few doors down from Lisbeth, we can interface with the headquarters AI and question it on subject species 37, or the Thorian. Even though the AI doesn't give us a lot of information, it does say that the Thorian is some sort of flora entity and is being tested within Zoo's Hope, which is where the first colonists we met resided. Additionally, it can release spores that infect all sorts of species, including humans. I'm seeing a pattern here. Just like the corporations on Noveria, Exogeny knew about the spores the Thorian produced and was testing them on the colonists. So I'm guessing everyone we previously met at Zoo's Hope was infected. Also, just side note, the music reminded me of the original Fallouts. I just love it.
I have detected unusual power fluctuations, but am unable to determine the source. Expansion in the new galactic economy, funding colonial development, and securing resource rights to ensure our progress as a species.
If Exogeny couldn't be more diabolical, we can look up Lisbeth's employee record and find out that she was put on probation because she publicly disagreed about the tests being conducted. Instead of sacking her, they made her monitor and observe the whole thing, which is pretty messed up. But we can't dwell on that now since we have Geth to worry about and need to figure out how to destroy their ship so the raids stop. It seems like the ship has latched onto the building with these massive claws, and if we could find a way to detach them, that would be helpful. I also thought this little area was neat. I didn't know what this glowing ball was, but Garrus has a small line about it being akin to some religious ritual, which made me question if the Geth are more than what they seem. After a lot of combat, we discovered that the blast doors to the headquarters can be closed if we fix this pressure gauge, and after a small puzzle, we chomped the Geth ship down. What a great visual. Joker radios us saying that the Normandy is on lockdown back at Zoo's Hope because the colonists are attacking the ship and we need to get back there ASAP. Talking with Lisbeth again, she explains that the infection the Thorian causes is more like mind control, hence why the colonists are attacking the Normandy. Looks like we have to save some colonists. Wait, that's not the right music. Before getting to Zoo's Hope, we try to reunite Lisbeth with her mom, but something is going down when we arrive. Oh, it's this asshole.
Shepard, damn it. I knew it was too much to hope the Geth would kill you.
Ethan seems unhinged at this point and even looked us up on Exogeny's database, which showed him the report from a Coup, which I thought was a nice detail from our backstory. Ethan has gotten orders from Exogeny to purge the facility, but we're not going to let that happen.
You've gone way too far. This ends now.
If that's the way it has to be, heck, come on!
Certified badass moment. We'll still need to figure out what Saren and the Geth wanted from the Thorian, but Juliana says that the colonists will be used as shields to defend the mysterious plant, and killing the colonists is not a route I want to go down. Juliana thinks up the idea of using a specific gas grenade to knock out anyone infected, sparing their lives, but also eliminating them as a threat. But oh boy, they don't give you enough grenades. I had to literally run around the whole battle, desperately trying to find grenades to use, and ultimately did look up if I was missing some. Yeah, it's this random crate that has 5. We do save 12 of the colonists, don't ask how many we started with, and unlock the underground where the Thorian is living.
Okay, we just have to find this thing and put a couple of rounds into... What the hell is that?
Again, with the fantastic character design or creature design, the Thorian is a massive and Cthulhu-esque mystique. Just like the Rachni Queen, the Thorian communicates through a proxy, which I thought was interesting. Obviously, both species are ancient life forms and are intelligent enough to understand they need to communicate with us. Unfortunately, the Thorian doesn't seem as nice as the Rachni Queen.
Saren sought knowledge of those who are gone. The old growth listened to flesh for the first time in the long cycle. Trades were made. Then cold ones began killing the flesh that would tend the next cycle. Flesh fairly given.
I was pretty creeped out by how the Thorian was talking too, but there was some interesting details in the proxy's words. The Thorian is supposedly beginning the process of tending for the next cycle, and that it views us as defilers of this ancient rite. I'm assuming that not all life gets wiped out during these mass extinction cycles, and that the Thorian has probably been around for a lot of them. This was a better boss battle since there are more moving parts the player has to be aware of. The first is the proxy that respawns every minute or so, and she's equipped with some hard-hitting biotic weapons. The second are these creepers, which kind of look like a remodeled husk, but I don't judge. And finally, the tendrils of the Thorian and trying to shoot them off. Bye bye, ugly. Killing the Thorian releases the Asari Saren, I guess, exchanged with the Thorian for the information he was looking for, and we get more information about what the big baddie's plans are. The Asari tells us that it's not Saren that's influencing the minds of the Matriarch and other followers, but the ship itself, and it has a name. Sovereign. Jeez, that's so badass. She continues saying that Saren knows we're after the conduit and tried to attack the Thorian so we couldn't get the information on something called the Cipher. The Cipher is the condensed knowledge of the Protheans, which the Thorian obtained by consuming the corpses of the Protheans after their extinction. Remember that Liara had told us that the beacons were meant only for Protheans, and that's why it didn't make sense to Shepard. But with the knowledge from the Cipher, you'd be able to understand the visions more clearly and presumably find out where the conduit is. Because the Asari melded with the Thorian, she has the ability to transfer that knowledge into Shepard's mind, like she did with Saren, which leads into an acid trip gone wrong. Like, what are we supposed to make out of this? It'll take time for our mind to understand the ancestral knowledge of a powerful race, and I think Shepard might need an ibuprofen. We agree to have the Asari stay at the colony and help them rebuild, and it seems like we got the good ending here. Nice. Back on the Normandy, Liara wants to join minds again to see if she can discern anything from the Cipher, and we get bad trip number 2.
All this time, all my research, yet I never dreamed. I am sorry. The images were so vivid. I never imagined the experience would be so intense. You are remarkably strong-willed, Commander.
You must have seen something.
But see what I mean about Shepard's reactions? It's like nothing happened while delving into the minds of thousands of ancient beings getting wiped out at once. The team does get some information out of this quick mind melding that the beacon on Eden Prime was damaged before we interacted with it, and there was information missing from the visions, which means Saren is also missing it too. If we could find another beacon, it might make more sense of our vision, but that's all we really got.
I am sorry. The joining is exhausting. I should go to the medical bay and lie down for a moment.
Shepard gets berated by the Council for destroying the Thorian and not studying it, and it was dawning on me that maybe if we didn't kill a couple of colonists, we could have talked our way through it, but let me know if that's false. Next stop on the galactic road trip is in the Virmire system, and even though the last time I played this game was in the late 2000s, this was my Rosebud moment. Remember when the Council said they had gotten a scrambled communication on their urgent hotline from one of their infiltration units? That's this mission. There is an obvious enemy presence on the world with anti-air towers along the valley, jamming systems, and of course lots of Geth. I truly appreciated the variety in the worlds that Mass Effect had, especially with the amount of environmental detail each one displayed. It was interesting how interior details were sort of non-existent, and I wondered if that was due to the Xbox 360's exclusivity and not being able to add everything they wanted. After dealing with the defense forces, we find the Salarian infiltration team and deliberate what to do. Captain Kirahi explains that they've discovered Saren's base of operations / research facility where they're trying to breed a Krogan army. Rex gets some screen time asking how that could be possible, and we learn about the Genophage, a manufactured virus that targets Krogan and was used after some uprising they had. Saren apparently has found the cure for this plague, and wow, that's kind of disturbing the Council orchestrated that. This interaction with Rex made me want the ability to have a fourth member on the squad throughout the game, because even though I liked Rex's character, I never used him until this mission. I felt like I had missed some good alternative dialogues and such. Captain Kirahi wants to destroy the whole entire facility to stop a new Krogan invasion, and whatever more research Saren was up to. But this obviously puts Rex in a very difficult spot, since the research here might be the liberation for his people. We do get to discuss this with Rex and convince him to stay on our side, since the liberation he wants for his people wouldn't actually be freedom. Instead, they would just be following Saren. Yet in the back of my mind, I truly understood Rex's position. Why destroy research that could save so many Krogan, even if it seems like they're more of a conqueror species than anything else? It's these small, tangible moments in a huge galaxy that I keep bringing up because it's nuance. It's great writing. It's a true RPG. There is no right answer to most of these problems or situations we found ourselves in. Save one life, doom hundreds. Save thousands, doom a million.
These Krogan are slaves of Saren. Puppets. Tools to be used and discarded. Is that what you want for your people?
No, we were tools for the Council once. Thank us for wiping out the Rachni. They neutered us all. I doubt Saren will be as generous.
It makes each choice for the player have a true weight to it, which I feel is being lost in modern-day RPGs. Back with the Salarian captain, we have a plan, but it's not going to be easy. They've rigged their ship to become a nuke, and we'll need to somehow get it into the facility and detonate it in a specific junction for maximum effect. Trouble is that we're low on manpower, and we'll need to split into teams in order to create a diversion and sneak the device in. The captain knows this mission won't have many survivors, but it's the last chance to cripple Saren. Kirahi asked for one of our team to accompany the main assault, and I volunteered Kaidan because, well, I didn't really interact with him at all through this playthrough. Before the assault, we get this meaningful speech by Kirahi. Even though it's not Aragorn at the Black Gates level of waterworks for me, I did get that shiver down my spine listening to what could be the captain's final declaration.
Before the network, there was the fleet. Before diplomacy, there were soldiers. Our influence stopped the Rachni, but before that, we held the line. Our influence stopped the Krogan, but before that, we held the line. Our influence will stop Saren. In the battle today, we will hold the line.
The assault starts, and our objective is to take out the exterior defense systems to the facility, which would massively help out the captain's frontal assault team. This was a great setup, and I felt the tension from the second we started. Shepard successfully disables the exterior defenses, and both teams enter the facility. Within the compound, we discover Saren's research labs and find hostages that have been experimented on with something called indoctrination. You can talk with one of the captured Salarians that explains that Saren is trying to replicate the same influence Sovereign deploys on others, and it had me thinking, was Saren also affected by the ship? Even though that Solarian was sound of mind, it was pretty horrific to see in the next cell where the others had been lobotomized by the experiments. They had no idea who they were or what was going on, and I chose to open their cell because at least they might have a chance of escaping the blast. In the next area, we meet Reyna, who divulges that Saren has been studying Sovereign's effect on organic minds. They figured out that the ship emits some sort of signal that causes indoctrination and is strengthened by the amount of time you're near it. There doesn't seem to be a way to combat this influence either, as Reyna states. She was a replacement for the last researcher that succumbed to the indoctrination. Before we let her leave, she does give us the keycard to Saren's secret lab, and we just gotta take a look. Inside the secret lab, Shepard discovers another beacon and gets more of the vision. I love the difference between the first time we interacted with the beacon and now seeing Shepard have control over this powerful object. We also get one of the best dialogue portions in the game through Saren's computer.
Rudimentary creatures of blood and flesh, you touch my mind, fumbling in ignorance, incapable of understanding. There is a realm of existence so far beyond your own, you cannot even imagine it. I am beyond your comprehension. I am Sovereign.
Talking with Sovereign for the first time sent more shivers down my spine. The music, the voice, the atmosphere, all hitting the right spots. Sovereign isn't just a ship, it is a Reaper, or that's what the Protheans called it. It views itself as just existence. It doesn't age, evolve, or wither, it's just the Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. Sovereign talks about the cycle and how it cannot be broken, which we can put 2 and 2 together and surmise that the Reapers have been doing this whole kill off the galaxy shtick since their inception. Sovereign also confirms that the Citadel and mass relays were not created by the Protheans but actually made by the Reapers, which kind of confused me a bit. Why did they need to install toilets? Was that an aftermarket kind of thing? Jokes aside, the Reapers let each new civilization use their technology because it sort of forces the fledgling empires into a development path that the Reapers desire for whatever reason. Shepard does ask if there are more of the Reapers, and we get this 300-esque retort that the Reapers' numbers will darken the sky, so we'll fight in the shade. Sorry, no more bad jokes, just my 2007 brain acting up.
You're not even alive. Not really. You're just a machine, and machines can be broken.
Your words are as empty as your future. I am the vanguard of your destruction. This exchange is over.
Well, that's a truly haunting way to end a conversation. Joker radios us saying that Sovereign is on the move to our location and we need to plant that nuke and get the hell out of Dodge. The Normandy brings in the nuke, but the frontal assault team has gotten into trouble and requests assistance while we arm the bomb. Heading to the assault team's position, a Geth ship suddenly appears and it looks like it's going straight for Ashley, who's arming the nuke. This is the choice my 13-year-old self remembers vividly to this day, and honestly the nostalgia was pretty wild. We have to choose between Kaidan or Ashley, and I chose Ashley because I felt like securing the nuke and taking down this place was more important. Did you choose differently? What happens if so? With our choice made, we defend the bomb from waves of Geth, and I was very glad I had upgraded my assault rifle since it was cutting Geth up left and right. And look who shows up. Saren and Shepard have this truly intriguing conversation about what Saren is doing and his motivations behind it all. Saren tries to convince us that the Reapers cannot be stopped and uses the shared visions we've both seen as evidence to that point. Saren wants to join with Sovereign and the Reapers because he views it as the way of saving himself and his followers when the eventual damnation happens, pointing out that if the Protheans had just bowed down, so to say, to the Reapers, they might still be alive today. But that's not what I got from our conversation with Sovereign and the way that indoctrination works. It seems like Reapers need boots on the ground to start the cycle, not keep them afterwards. Whether Saren truly believes he can spare the lives of his followers and himself, I don't know, since he's spent so much time on the ship, I could only think that this was just Sovereign trying to deceive Shepard through Saren because we were getting closer to finding a way to stop him, or at least alert the Citadel races to the Reaper's presence. Saren does realize that Sovereign is controlling certain aspects of his thinking, but as we've seen from the experiments, a fully indoctrinated person doesn't really serve a purpose. Sovereign needs Saren to find the conduit, and by the time he finds it, he's hopeful that he'll have found a way to become independent of the Reaper's influence. You can also ask about why the Geth are following Sovereign, since indoctrination only works on organic minds, and Saren explains that the Geth view the Reaper as a god, the pinnacle of their own evolution, yet Sovereign views them as ants and is even insulted with their worship. I just love these small details that fill in some of the questions I've been having at this point in the game. If you put the maximum number of points into Charm, there is an option to ask Saren to join us, which I thought was fantastic, even though it doesn't pan out. Saren might believe that what he is doing might save more lives, but remembering what Captain Anderson discussed with us about Saren's character before he aligned with Sovereign, I was more inclined to think this was Sovereign's way of manipulating him.
Sovereign is a machine. It thinks like a machine. If I can prove my value, I become a resource worth maintaining. There is no other logical conclusion.
Shepard fights off Saren, and with a singular punch, makes him leave. Yeah, I didn't think that was executed too well. Look, the game is great, but it's not perfect by any means. With the bomb armed and Ashley injured but stable, we make our daring escape to the Normandy, and oh boy, no one is surviving that. We get one of the more sad team meetings Shepard has conducted, Ashley having survivor's guilt and Saren getting away, but we still have to find this conduit. Liara suggests linking minds again because we might have all the pieces to make the connection between the visions, and I think they used the same voice line as the previous times.
The joining is exhausting. I should go to the medical bay and lie down for a moment.
We're done here.
Regardless, with the Triforce of Visions now accessible, Liara explains that what we've been seeing is a Prothean distress call, warning every planet about the Reapers, but that it apparently transmitted too late for most of the Protheans to receive it. She also recognizes the location of the signal from the planet Ilos, and is certain that is where the conduit is. That's why Saren needed the coordinates of the Mu Relay, because it's the only way of reaching that planet. We contact the Council and try to convince them about the Reaper reality, but again, their stubbornness bites them.
Yes, we saw mention of this on your report. Sovereign, Ascension Machine. A true artificial intelligence. This news is quite alarming, if it turns out to be accurate.
Sovereign's a Reaper. Saren admitted it.
He's playing you, Shepard. Saren still has contacts on the Citadel. He probably saw your earlier reports.
Seriously, we should have just recorded that conversation with Sovereign and sent that to them. The Council does recognize Saren being a threat and has started to build a fleet of ships to engage the Geth forces, but have also requested us to go back to the Citadel. Back with the Council, they inform Shepard of their plan to station ships at every mass relay connecting Citadel Station, but when asked about Ilos, politics intervenes.
If we send a fleet in there, the only possible outcome is full-scale war.
Now is the time for discretion, Commander. Saren's greatest weapon was secrecy. Exposed, he is no longer a threat. This is over.
One ship going into the Terminus systems won't start a war. I can be discreet.
You detonated a nuclear device on Virmire. I wouldn't call that discreet.
Not wanting to start a galactic war with the Terminus systems, where the Mu Relay is located, the Council denies any involvement with that front. Even the ambassador agrees with the Council that with the Citadel defenses at high alert, that there is no more to be done. Asking about the conduit, the Council believe it to be some distraction taking away focus from the Geth assault on the Citadel and ground the Normandy with its crew. We really should have recorded our discussion with Saren, jeez Louise. Afterwards, as Shepard is mulling over the galaxy's inevitable doom, Captain Anderson sends a message saying that he wants to meet Shepard at the Club Flux. Anderson, you dog. Heading that way, we're sort of ambushed by this reporter who asks us a lot of questions about what we've been up to, referencing the missions we've been on and slight ramifications of our actions. I think I handled it well.
Saren instigated the attack on our colony at Eden Prime. Once his involvement was proven to the Council, I was assigned to bring him in.
That's surprising, Commander. The official line says Eden Prime was attacked by rogue synthetics.
Since civilization was going kaput within days, I decided to throw caution to the wind and developed a slight quasar addiction, which is like blackjack. After just breaking even, we talk with Anderson, who believes our story about the Conduit and offers us help in gaining back the Normandy and traveling to Ilos. There are two options here. Anderson can sneak his way into the control tower and disable the locks on the Normandy, or go into Udina's office and convince him to let the Normandy go. Thinking Anderson might have been spending too much time at the Flux during his early retirement, I thought it best he go to the ambassador's office. I was not wrong about my choice.
Anderson, what are you doing here? I didn't send...
That felt satisfying. With Anderson's help, we depart the Citadel and head over to Ilos. Immediately, this won't be an easy landing. The window for the successful drop is the size of a needle in a haystack, but we've got the best damn pilot in the fleet, and Joker delivers us perfectly.
You two, keep moving inside now.
Saren is already marching towards the conduit, and we'll need to find a way to open up the bunker doors. This gave us a good moment to look around, and Ilos was by far my favorite planet. Seeing these mummified corpses of Protheans was such a vivid detail, and it gave off Bloodborne vibes. Traversing the city really felt like it was a graveyard forgotten to time. Remember, this place has been dormant for like 50,000 years. Oh god damn it, I'm trying to take a video. We unlock the bunker doors after some heavy fighting with Saren's forces and take the Mako into the interior structure, which had a design that was breathtaking. Further ahead, we're stopped by some force field, but it doesn't seem to be set by Saren. The team exits the Mako and enters the secret passage, where we're introduced to Vigil. Another instance of great writing.
I do not sense the taint of indoctrination upon any of you, unlike the other that passed recently. Perhaps there is still hope.
I also thought the name Vigil was very close to Virgil from Dante's Inferno, and as we'll learn from this conversation, he will act as our guide. Vigil tells Shepard that the Protheans had created a pseudo-failsafe for the next cycle of the Reaper extinction. The Protheans figured out that the Citadel was created by the Reapers and in fact is a mass relay itself that links to dark space where the rest of the Reapers lay dormant awaiting a signal from the Citadel. When the signal is sent and the Citadel becomes the mass relay, Reapers then teleport into the Citadel and there goes civilization. The way the Protheans figured this out is through analyzing the Keepers in the Citadel. Remember those bug-like creatures? It goes back to that Keeper side quest from like an hour ago. Now, I didn't complete it in this playthrough, but if you do, you'll get an email in the next game explaining that the Keepers were engineered by the Reapers to react to Sovereign's signal and start the Citadel's mass relay, starting phase 2 of the cycle. It's kind of a genius move from the Reapers that no one questions the Keepers' role on the Citadel because they just make everything work. Why try to fix something that isn't broken? It's the perfect sleeper cell. Because the Protheans discovered this connection between the Keepers and the Reapers, in a last-ditch effort, altered the signals the Keepers would react to for the cycle so they wouldn't respond to the next one, the cycle we're supposed to be having now. Because Sovereign's signal didn't work this time, it started the plan on figuring out how the Protheans thwarted its efforts and how to start the cycle without the Keepers' involvement. Even more interesting is that Vigil doesn't think the Keepers were made by the Reapers like the email says in the second game, but they might have been the first race to be enslaved by them and were so obedient that they were allowed to live. I thought this was intriguing because it kind of goes back to what Saren was mentioning about bowing down to the Reapers. If it worked for the Keepers, then it might work for our sentient life. But what meaning would that life have? Vigil also notes that the Protheans were very close to unlocking the secrets of the Reaper's technology and making their own mass relay, albeit a smaller version, which they called the Conduit. The Conduit was created to make a link between it and the Citadel, essentially a back door, but the information was hidden from Sovereign through the beacons. This is why Sovereign needed Saren and other organic life forms, because the Protheans were smart enough to make all of the information they had stored in the beacons and the location of the Conduit only accessible to organic beings. However, they didn't think that Sovereign would figure this out and use indoctrinated agents as proxies for the information. If Saren gets control of the conduit, he'll be able to use that backdoor into the Citadel without anyone knowing, then transfer control of the station manually to Sovereign, who will induce the mass relay and teleport in all the Reapers. Sorry, this is a lot of fucking information. I hope I'm conveying it correctly. Vigil gives Shepard a data file that can be uploaded to the Citadel's master control unit and says if we can run the program, it will stop the takeover Saren is planning. Vigil also says that Sovereign is not invincible, and with enough firepower can be brought down, but if all the Reapers were to appear, we'd certainly lose. Alright, we gotta move.
Grab that data file and let's go.
The one you call Saren has not reached the conduit. Not yet. There is still hope if you hurry.
Still the wrong music. Who edits this? We get a visual on the conduit, but we're running a little late as we see this awe-inspiring cutscene with Sovereign and a mass of Geth ships teleporting onto the Citadel. How could you not find this epic? Saren has a head start, and our landing could use a little work. Things are not looking good inside or outside for us, as it appears that the Citadel is starting to morph into the mass relay position, and for the 100th time, the scale of battle is almost unparalleled. Saren has made his way to the Council chambers, and we need to blast our way to him before he can transfer the Citadel to Sovereign. You get this absolutely amazing arena to fight through, and seeing Sovereign getting larger after each area will stick with me for a while. Also, we look pretty badass in heavy armor, like a Sardaukar or something. Shepard finally gets to the Council chambers, and it seems we're not too late. I thought this was a great final dialogue between the two. Saren admits that what we said to him on Virmire had an effect, but that he has doubled down and allowed Sovereign to modify him further. Saren wants to be the new vision of evolution, biotic and organic paired into one. But he didn't know we had fully maxed out charm.
You saw what happened to the Protheans. The Reapers are too powerful.
Some part of you must still realize this is wrong. You can fight this.
Maybe you're right. Maybe there is still a chance for... The implants. Sovereign is too strong. I'm sorry. It is too late for me.
It's not over yet. You can still redeem yourself.
Goodbye, Shepard. Thank you.
Holy moly, I was not expecting that. With Saren sort of sacrificing himself even though he had already initiated the takeover, it does allow Shepard to upload Vigil's data disk and take control of the Citadel. Joker radios us saying that while we were on Ilos, he managed to gather a whole Alliance fleet and is ready for the cavalry charge. We do get the option on what they target, whether to save the Council ship that's in trouble or focus on Sovereign. Even though the Council has not been so easy to deal with in almost every instance, rebuilding a government seemed difficult, and I knew that my actions carried over to the next game. Stay tuned for that. With all of that in mind, I gave the order to save the Council, and they make quick work of that and then focus on Sovereign. But our work is not done. I'm assuming that the modifications made to Saren's body allowed Sovereign to resurrect him or some crazy biotic shit, and we fight this abomination. Saren's corpse did look creepy cool though. At this point, gameplay wise, my squad had every ability in the book, so if you see me pausing every 5 seconds, that's why. It also made this fight a little bit easier than I remembered. With the Alliance and Citadel ships focus firing on Sovereign and the signal negated, what's that human phrase, the bigger they are, the harder they fall, comes to fruition.
is our only chance. Take that monster down no matter what the cost.
Its shields are down. Now's our chance.
Hit it with everything we got.
Guard on my flank. We're going in.
The Council recognizes our heroism and has a lot of nice words for us and humans. But I couldn't get over the fact that they quickly cleaned up this place. Like, weren't all these trees on fire like an hour ago? Anyways, the Council is so enamored by humanity's efforts that we're offered a seat on the Council, and Shepard gets to decide between the Ambassador and Anderson. Easy choice.
Are you sure about this, Commander? The captain's a soldier, not a politician.
We've already got too many politicians on the Citadel. The captain would be perfect for this job.
Not only was this ending extremely satisfying, but it also leads into Mass Effect 2 brilliantly, and continues that central theme you're probably sick of me talking about, that even though we've won the battle, there's still a war. One layer of the narrative is solved, but there is a whole tapestry that needs to be finished. Anderson makes it clear that the Reapers are still a threat, the galaxy is in limbo, and humanity is still finding its place in the stars. I loved my time with Mass Effect, and understanding its role in the trilogy makes the RPG aspects feel tangible. The remastered gameplay is solid with some great item variety. The universe BioWare created lent itself to exploration and study, with so many interesting and compelling people, places, and situations. It reminded me of what great RPGs should do. Make you feel like you're part of the world, or in this case, the galaxy. Thank you so much for watching. I truly appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. If you enjoyed the video, which I'm assuming you did if you're here with me now, please take a second to like it, subscribe if you aren't, that whole YouTube jazz, it helps out a ton. And I'll see you for Mass Effect 2. Hope all is well. It can be difficult for a video game sequel to capture the same spark as the original title, adding mechanics that enhance the gameplay, graphical improvements without changing the aesthetics of the universe, or continuing the story with a purpose and meaning. It is a true challenge. In my humble opinion, Mass Effect 2 encompasses all of those features of a great sequel, even going beyond my expectations of what this galaxy could hold and what you could explore. The various characters you meet on Shepard's journey are intriguing, filled with complex backstories and motivations that have tangible effects throughout the game. Upgrading your character and squad allowed for smoother dynamic gameplay, lending itself to intense shootouts and strategic choices all the way until the final mission. The graphical enhancements blew my mind compared to the first game. Interior designs told stories. Exterior designs held wonder and inspiration. There were moments adventuring where I just had to stop and marvel at what BioWare accomplished visually. And to do all this while extending the great story from Mass Effect 1, with characters, references, player choices having a genuine impact on the galaxy. These things gave Mass Effect 2 an ambiance and feeling I rarely see in other video game franchises. Impressive continuity. But is Mass Effect 2 a perfect sequel? Is it even a perfect game? Well, let's find out. Importing my save file from the first game, I was happy that my previous choices were confirmed twice. Once by a quick text menu briefly detailing pivotal moments during Mass Effect, and a little later on by an impressive comic book style recap. Before we get into that, the game starts with a cutscene where we meet the Illusive Man and Miranda. The two are discussing Shepard's previous victories and continued battle against the Geth, but allude to one of the major themes in the first game. There is a bigger threat in our galaxy. The two know about the Reapers and say that Cerberus, the shadowy organization which you can encounter in the first game, is the only way to stop the Reaper threat. Miranda makes it seem like their organization is not trusted in the galactic community, probably for good reason and especially by the Council, but there could be a way to remedy their image. Commander Shepard.
But he's just one man. If we lose Shepard, humanity might well follow.
Then see to it that we don't lose him.
Well, that's ominous. We get our text briefing about the events after Sovereign's attack on the Citadel and how the galactic community is struggling to rebuild. I mean, they did a good job of fixing those trees in the council chambers like an hour after the battle. Regardless, the player learns that the Alliance fleet was decimated by its heroics saving the council and killing Sovereign. Unfortunately, even having a true Reaper in the Citadel didn't get the council off their bureaucratic you-know-whats. Instead of addressing the 50,000-year-old sentient doom machine in the room, the council has instead blamed the whole thing on the Geth and Saren and has put Shepard on a new mission to wipe out the remaining packets of Geth resistance. Now, if any of this sounds confusing or you have no idea what I'm blabbering on about, the link to my Mass Effect retrospective is down below. We will do a quick recap in about 2 minutes, but it won't fully capture everything we covered in the previous video. On board the Normandy, we see the familiar faces of Navigator Pressly and Joker. Pressly is a bit angry about the mission, saying they haven't found any Geth activity, but Joker does add that 3 ships have gone missing in the sector within the last month. Unfortunately for Pressly's boredom, an unidentified vessel has been picked up by the long-range scanner and is heading straight for our ship. We know the Normandy has the best stealth technology in the galactic fleet, so for this unknown ship to be able to target us so quickly, it made me a bit worried. Oh yeah, we're getting turned into mincemeat here. Ashley grabs Shepard and is given the order to help the rest of the crew into the escape pods while Shepard rescues Joker. Now, I have never played Mass Effect 2 before, so seeing this opening scene and my beloved vessel being torn to shreds and walking through that wreckage was jarring to say the least. We reach Joker just in time to get him on the last escape pod, but we can't save ourselves. This is a wild way to start a game, sequel or not. The constant safety of the Normandy in the first game is obliterated, literally, and starting on the back foot when we had the momentum ending the first game was a great narrative choice. Now for that stylized recap.
Just another routine mission. Why do they always say that before a mission? Of course it's routine. You haven't done anything yet. It's everything that happens along the way. The choices you make, the paths you choose, that turn the routine into anything but.
The first Mass Effect starts out with Shepard on board the Normandy on a mission to retrieve a Prothean artifact unearthed on Eden Prime. Unfortunately, we were not the only ones there for a pickup. A massive ship, later to be known as the Sentient Reaper Sovereign, descended on the planet and used his indoctrinated agent, Saren, plus an army of Geth to secure the beacon artifact. Shepard couldn't reach Saren in time, but did interact with the mysterious object, leading to unclear visions of death and destruction. With many colonists killed in the attack, the Alliance's ambassador, Udina, and our crew tried to convince the Council that Saren was hell-bent on destroying the human race and bringing destruction to the galaxy. The Council didn't want to believe one of their top agents would betray them, so with the help of a C-Sec officer Garrus and a Quarian named Tali, Shepard found the evidence needed to indict Saren on treason charges and strip him of his Spectre status. Yet, there was still no evidence connecting Saren to the Reapers. The Reapers were like a galactic fairy tale you'd tell your kids so they wouldn't travel into deep space. Sentient biomechanical giants capable of wiping out all life, including the Protheans 50,000 years ago. The only lead we had was the beacon from Eden Prime and Geth sightings throughout the galaxy. They must be searching for something. With the help of new team members like Liara, a Prothean expert and historian, we were able to decipher some of the vision the beacon had shared with Shepard. But that was just the start. On the ice world Noveria, Shepard and crew encountered Matriarch Benezia, a powerful Asari that was working with Saren. When we finally confronted her, we learn of one of Sovereign's powers, indoctrination. A powerful signal that affects the minds of organic life, compelling them to do Sovereign's will. Another surprise was found on Noveria as well. Matriarch Benezia was sent there to extract memories from the Rachni Queen, a race of aliens that terrorized the galaxy hundreds of years ago, but also shared experiences through generations, giving Benezia and Saren the location of the Mu Relay. Even though Shepard had to fight through many Rachni, talking with the Queen opened his eyes to a potential ally, letting her go after dealing with the feral offspring that plagued the research lab. Now, it was kind of perplexing that the recap skips over Zoo's hope on Feros and the Thorian. The Thorian is an ancient plant that seemingly lived through every Reaper cycle, eating the corpses of the fallen and retaining their memories. Saren needed the Thorian because it ingested Prothean minds during their extinction and took the information of where something called the Conduit was, but that's completely skipped over. Anyways, with Benezia killed on Noveria, Saren's base was found on Virmire with some startling revelations. Saren had been trying to breed an army of Krogan immune to the Genophage, a plague that was constructed by the Council races to stop Krogan from breeding. The Krogan helped the Council and the galaxy fight off the Rachni, yeah, the Queen we saved previously, but after their victory, they were betrayed since their numbers kept growing and they have this innate ability to want to conquer. This comes up in one of the side quests that we'll cover later on. Rex, being a Krogan, has a very tough time hearing that the Solarians and Shepard want to blow up the facility and doom any hope of the Krogan rebirth. But we do convince him that whatever Saren has produced would be subservient to him and not truly Krogan. Rex eventually agrees with us and the assault on the base starts. Another discovery on Virmire was Saren's indoctrination studies, which they also don't really talk about. Saren is also influenced by Sovereign's mind control powers and has been trying to replicate them on other organic life forms, trying to figure out a way to protect himself. Sadly, the long-term effects lobotomize the victims. The last thing the team discovers on Virmire before blowing up the place to Kingdom Come is another beacon which Shepard interacts with. This gives him the destination Saren wanted when using the Mu Relay, and a direct call with the Reaper, which is one of the coolest interactions in a sci-fi game. But time is not on our side, and while arming the bomb to destroy the testing facility, Shepard must make a choice between Ashley and Kaidan. I chose Ashley. With the information from the second beacon, the team travels to Ilos, a lost Prothean planet that hosts the Conduit, but Saren has beat us to it. Even though Saren had the head start, Shepard is contacted by Vigil, a Prothean VI construct who explains that before the Prothean extinction, their scientists had discovered how the Reapers start each cycle. The Reapers use the Citadel, the main hub for the galaxy, as a mass relay and send out a signal to the rest of the Reapers in deep space, awakening them and giving them the green light to teleport into the floating city. However, the Prothean scientists changed the signal pattern that the Keepers, these bug-like creatures, used to send the signal and thwarted the next cycle, our cycle. Saren, using the conduit on Ilos, teleports into the Citadel and tries to manually awaken the Reapers, with Sovereign and his Geth fleet attacking the exterior galactic ships as a distraction. Luckily, Shepard makes it to Saren before giving Sovereign the ability to signal the rest of the Reapers, defeats the corrupted disgraced Spectre, and with the might of the Alliance fleet and others, Sovereign is defeated and the Council is safe. Yet that was just one Reaper, and if an army of these things comes to the neighborhood, life itself might be kaput. And that's Mass Effect 1 in a nutshell, but honestly it doesn't really fully convey the amazing stories and interactions you get from the first game. But I was also wondering how Shepard could have survived the explosion on the Normandy or being lost in deep space, and the funny answer is, he didn't. We get this awesome cutscene depicting the Lazarus Project, or the rebuilding of Shepard. It kind of reminded me of Deus Ex Human Revolution. Oh wow, Mass Effect 2 came out before that. Not only are these impressive visuals, but it allows the player to reconstruct their character's class if they wanted to try something different than the first game. Previously, I was just a soldier, but I wanted to spice things up and went the Vanguard class because I wanted to fool around with the biotic powers, and I'm very happy I did. Coming back from the dead isn't a small feat, and it looks like Miranda, the woman that was talking with the Illusive Man in the first cutscene, had been overseeing our recovery.
Damn it, Wilson, he's not ready yet. Give him the sedative. Shepard,
Don't try to move. Just lie still. Try to stay calm.
I already didn't trust her or Cerberus, especially with them talking about Shepard like he was some pawn, but I can't complain about having a second chance on life. Even with this gift, Shepard's inexplicable tendency to be around or cause destruction has stayed with him, and as we wake up, someone or something is attacking the lab. This starts the tutorial portion, and I think they did an excellent job in comparison to the first game, teaching you the basics of combat and interactions, while also setting up the story. A very important aspect that helps with that is the mammoth leap in the environmental details the game showcases. We'll be talking a lot about this throughout the video, yet already within the first 10 minutes of the game, you can see how much effort was put into making the areas Shepard explores feel lived in. It was one of my major critiques about the first game that areas other than the Normandy and Citadel felt barren, which I attributed to the production exclusivity on the Xbox 360. Already we have a neat visual detail that you could look over the operating room, making you feel like you were actually in a medical lab, but also maybe in the back of your mind a slight suspicion that someone was observing you for reasons apart from your recovery. Then just ahead of that, we see one of the mechs laying waste to a scientist. You can also find these video logs of Miranda talking about Shepard's recovery and the major efforts Cerberus have utilized.
In an effort to accelerate the process, we've moved from simple organic reconstruction of the subject to biosynthetic fusion. Initial results show promise.
While trying to reach Miranda, Shepard finds Jacob, another Cerberus employee, who explains that we've been dead for 2 years, and that someone has hacked the mech security to turn on everyone in the facility. After defeating some waves of enemies, we can question him further on a bunch of different details. He confirms Miranda was the ranking officer on the Lazarus project, that we're not a clone, wish I could say the same for Adam Jensen, and that most of the Normandy crew did not make it apart from our previous squad members. Our conversation is interrupted by Wilson, the chief medical tech, asking for assistance. Jacob and Shepard take the service tunnels and find Wilson wounded, who we fix up with a Medigel. But something feels off with Wilson. Jacob questions him on what he was doing outside the bio-wing and how he has a security mech clearance. His answer doesn't really seem convincing.
Weren't you listening? I came here to try and fix this. Besides, I was shot. How do you explain that?
After learning about squad commands, we can talk with Jacob again to get more information about the situation. Shepard understands Cerberus as a pro-human terrorist group, but Jacob disagrees, explaining that when Shepard was killed, the Alliance declared him dead and gave up, not helping retrieve or revive his body. That's sort of understandable from my perspective. I don't know how common resurrecting someone is in this galaxy, and from what Jacob says next about the project taking billions of credits, not a lot of organizations could pull that off, especially after rebuilding the Citadel and other worlds after the attacks. Jacob promises if they make it off this research lab that we'll be able to talk to the Illusive Man, and the squad continues through more hacked mech bots. Then we get our first real interaction with Miranda. Yeah, she's not someone to mess with. Miranda tells us that Wilson sabotaged the security systems and hacked the robots to kill anyone on site, including us. Even though this seems very renegade, I didn't think we had time to argue semantics. Shepard, Jacob, and Miranda take the final shuttle and travel to another Cerberus facility, but before we get there, you're given the final chance to switch around your choices from the first game. They play it off as a memory test, trying to confirm if this really is the Shepard version 1.0, so I didn't think it was too out of the blue.
Virmire, where you destroyed Saren's cloning facility. You had to leave one of your squad behind to die in the blast.
Lieutenant Kaidan Alenko was killed in action. It was your call. Why did you leave him behind?
I left a friend to die that day, and I didn't do it casually. But I had to save as many people as I could.
We have our first discussion with the Illusive Man, and his name rings true, since he's physically not here, instead Skyping in from some unknown location. Just like the first game, Mass Effect 2 has an amazing cast of voice actors, and hearing Martin Sheen as some mysterious galactic power broker was top-notch.
That one man, one very specific man, might be all that stands between humanity and the greatest threat of our brief existence.
Also, remember this detail 2 hours from now, that every communication with the Illusive Man, barring one, has us as the hologram and him being physically present. The Illusive Man talks about how the universe is in peril because of the Reaper threat, and he believes Shepard is the only person capable of stopping the inevitable war, hence why they put so much effort to revive him. Unlike the Council, the Illusive Man believes that the Reapers have more agents working for them, and a recent spat of human colony abductions seems to confirm this. He has a very different way of thinking about these circumstances as well, where his focus is on humanity as a whole rather than the other galactic races. The Council's lack of motivation to tackle thousands of colonists disappearing plays into Cerberus's hands, and being annoyed at the indecisive nature of the political body that governs the galaxy, I was kind of with him on this.
If we wait for politicians or the Alliance to act, no more human colonies will be left.
But we don't know why these colonies have been disappearing or who's responsible. Fearing the colonists are being harvested for some Reaper master plan, the Illusive Man tasked Shepard with investigating Freedom's progress, the latest colony to go dark. Even though the Illusive Man is aura farming villain energy, we might have to keep our potential enemies close, especially with the vast resources at Cerberus's disposal. Ending the conference call, we get to read up about our recent discoveries in the Codex, something I very much enjoyed about the first game. I wanted to learn more about Cerberus's beginnings, and I wasn't disappointed with the narration.
Immediately following the First Contact War, an anonymous extranet manifesto warned that an alien attempt at human genocide was inevitable. The manifesto called for an army, a Cerberus, to guard against invasion through the Charon Relay. Derided as survivalist rhetoric written by an Illusive Man, the manifesto and its anonymous author soon fell off the media radar. But in 2165, terrorists stole antimatter from the SSV Geneva. The sole figure arrested named his sponsor Cerberus. Throughout the 2160s and 2170s, alleged Cerberus agents assassinated politicians, sabotaged starships bearing Ezo, and conducted nightmarish experiments on aliens and humans.
So yeah, they can spin an organization any way they like it, but Cerberus has a bloody and violent track record, even if it was all in the sake of humanity's progression. The squad arrives on Freedom's progress, and the place seemingly is a ghost town, apart from mech security. Exploring deeper into the colony, we surprisingly find Tali and a group of Quarians trying to rescue another Quarian who had been here on his pilgrimage. Obviously, Tali is pretty baffled by seeing Shepard since we were dead and all. Even worse is that Cerberus and the Quarians are not on the best of terms, but the two teams eventually work together to find the missing Quarian since he might have some information on what happened to the colony. After destroying some more mechs, the Quarian team is almost taken out by this big boy. I really enjoyed this design, plus seeing that it had both shields and armor, I knew it would be a tough fight. Luckily, Miranda has overload, which later in the game becomes frickin' invaluable during long encounters. With the mech defeated, Shepard finds the lost Quarian, and we get our first taste of the Renegade Paragon speech actions.
Have to hide. Mechs will protect. You're human. Where did you hide? How come they didn't find you?
Who didn't find us?
The monsters. The swarms. They took everyone.
I think I recall when this game first came out that these in-dialogue actions were kind of laughed at. You don't really know what Shepard will do with whatever option you choose, even if you don't choose any. As a fan of CRPGs, not knowing what my character will do with my own action kind of infuriates me, but I kind of like going in blind, having the story unfold with some uncertainties. Being nice to Vitor, he explains that the monsters with the swarms took the colonists away, and that he was able to hide from them in the security structure, but reprogrammed the mechs for defense, and that's why they were all hostile to us. He then shows us the camera footage, and oh man, this does not look good. These monsters are called Collectors, and just like the Geth in the first game, no one has seen them in a very long time. You can have Vitor explain the Collector's mechanics, how they use a swarm of tiny insects as a first deployment, injecting organic life with some sedative, halting all motor function. Then the big bugs show up, take everyone in these cocoons, and leave like nothing happened. So we know who's taking the colonies, but we still don't know why. and we don't have evidence yet that the Collectors are even working for the Reapers. We've gotten all the information we could from Vitor, but Miranda insists that we take him in for more interrogation. Tali shows up and demands that they bring him back to the flotilla, the Quarian ship fleet, and I was impressed with how many options the game presented in situations like these. It felt like there was always a way to be diplomatic about your choices, and I wanted to continue my Paragon run from the previous game, so I convinced Miranda that Vitor's Omni-Tool data would be sufficient. We also get to ask Tali to join us and get the gang back together, but sadly she's still on her mission and is not able to join us at this time. Shucks. She does say that if she finds any information on the Collectors or their motivations, that she'll contact us. Back with the Illusive Man, he explains more about the Collectors and most importantly that they travel via a different relay than the ones other galactic civilizations use. Their special relay is called Omega-4, and any galactic vessel that's used it previously has never come back from whatever destination it teleports you to. The Illusive Man continues, saying that previous dealings with Collectors have been much smaller, how they trade with slavers and other not-so-nice groups in exchange for technological enhancements. And they have abducted people in the past, but not at this volume. Assuming the Collectors are with the Reapers, Shepard will need a full team for this oncoming war. Cue the Ocean's 11 team building montage. Alright, who's in?
And you're gonna need a crew as nuts as you are. Who do you got in mind?
I kid. The Illusive Man has generated a list of possible candidates that Shepard can recruit, but not all of them will be easy to convince. As we'll see, most of them hate Cerberus with a passion, which makes Shepard's presence even more useful. He also says that if the Collectors attack again, that he'll contact us, and Shepard remembers he's a Spectre, so maybe the Council will listen to him, but I press X to doubt that. Before leaving, Shepard can ask about his old team and their whereabouts. It's kind of sad to hear that everyone split off after our greatly exaggerated death, but it also made me excited to search out for everyone and try to get the team back together. It is heavily implied that we should start on the planet Omega to find Mordin Solus, a Solarian doctor that might be able to create protection from the Collector swarm. So let's head there first, but we're not going to travel on that small shuttle ship, are we? No, we've got the best damn pilot this side of the galaxy. Cerberus gave Joker a contract he couldn't refuse, and the two besties talk about the last 2 years, how everything fell apart after Shepard's death, and how the Council tried to sweep any discussion of the Reaper attack under the Presidium carpet. But we don't dwell on that for now, since we got a shiny new ride. I can't believe I did this, and it wasn't the last time during my playthrough, but I legitimately clapped when viewing the Normandy 2.0. Yeah, I have odd moments. Cerberus has painstakingly recreated the Normandy, but also put some additions as well, like Edie, our ship's AI component. Unlike the VI systems we've encountered in the first game like Vigil or the Citadel information kiosk, Edie is a fully functional AI, which Joker might not like. We get a quick tour of the new Normandy. It has great functionality, acting as a hub for everything you need. A revamped galaxy map, a terminal for our personal messages, a weapon dock to customize squad loadouts, and a tech lab to research upgrades. Wow, there are a lot of new things to explore. This is what I mean by impressive continuity and expansion. It's not like these items and more are misplaced in the game's universe. It works well since we've established Cerberus has put a ton of credits into this venture, and unlike Alliance ships that probably have to cut costs, we don't. Also, we have leather seats. Real leather seats.
Wear standard, but on a first-gen frigate they could care less if the seats breathe. Civilian sector comfort by design.
Walking around the new Normandy came with a great feeling, whether it was talking with the chef about special ingredients he wanted from the Citadel, which actually led into a small side quest, or finding out that Dr. Chakwas was the infirmary tech and she needed a bottle of Cerise Ice Brandy since the last one was destroyed during the attack. The ship felt full with content and context, not like it was all thrown in just for the sake of having dialogue with the crew. Spending time talking to your squad members leads to interesting insights on their backstories. For example, talking with Miranda, you learn that she was genetically modified with powerful biotic powers, but that she has half of the lifespan of a regular human, which comes back during her loyalty mission, but we're not there yet. I will say that I kind of got annoyed by Kelly, our administrative assistant, because every time you walk past her, she mumbles to us that we have an unread message. I literally was on my way to read them, Kelly, thanks. I guess she does serve a purpose that she'll tip you off when there is an important conversation to have with someone, but anyways. We have a doctor to find and like 2 other people on Omega. I was very thankful they added quests on the map, since during my Mass Effect 1 playthrough, it was kind of confusing where they were located. One of Mass Effect 2's major improvements was expanding the scale of the galaxy and its parts. Flying into Omega, this gigantic space station, was awesome, and the city itself is much more densely populated than almost any location in the first game. Immediately debarking the Normandy, you get the choice of 4 paths to go down. Shepard and company are interrogated by this dude saying that his boss, Aria, wants to see the team at the afterlife. EDI tells us that she's received reports of Mordin, the Solarian doctor, being part of a clinic in the quarantine zone, and another report of mercenaries preparing an assault on the Archangel. We also meet Zaeed another 10 feet away from our starting place, who's some sort of bounty hunter.
I didn't do it.
I said shut it. Tried to lead me on a chase all over the systems. He should have known better. These people always run to Omega.
Since Zaeed is in front of us, I talked with him first. He mentions that he knows the mission and that Cerberus has paid him a lot of money to join the team. Well, that was easy enough, but it does come with a catch. Every member that you recruit has a loyalty mission attached. Completing these missions unlocks the character's special ability, and were some of my favorite content in the game. We'll go through all the loyalty missions later on, but for now, we have our first recruit. Our next stop is the Afterlife, and I hope they serve a Jackie Wells. Damn, this place puts Cora's den to shame. See what I mean by populated? The lighting effects are outstanding, the music was pumping, and if this was the first destination Omega had, I was hankering for more. We reach Aria, who apparently runs this whole place. We can ask her a few questions about our 2 possible recruits, Archangel and Mordin. She confirms that Mordin is working in the living quarters helping victims of some disease, but the place is sealed because of that. Asking about Archangel, Aria discloses that whoever it is has made a lot of enemies, and 3 mercenary groups have banded together to take him out. They are conveniently holding tryouts just down the hall. Speaking with the Blue Sun's representative, Aria wasn't kidding when she said they'll hire anyone with a gun. Even though they won't tell us a concrete plan other than storming Archangel's base, we accept. Before departing, however, we get this small interaction with some random civilian trying to sign up for the raid. I chose to use my Paragon persuasion to stop the kid from becoming cannon fodder. I'm mentioning this quick interaction because these types of situations come up throughout the game and have a semi-rewarding payoff, which we'll talk about in a little bit. We do pick up the doctor's bottle from the bar before departing the afterlife and hitch a ride to Archangel's hideout. Shepard quickly realizes that everyone not affiliated with the 3 major gangs is being used as a distraction, which felt like a scummy double-cross. To enact my revenge, I hacked one of the mech droids about to be deployed and sabotaged a gunship. Now, this interaction brought up an interesting nuance with the Paragon Renegade system and Shepard's unknown actions. Maybe it's a perspective thing, but sometimes when I chose a Paragon action, I felt like it was more brutal than I anticipated, and vice versa. Also, even though disabling the gunship turns out to be the good thing, it's still considered a Renegade action. Well, I guess I did just electrocute him in the back. The assault on Archangel starts, and even though I double-crossed the gunship pilot, I was kind of confused on what to do. The gang members had health bars even though I didn't attack them, and I was stuck behind this door, so my next guess was just to shoot them. I guess that worked out. After unlocking the room, we discover that Archangel is actually Garrus, my favorite squad member from the first game. We can quickly ask him how he got into this desperate position, where he tells us that he was done with the bureaucratic nonsense of the Citadel, understandable, and that he wanted to kill bad guys and thugs without strings attached. Also understandable. But before he can regale us with more tales, there is a battalion of angry mercenaries coming our way, and we defend the point. Unlike the first game that had very few vertical combat zones, Mass Effect 2 does a good job with the updated cover system and level design, giving more variety to the engagements. I also enjoyed that hacking that mech worked wonders against the assailants and adds on to the feeling like your small actions have big payoffs. Another excellent addition to the variety of gameplay is switching up objectives within missions. Not just having waves of enemies come at you, rinse and repeat, even if there is a lot of that. You'll see it a lot more within the loyalty missions, but for this example, having to close multiple shuttle bay doors before Garrus's health bar depletes forces the player to advance out of cover and engage enemies swiftly in order to progress. We take down the final wave of mercenaries and the gunship that we handicapped, but Garrus isn't so lucky. Come on, they can't kill him, right? Right?
Didn't think he'd be up yet.
Nobody would give me a mirror. How bad is it?
Okay, good. And damn, looking badass if I say so myself. Even though we got Garrus out of that jam, he isn't convinced on this whole working with Cerberus shtick we're up to, but does join us anyway. Because we have this brief cutscene with Garrus, we're back on the Normandy and get this sweet email from the kid we stopped joining the raid on Archangel. Even though it was just an email and we didn't get any credits or special items, it did feel like we had made a good choice. I'm proud of you, John Winston. Back on Omega, Shepard investigates shops for upgrades. Upgrades come in all sorts of sizes and effectiveness. You can upgrade your weapon damage, party health, hell, later on in the game you can upgrade the Normandy. In comparison to the first game, it felt like my credits and resources mattered. Choosing which upgrades to get based off of my squad and character build were important decisions. You couldn't just buy out all the shops, so each credit counted. We also get this interaction with the new alien species, the Vorcha. The Vorcha have a pretty gnarly looking design, and already within the first couple of missions we're seeing another great expansion of the galaxy being newer alien races. Having these small moments along with the collectors makes the player think about what else they haven't discovered. I did get turned around while trying to find the quarantine zone and somehow made it back into the afterlife, but I was glad I did since look who we found. Fist.
I heard you were dead. I had a party and everything. No hard feelings though, huh?
I laughed out loud hearing his reaction to seeing us alive, and I think he got off easy with both us and the Shadow Broker. You should be counting your blessings. This was a short interaction between the two, and we quickly find our way to the living quarters. Shepard convinces the guard to let us through, and again the environmental details were fantastic. I love seeing the quarantine notice on the ticker or the shops hastily abandoned. You also get these small side moments if the player chooses to hack certain doors, and I wasn't expecting this type of storytelling.
Said we're infected. Idiots can't tell the difference between the plague and a simple cough. 2 days in. Nobody's even come by to check on us. Never thought the Blue Suns would turn their backs on me. This group used to stand for something. Davis died last night. He's still talking to me, though. Good to hear his voice. The company is nice. Nobody should die alone.
We can also find this Batarian suffering from the plague who blames humans for the spread of the infection. Apparently humans are immune to whatever is going on here, and the rest of the population is beyond suspicious.
Humans looking for the human sympathizer. I hope the Vorcha burn Mordin and his clinic to the ground.
After killing off some more Blue Suns and Blood Pack hooligans, we make it to Mordin's clinic, and he's a character.
Don't recognize you from area. Too well armed to be refugees, no mercenary uniform, quarantine still in effect. Here for something else? Vorcha? Crew to clean them out? Unlikely. Vorcha a symptom, not a cause. The plague? Investigating possible use as bioweapon? No. Too many guns, not enough data, equipment. Soldiers, not scientists. Yes. Hired guns, maybe.
We disclose that we're working with Cerberus, which piques the doctor's attention, and after telling him we're going after the collectors, he surmises that the current plague was engineered by them as a test run, seeing how the virus affects human genetics. I was a bit confused since humans seemingly aren't affected, but whatever. Unfortunately, Mordin won't leave without helping his patients and tells us that the Vorcha have shut down the environmental systems, dooming everyone if we don't restart the system. We'll need to turn back on the system and release the antidote he's been working on. He also asks us if we can find one of his assistants that has gone missing while trying to find other survivors. Mordin also mentions that he wasn't always a doctor, saying he was part of the Salarian Special Task Group, the same organization that helped us at Saren's research lab, which was a cool connection. After exploring for a bit, Shepard and company find the young assistant being harassed by thugs, and luckily we can play the diplomatic game with our Paragon level and get the guy out unharmed. We eventually find the machine Mordin was talking about, but it's heavily guarded by Vorcha mercenaries who explicitly say the Collectors are the ones that hired them to spread the plague. Alright, thanks for connecting those two things. Again, combat encounters aren't just sitting in one place and taking down enemies. The player has to turn on multiple terminals to get the system functioning again. Even though I enjoyed the pacing changes that these moments had, there was one change I wasn't so fond of. Why did they change guns to have ammo instead of the overheating mechanic? There were multiple times where I ran out of ammo during long fights, and even though enemies do drop bullets, leaving cover to run out and grab it mostly resulted in me dying. I also thought that the heating mechanic is a more effective method of warfare than having to get ammo like every 4 minutes. Regardless, the Vorcha goons are dealt with, and Mordin is happy with our results, accepting our recruitment pitch, and we'll start work on some sort of protection against the Collector swarm. Back on the Normandy, Mordin has some intriguing lines of dialogue about how desperate Cerberus must be to have recruited him. He's kind of right that for such a human-oriented group, they are recruiting a lot of different species and have installed an AI. Mordin makes his home within the ship's laboratories, and we get some great backstory on the Doctor. As I stated before, he was part of the Salarian Special Task Group, the Special Infantry Infiltration Squad, and even references Captain Kirrahe from Mass Effect 1, going out of his way to make fun of Kirrahe's long-winded speeches.
I worked with an SDG captain named Kirrahe. His team helped me destroy Saren's cloning facility on Virmire.
Heard he was part of that. Jury-rigged explosive. Always got job done with limited resources. Good captain. Bit of a cloaca, though. Loved his speeches. Hold the line. Personally prefer to get job done and go home.
We also get the opportunity to give the Doctor her special bottle, and I thought why not sit down for a drink or two. Another neat detail is overhearing the random crew members talking about more abductions.
Ferris Fields. Didn't Hadley have a brother stationed there?
Yeah, he's taking it pretty hard.
Like with the Nerali side quest in Mass Effect 1, these moments of human connection or loss make the galaxy feel a little smaller. In a good way. I wasn't sure where to go next and decided to explore the system. The galaxy map change was a good adaptation to the originals, and as I said before, it's easier to figure out which planets had which content. You can also scan planets for resources for your upgrades, which wasn't engaging, but it was very useful. Before using the mass relay to jump systems, I wanted to explore the Normandy wreckage. Even though this was a small side mission, it had a bit of weight to it. You have to find the dog tags of your crew around the site, and as you go into the various sections of the ship, Shepard gets flashbacks to what it previously looked like. I did think that putting this statue up was a bit comic, since where was Shepard hiding that thing? Maybe I don't want to know. Anyways, with all the dog tags collected, we head out to recruit the warlord Okeer. Landing and seeing this planet was amazing. There's nothing like massive warships slowly traversing the atmosphere. Unfortunately, some sort of rebellion is happening as we hear this lady on the loudspeaker talking about quelling Krogans and killing deserters. Also, the Blue Suns are here, and they must be a pretty big mercenary group if they're in 2 different star systems. Shepard helps an injured merc who sort of tells us what's going on. Someone named Jador has hired Okeer, our warlord scientist, to create an army of clone Krogan for her, and things seem to be going as you expect. Most of the cloned flock are cast away and left for the mercenaries' target practice, and I was getting PTSD flashbacks from Virmire. Shepard fights through more Blue Sun troopers until we meet one of the Krogan clones who has this badass helmet. I don't know why I loved it so much. Talking with the tank-grown Krogan was pretty saddening. He's been bred for combat, but has a level of understanding that we didn't see with the fully indoctrinated subjects on Virmire.
Bred to kill. No, I kill because my blood and bone tell me to. But it's not why I was flushed from Glass Mother. Survival is what I hear in my head. Against the enemy that threatens all my kind. But I failed, even before waking. That is what the voice in the water said. That is why I wait here.
Fortunately for us, the clone Krogan points us in the direction of the labs and shows off his muscles, even if he's labeled as a reject. We also meet another familiar face, which I laughed at because of course Rana somehow survived the blast on Virmire and is still working for genetic altering bad guys. I do wonder if we had just killed her back in the first game, who would be standing in front of us now? If you have that info, let me know. Thank you. Shepard questions her about why Okeer is working for the mercenary group, and she explains that he's more working for himself than trying to create an army for Jador. Rana's complicit in his research, creating a mental imprint for the vat-grown Krogan, and apparently he's not trying to cure the Genophage. I know Krogan are supposed to be destructive warmongers, but they seem to suffer a lot. Now, I didn't kill Rana this time either, because I kind of wanted to see if she would show up in Mass Effect 3 working for another evil entity, and she does deliver one of my favorite lines in the game.
Now, if you don't mind, I'm gonna run like hell before you blow the place or something. I know how you work.
Yeah, we do blow up a lot of places. The team finally meets Okeer, who knows about our actions on Virmire and recants the tale with some bravado. He's not necessarily upset, but for a strange reason. Instead of trying to cure the Genophage, he's trying to ignore it by creating the perfect Krogan, which we can see in the vat next to him. All the others that he deems unworthy are given to Jador, and surprisingly the Collectors, who he exchanged large quantities of Krogan for information which he implanted in this perfect subject. I really have to hand it to the Mass Effect writers because they rarely make things black and white. Okeer might think he has good motives for the Krogan race, but to what end? Letting his clones become cannon fodder for mercenaries or letting the Collectors take them for God knows what? It doesn't absolve what the Solarians did or even our previous actions, but I don't see anyone being truly in the right. Jador finally has had enough and releases contaminants within the lab, jeopardizing Okeer's research. Luckily, she's in the room next to us and we quickly take her out, but not in time to save Okeer. He does leave us a final video saying that all the information he gathered while interacting with the Collectors is within his prototype, Grunt. Now, that's a name. Having no other leads apart from this Grunt, I decided to take him on the Normandy, even if Miranda is a bit worried about having an unknown Krogan in the cargo bay. Back on board, Shepard opens up the vat and we get our first dialogue with the Krogan.
Human. Male. Before you die, I need a name.
I'm Commander Shepard and I don't take threats lightly. I suggest you relax.
I love how Shepard talks to Grunt even when being shoved against a wall. We've been around Rex long enough where we can cater to Krogan desires, like how Shepard says he has a good ship with a strong crew, and that makes it a strong clan.
That's acceptable. I'll fight for you.
I'm glad you saw reason.
Huh? Offer one hand, but arm the other. Wise Shepard.
Grunt agrees to join our adventure, but when questioned about the Collectors, he doesn't have anything to add, which I was disappointed with. Oh well, on to the next recruitment. Our next person on the list is the Convict, located on the prison ship Purgatory and another Blue Sun establishment. This level was a perfect example of expanding the universe in unique ways. Obviously, the galaxy has some hardened criminals which planetary governments just don't want, so they send them here. Shepard is greeted by the Warden, who shows us around the facility, highlighting the magnitude of the ship and its high security systems. We can also question him on Jack, our convict, that I guess has been locked up here for a long time. The Warden talks about Jack like they're Jeffrey Dahmer combined with Saren, noting their violent tendencies and devastating exploits. It really had me questioning the list the Illusive Man gave us, because compared to our Mass Effect team, these last three people seemed worrisome to say the least. But it's not just the convicts here that are violent. Passing by one of the cells, we witness a beatdown by one of the guards and we get the option to intervene. Now, I don't know if this is the reason why I get a certain email later on in the game, but I have a feeling it might be related.
You have orders.
You're not important enough to make your own decisions?
I admit, I sometimes get tired of this. Does this really get us anything useful?
Stop this. For your own sake.
Yeah, you're right. Call it off. At least for now.
Anyways, we get to out-processing to pick up Jack, but the Warden has another idea in mind, double-crossing Shepard because he could fetch a pretty penny from whoever would pay for this. With a lot of prison guards slain, we find where the Warden has been keeping Jack, but if we unlock their cell, the whole place will open up. Who designed this prison? That's idiotic. Shepard doesn't have a choice, and with Jack's cell open, they cause a lot of chaos.
That's Jack?
We follow the trail of bodies and broken interiors, and only after a couple of minutes, this prison is turning into Attica. The Warden has also lost his marbles, killing anyone on sight, and we get this semi-decent boss battle. I enjoyed each recruitment mission and later on loyalty missions that at least try to spice things up. Even though destroying energy conductors wasn't enthralling, it was at least something. With the Warden killed, we catch up to Jack, who isn't the biggest fan of Cerberus either. She tells Shepard that Cerberus has been tracking them for years, and they're the ones that put out the bounty each time they escape. Even though Jack and Cerberus have a tumultuous history, they agree to join us under the condition of letting them peruse the files on the ship, which Miranda isn't too happy about.
I'll give you full access.
Shepard, you're not authorized to do that.
Oh, it upsets the cheerleader. Even better. You better be straight up with me.
Back on the Normandy, Miranda and Jack continue their quipping, and I was wondering how our ragtag team of super powerful yet semi-unhinged individuals was going to work as a team against the Collectors. They do, don't worry. Remember, Shepard's a natural-born leader. Before we could go after our next recruit, hopefully they're a little bit more on board with the whole Cerberus thing, the Illusive Man Skypes in telling Shepard that another colony has just gone silent in the Terminus system, and we should head there ASAP to investigate. Luckily, Mordin has just completed his repellent for the swarm bugs, and we're off to Horizon. Wait, I know that armor anywhere. Ashley, what is she doing here?
Still can't calibrate the targeting matrix?
Those defense towers are useless if we don't figure it out.
Sorry, Chief. Getting our comm systems back online takes priority.
Yeah. Okay. Surprised people haven't tried to blame that one on me, too.
People out here don't trust the Alliance. It's nothing personal.
The Collectors start their attack on the colony, and I'm just thinking about this now, but their ship here is probably the same one that attacked the Normandy in the beginning. Even though the colonists are screwed, it was interesting seeing the Collectors in action, since the previous colony had already been done and dusted before we arrived. Ashley is paralyzed with the rest of the colonists as well. The Collectors have an amazingly creepy creature design, and these insectoids honestly had me wishing that we were still fighting the Geth. Plus, it looks like they can be possessed by their ship commander, which doesn't bode well. Despite the Collector's visual aesthetic, fighting them was kind of a mixed bag. Even though I enjoyed a new enemy type, the drones weren't that difficult to deal with and didn't add variation to the gameplay. We do discover a grim reality on Horizon that the Collectors are using husks, like the ones we saw in Eden Prime, but with a catch. Because there are no spikes on the ground, we think that the Collectors have brought them personally. This would mean the Collectors possess that technology and probably got it from the Reapers, since the Geth used the same method when working with Sovereign. Up ahead, Shepard discovers the survivor of the attack, some mechanic that locked himself in when the Collectors came. At least this time he wasn't taking a nap. Despite this guy being a dick, he did provide an interesting conversation. The mechanic is very skeptical of the Alliance, blaming Ashley's presence and the insistence on building defense towers for the colony as a precursor to the Collector attack. It was interesting to hear a frontiersman, for lack of a better term, be so against Alliance involvement trying to protect an outwork colony, especially one in the Terminus system. He does mention that the defensive turrets went offline right before the invasion, and if we could make it to the main transmitter on the other side of the facility, there might be a chance to use the turrets against the Collector's ship. But he's not going to help us. Fighting to the turret interface, we're met with another enemy type, the Scion. Scions were tough to look at and tougher to deal with. It looks like they're a conglomerate of husks stitched together and utilize biotic powers which knock you out of cover. In addition to the swarms of Collectors which had power in numbers, dealing with both them and the Scion made choices in the battlefield a bit more strategic. Yeah, I died to them a lot. Shepard hacks the defense terminal, but EDI will need to calibrate the guns before they're ready. And we have this pretty epic hold the line moment with husks, scions, and collectors descending on us like we smeared honey on our armor. EDI finally gets the turrets back online, but it's too late. With the collector ship departing with half the colony, we have failed. Despite seeing Ashley get paralyzed, she somehow escaped the collectors, and like most of our previous squad, she's baffled that A, we're still alive, and B, we're working for Cerberus. I understand her viewpoint growing up in the Alliance military. Remember, Cerberus is viewed, and with good reason, as a terrorist group. I'm sure she's lost a lot of friends to their misdeeds. This is expanded on when she discloses that the Alliance was suspicious that Cerberus was behind the colonial abductions, and that's why they sent her to Horizon. Sadly, I think I chose the worst dialogue options, and Ashley doubles down on her Alliance allegiance when asked to join our squad.
I could use someone like you in my crew, Ash. It'll be just like old times.
No, it won't. I'm no fan of aliens, but Cerberus has a history of being extremist. I'll never work for a group like that. So long, Commander.
Damn, I really thought we had something going in the first game. Even though the mission was a failure, we saved 2 people? The Illusive Man chalks it up as a win, saying that the collectors will think twice about attacking another colony. Maybe that's not a cigarette. The Illusive Man goes on telling Shepard that he's been spreading rumors in the subnet of our return and about the people closest to us, like Ashley. I was kind of perplexed that there was no dialogue option from Shepard where you could say, "What the fuck, dude?" The last portion of the conversation is about the Omega-4 relay and how the Illusive Man is trying to track down information on how to use it, but also says there might not be a way back. "We'll need a strong team, yada yada. My dude, so far you've given me a mad scientist Krogan who cloned a legacy baby, a powerful biotic convict that hates you, and Zaeed who, I don't even know, works only for money? Not very convincing." Regardless, at this point in the game, you've gotten enough level up points to fully upgrade Shepard's class, and I thought this was a neat addition to the leveling system from the first game because you could tailor your Shepard into a style that suited your gameplay. I chose the Champion Evolution because of that sweet 20% health increase. I thought it would be useful since I was playing close and personal with the trusty shotgun charge combo. On another note, Miranda wants to talk to us about a personal matter, and in her office she confides in Shepard a lot of backstory that elevated her character beyond hardened Cerberus agent. We knew from a previous dialogue that Miranda was biologically engineered, but what we didn't know was that it was her father's doing, and she wasn't the only child that he did this to. Miranda has a twin sister that also escaped the father with Miranda's help, but he's been searching for her ever since. Even though the twin sister was protected by Cerberus, some information has slipped that she's on the planet Illium, and Miranda needs our help in relocating her before she's found. All signs were pointing in Illium's direction. A new email caught my eye. No, not the insane murderer that now wants to kill us, but from an old friend, Liara, who has been trying to track down the Shadow Broker for the last 2 years. Maybe we can tell him where Fist is. Illium is one of the densest content planets so far, boasting so many side quests and narratives that we're going to be here for a while. But I'm not complaining. Off the Normandy, Shepard and team are greeted by an Asari concierge who tells us that Liara has paid for our docking fees and wants to talk to us. Yep, that's why we're here. Walking around the trading hub was another wow moment for me. Comparing this to Feros or the other planets we visited in Mass Effect 1, they were worlds apart. I thought it was a neat detail as well that each planet had a small interaction spot where your squad members will tell you a bit about each planet with some impressive views. Of course I had to take some selfies. Garrus says that even though Illium is a highly advanced trading hub, certain parts are as dangerous as Omega. It wasn't just the population that was impressive, but the multitude of dialogues presented to the player. One of my favorites was hearing this Volus talk about shorting the prefab market.
You shorting prefabs?
Why not? I did it after Eden Prime. Paid for new exosuits for my kids.
You're insane.
Another great part of Illium was seeing more familiar faces which enhanced that special feeling of continuity. We see Gianna Parsini, the internal affairs agent from Noveria who needed help taking down the corrupt Annihilus. It's a brief conversation, but as she leaves, there is a note underneath our drink. Parsini is still conducting operations for the Noveria board, and this time it's with secret schematics being illegally exported off-world. Shepard helps to get the evidence of the illegal sellers, and yeah, it might be entrapment, but whatever.
Very advanced design. Not publicly available yet.
That's because it's still in development on Noveria, and illegal for export. Hello, Hermia.
Parasini, you set me up! But this isn't Noveria. You don't have the authority to arrest me.
I don't care whether you go to jail. I've got all the evidence I need to find you out of business.
After quickly helping her out, we can continue our conversation learning about her past and why she keeps working in the field. It's these rich character moments that make Mass Effect 2 shine a little bit brighter than the first game in my opinion. Even though Parasini cannot join the Normandy and she doesn't come back again, at least in my playthrough, learning more about her as a person felt rewarding. Liara's office is just up ahead, and seeing old squad members that don't hate our guts was a nice change. I also thought it was a great callback to her mother, Matriarch Benezia, that Liara uses the same threat of, "Have you faced an Asari commando unit before?"
Have you faced an Asari commando unit before? Few humans have.
She also seems to have changed a bit. Liara declines our request for her to rejoin the squad, but does offer to help us find Samara and Thane, two possible recruits on Illium that were on the Cerberus list. We can also give her our information on the Shadow Broker, which she is more than willing to take. Turns out one of her friends, Feros, was captured by the Shadow Broker, and that's why Liara is so interested in finding the mysterious information dealer. Interestingly enough, Liara also divulges that it was not totally Cerberus who saved us from our space grave, but the Shadow Broker, who was going to sell us to the Collectors. Liara and Feros, with Cerberus's intelligence, recovered our body first, but Feros sacrificed himself so Liara could escape. Once Shepard's body was safe, Liara handed us over to Cerberus because they said they could resurrect us. Liara departs, saying she needs to spend some time in her apartment and plan Feron's rescue, and we crash a Solarian bachelor party.
I don't understand. Humans celebrate wedding contracts by tempting infidelity? That makes no sense.
Calm down, man. Don't embarrass me in front of the stripper.
Now is the time for Miranda's loyalty mission. Meeting with her contact, we're told that Miranda's closest friend has caught wind of her father's plans of sweeping the city with Eclipse mercenaries. He has also volunteered to escort Irina personally to the terminal to get her off-world instead of us. Miranda says that she trusts Niket with her sister's safety, and this allows us to deal with the Eclipse mercenaries.
Let's hope they really do want to take us alive.
Hold fire! I said hold fire, damn it!
Name a more iconic duo than Shepard and his crash landings. Before combat, we do have a chance to talk with the Merc leader, who says Miranda kidnapped her sister and that Niket isn't going to help her, but he doesn't go into any more detail than that. Talks seem to be going south, so when I saw the Renegade option with a floating explosive vat over some Merc personnel, I had to do it. That's certified badass. After dealing with the first mercenary wave, Miranda confides in us more of her family's story. They are twins, genetically, but her father grew Irina when Miranda was a teenager, and she couldn't bear the thought of her sister going through the same early life as she had. That's why she views it as rescuing, not kidnapping. I did find Miranda's logic subject to questions. We didn't really cover it at the beginning of the game, but there are some lines of dialogue about Miranda not being too happy about Shepard joining Cerberus because she feared that he would eclipse her as the Illusive Man's #1 agent. When Miranda says the line, "She was meant to replace me," it had me thinking, did she really take her sister out of the goodness of her heart, or was it to screw over her father that tortured her and to get back at him? Less so about Irina and more so about Miranda. What do you think? Anyways, Miranda wants to find Niket and hopefully her sister, but there is a whole army of mercenaries between us and them. It gives us a great opportunity to talk about the combat enhancements that Mass Effect 2 has. Like an hour into the video. I think I put myself into a corner in the first game playing as the soldier class since you don't really have many abilities to work with. Playing Vanguard in Mass Effect 2 was another story. Enemies without shields or armor can be tossed into the air with our shockwave ability. This is extremely helpful when enemies are behind cover because the wave goes through physical objects, and it is very satisfying shooting vulnerable targets like it's Duck Hunt. Using Miranda and Garrus as my squad mates, both have the overload ability, which drains enemy shields, and I thought it was a great combo having those abilities for tougher enemies and then finishing them off with the shockwave or charge. Vanguards also have the access to specialized elemental ammo, the first being fire and the second is frost. Both having interesting effects during engagements, like fire will burn victims, what do you know, or in RPG terms grant higher DPS, and then cryo ammo, which will unlock much later on, will freeze targets, allowing you to incapacitate larger foes. We talked about it briefly before, but I wanted to highlight again the arenas that you fight through having a lot more range and cover. Battling through this cargo hold felt like I was fighting through a cargo hold. It might sound a little bit silly, but it's a noticeable departure from the first game's lack of environmental detail. Throughout the battle, Miranda is starting to question whether Niket did double-cross her, and oh my god, this has to be a reference to the first game with the elevator music in the Citadel.
Or maybe it means something else. Niket wouldn't do that. Damn it, why won't this thing go any faster?
Miranda does admit to us that Niket never knew about her quote-unquote rescue, so maybe he didn't agree with her once he was told that by the father. And we get our answer quickly. Niket is with an Asari mercenary who doesn't play nice. Niket divulges that he did help Miranda escape because she had the capacity to choose that. However, for Arena, he thinks that Miranda took her back to get back at her father, which was one of my questions. Now, I got a bit confused about the rest of the dialogue between the two because Niket says that he's the only one that knows of Arena's whereabouts since he hid the information from the father, but didn't the dad send the Eclipse agents? If Niket truly wanted to bring the sister home, why even involve the Eclipse group, just so he'd have an excuse to escort her? Shepard stops Miranda from shooting Niket, but we have another moment where the Paragon action doesn't result in a happy ending. The Asari merc shoots Niket in the back, and after dealing with that quote-unquote bitch, Miranda is heartbroken from the betrayal, but also tells Shepard she would have wanted to take the shot instead.
Even with all your upgrades, you're human. Just like the rest of us.
I did enjoy Shepard's line here, and thank you so much to the commentators from the last video explaining that the voice actor for Shepard in the first game was supposed to be a placeholder and didn't have a lot of time with his lines. He does a much better job in this game. Leaving the cargo hold, we get this poignant moment with Miranda seeing Arena with her family but feeling scared to approach her. Shepard again delivers some good lines and convinces Miranda to speak with her sister. Seeing Miranda tearing up after saying goodbye was a good character arc, and I trusted her a lot more than before. Our next mission is to find Thane, a ruthless assassin who's somewhere on Illium. Our first lead is with an ex-security chief for Nasana Dantius, some rich developer who has been killing off scores of people to cover her secrets. The disgruntled ex-security chief points us in the direction of a new building development and says that Thane will probably be there tonight trying to take out Dantius, and we make our way over. They could have had all this information conveyed through the first dialogue, but giving it to the player while flying over the city was magical, and it won't be the last time we fly around the city. For some reason, this housing development has rocket defenses at the top, so we have to start our way at the bottom. Arriving at the construction site, we witness Dantius's guards murdering Solarian workers and get a chance to speak with one of the survivors. The night worker says that Dantius has killed a lot of the workers with mechs, but there were some that survived held up somewhere in the higher levels of the tower. I tried to get the reason for the massacre, but the night worker only says that he and the rest of the workers were expendable, and that was the only justification. Jeez, that's pretty messed up. We fight through a slew of Eclipse mercenaries and mechs in the upper levels and find the rest of the Solarian workers. Talking with them, I thought it was a great contrast to the other Solarians we've met on our journey. Not every one of them is Mordin or Kirahi. Before telling the workers they're free to go, Shepard asks if they've seen Thane around, and we're told that he was the one that saved them. but they don't know where he went next. We continue ascending the tower, getting the jump on one of the mercenaries who tells Shepard that the assassin was spotted by the rest of his team near the mezzanine, and off we go once more. The great visuals keep coming interlaced with the context of the narrative. You can't just take an elevator and believe you're higher up, you have to see it for yourself. Looking out on the city gives the player a sense of how gigantic this place is and how many stories are being told here that we'll never perceive. I got lost in Mass Effect 2, but in a good way. The scope and scale that intrigued me from the first game is amplified in so many unique and endearing ways that I can confidently say this is one of my top 5 video game universes. And we're only halfway through the game. How are you doing? Good? Shepard and team make it to Dantius, and I love the direction within this cutscene. Nassana thinks with credits and tries to pay us off, but knowing how she treats her workers like it's the Qatar World Cup, I wasn't going to side with her. While she's trying to placate us with riches, you can hear some muffled rumblings overhead, and then Thane makes his Splinter Cell entrance.
You stay put. When I'm finished dealing with this nuisance, you and I are going to... Who...
Certified badass moment number 2.
I was hoping to talk to you.
I apologize, but prayers for the wicked must not be forsaken.
She certainly was wicked.
Not for her, for me.
Even though Thane's character is played straight, I found it hilarious that when Shepard asks him how he knew we were coming, Thane goes, "When you started shooting and blowing stuff up for the last 30 minutes, it was a good distraction." Yeah, Shepard isn't able to slough off his reputation. We explain the mission to Thane, and this isn't a problem for him, divulging that he's dying from a mysterious disease and as a last hurrah wants to do something important for the galaxy. I kind of laugh that you could ask him if the disease is contagious, like, come on, Shepard. Regardless, Thane joins our crew and we're off to find Samara, the Justicar, who should be around the tracking officer Dara in the lower transportation hub. Heading over to this recruitment mission, a random Asari pulls Shepard aside, and by golly, it's another Mass Effect 1 connection.
I was asked to give you a message if I saw you. It's from a friend you made on Noveria.
I met a lot of people on Noveria. Could you be more specific?
I believe the message itself should make it clear. Shepard, we hide, we borrow, we build, but we know that you seek those who soured the songs of our mothers.
Hearing from the Rachni Queen was not something I expected and thoroughly enjoyed. Apart from the creepy eyes, I was glad to know the Queen was safe, and maybe our bet paid off since the message concludes with her offering assistance when the time comes. This Asari messenger also says that the Rachni Queen saved her on some uncharted world and that she only seeks peace with the galaxy. Hearing that our actions in the previous game had ramifications, good or bad, was always a fantastic feeling, and I'm assuming if you did kill the Queen that this dialogue would not be here. Another Mass Effect connection is with Shiala, the Asari who Saren traded to the Thorian in exchange for information regarding Ilos. We saved Shiala, who offered to help rebuild Zoo's hope, and that's why she's on Illium now. The colonists have been suffering health problems related to the Thorians' mind manipulation, and Shiala hired a colonial survey group for their medical expertise. Unfortunately, they didn't read the full contract and have given the company the right to perform invasive procedures. She's made many attempts to change the contract, but to no avail, and asks us if we can help. Of course we can. The representative is immediately combative, but as she talks more, we realize that she's just grieving over her daughter's deaths from the Citadel attack, and seemingly is inflicting her internal pain onto others. The Paragon option was the ability to talk to her about her family, and Shepard is turning into quite the therapist.
They sound like wonderful people. The galaxy is lesser for their loss.
I like the fact that one of her daughters was the greeter for the consort. Yeah, the one that told us it would take 5 months for a meeting. After recounting the good deeds of her daughter, she amends the contract and even waives the fees for the colonists on Zoo's Hope. I know this is short side content, but it just feeds back into the main thesis of the greater connectivity and continuity of the franchise. With that accomplished, we try to figure out where Samara is. The officer we talk with immediately questions if Samara has killed someone, which, great introduction, and gives us a bit more information on what a Justicar really means. They are the embodiment of Asari law, and are the judge, jury, and executioner who rarely venture out of Asari space. Her being on Illium and the wide variety of perceivable crimes happening have many Asari fearful that she's just going to go full RoboCop. We hail a cab and head down to Samara's last known location, where we're greeted by this shady Volus and a detective questioning the merchant's whereabouts during his business partner's murder. We can talk with Pitney 4, who points us in the direction of the crime scene, saying that's where he last saw the Justicar, but it's closed off and we'll have to finagle the detective for access. Detective Anaya seems pretty run down, and I was surprised she wasn't smoking a cigarette with a cold coffee next to her. It seems like the gangs have the true power in this district, and she's the only honest cop that gives a damn. She does perk up when Shepard tells her he's trying to recruit Samara since she wants the Justicar out of the system, and gives us access to the crime scene. It seems like we're not the only ones looking for Samara, as we overhear Eclipse mercenaries hunting down the Justicar. If Zaeed and Jack's entrances were B tier, Thane and Samara are S tier. Samara's armor is such a cool design, and the way she speaks is calm but ruthless.
What was the name of the ship she left on?
Go to hell!
Find peace in the embrace of the goddess.
Why am I feeling things right now? Shepard tries to convince Samara to join the squad, but she claims she's in the middle of an investigation seeking a dangerous fugitive, and the Eclipse mercs have ferried the individual off-world. The detective shows up mid-conversation and detains the Justicar because I guess killing mercs is a no-no. Samara tasks us with finding the name of the ship the Eclipse used to hide the fugitive, and we accept. Access to the Eclipse base is blocked, but our devious merchant friend Pitney 4 does have a key card that would let us in. He also explains that he might have sold the Eclipse biotic enhancing chemicals that are toxic in high volumes, something he didn't disclose. This might have gotten his partner killed. Now, Pitney does mention another small detail that I guess I didn't hear when playing, that every Eclipse member has to kill someone to join the group, which will come back in a few short moments. Keycard in hand, we gain access to the Eclipse hideout and run into Elnora. Elnora pleads with Shepard that she hasn't done anything wrong and that her notion of being a mercenary wasn't living up to the expectations. Without realizing what Pitney had said, I let her go, but later on in the level you get this audio tape that made my blood boil.
Well, it's official. Little baby Elnora is finally a full-fledged Eclipse merc. I earned my uniform last night when I killed that ridiculous Volus. Up close, exploding rounds. Blew the little bastard's suit wide open. I can't wait to see some real action. Next time I go home, my friends are gonna be so jealous.
Shepard also finds some incriminating evidence on Pitney 4, which we can use to extort him later or give to the detective, and find another Volus high on red sand. Damn, this stuff seems potent.
Fear me, lesser creatures, for I am biotics made flesh.
I don't know what drugs you're on, but stay back and I won't shoot you.
After defeating the Eclipse boss, we obtain the information Samara was looking for and return to the detective to free the Justicar. Samara explains that the fugitive is named Ardot Yakshi, and even though she swears loyalty to Shepard, she does want to find the fugitive before departing for the Collectors. Wrapping things up with the detective, I love this line from her about being able to tell her granddaughter she met a Justicar, and there's another small line previously of another Asari saying she wanted to be a Justicar when she was little. It's a great world building moment and insight on the Asari culture. Yes, they're more than fearful of Justicars and their abilities, but they do look up to them as paragons of their own species. Finally, we give the detective the evidence that the mercs killed Pitney 4's business partner and gave her the info on the Volus smuggling operation. All in a day's work. Our next stop has us going to Liara's apartment to see if she's gotten any information on the Shadow Broker, but when we arrive, something terrible has happened. An attempt on Liara's life. we're introduced to Vasir, a specter who's investigating the crime scene and asks for our help in determining where Liara might have escaped to. I absolutely love this change of pace within the mission. Searching Liara's apartment had a lot of great callbacks, like our original N7 armor displayed, a painting of Ilos, or the Prothean ruins from her excavating days. Shepard finds a hidden communication log and plays it for the group. Liara had paid this Salarian to narrow down the information that we previously gave her on the location of the Shadow Broker and asked Liara to meet him at the Baria Frontier offices. Vasir offers us a ride to the trade center, but as soon as we land, a huge explosion rocks the building. Still believing Liara is alive, Vasir takes the roof while Shepard and team start from the ground floor. I wasn't expecting this at all, and seeing the destroyed interior of this trading center filled with civilian corpses was jarring. Shepard finds an undetonated military-grade explosive and encounters Shadow Broker agents, so I'm pretty sure this dude is going through great lengths not to be found. In a weird directorial choice, we're shown that Vasir murders a Salarian employee and another merc, but then goes, "Woe is me, if I was just 2 seconds quicker I could have saved them." We heard the gunshots right outside the door, who else would have shot them? I guess it sets up Liara's unveiling, telling Shepard that Vasir was the one who tried to murder her and tipped off the Shadow Broker's agents to the office. So the Salarian that we saw Vasir murder was Liara's informant, and Vasir took that data with her. She makes this daring escape, and wow, is that only the second time we've seen Shepard incapacitated, the first being the beacon? Liara chases after the rogue Spectre and we chase after them. What happens next I was not expecting, and for a side mission, I was blown away. Even though the flying controls weren't that advanced, you're really just going left, right, or straight, the scale of the scenario was engaging and unique to the series so far. Swerving through construction sites and traffic all while trying to avoid proximity mines felt like I was in Fast and Furious 20. Plus we get our classic Shepard one-liners.
What kind of guns does this thing have?
It's a taxi, it has a fare meter.
Wonderful.
Shepard does take down Vasir's ship, but she's not dead yet. She's a Spectre after all, leading to a chase through the Azure. Now, the developers didn't have to add anything to this mission to make it more awesome, but the fact they thought of making the Azure this hotel brothel for Asari was genius. We have these two incredible Asaris duking it out, but then have this world detail about how the Asaris are also fetishized by Illium's population. Maybe it's just me, but the stark social and cultural contrast Mass Effect 2 displays makes it feel like a real universe. Also, the voice acting and writing is top-notch.
We'll get you out of here safely, Mariana.
Well, that's good to hear. All you had to do was walk away. Now it gets ugly.
Please, I have a son.
A son? I hope he gets to see you again. I've heard losing a parent is just horrific for children. Scars them for life.
I'm going to end you, Vasir.
It's okay, Liara. We'll handle it. The usual way.
You want Mariana's little boy to grow up without a mommy, Shepard? Thermoclips on the ground now. Power cells too.
Is that it?
What?
Vasir, I sacrificed hundreds of human lives to save the Destiny Ascension. I unleashed the Rachni on the galaxy. So for your sake, I hope your escape plan doesn't hinge on me hesitating to shoot a damn hostage.
Vasir's boss fight was honestly one of my favorites. She has both a barrier field and armor to deal with in combination with her movement abilities and waves of enemies she calls in, made it a really engaging fight. Shepard and Liara defeat Vasir and take Sakat's data on the Shadow Broker's location. Before Vasir's death, she does point the finger at Shepard for working with Cerberus, saying that it's no different than her working for the Shadow Broker. I thought this was an interesting take on Shepard's trajectory, since she does have a point that we're not all good deeds and altruistic action. But she also drops a true bombshell that never gets talked about again. She says that Cerberus were the ones that killed our whole unit on a Coup. Shepard does not reference this allegation once to Miranda or the Illusive Man, and I honestly thought I had misheard her or something, but no, the video doesn't lie. Did I miss the chance to confront the Illusive Man on this or find out more information? Beyond this wild notion, I thought it was a fantastic moment where our first choice in Mass Effect would come back now. Without a chance to catch our breath, we take the fight to the Shadow Broker. With the data from Liara's informant, we find the Shadow Broker's ship on the planet Hagalas, an incredibly harsh place with an unstable environment causing these massive lightning storms. The Shadow Broker ship again was a visual masterpiece with functionality too. There are these sizable capacitors conducting the random lightning strikes, and at certain times killing enemies, you'll see their bodies shoot up into the distance and be struck mid-flight. The fighting is intense, but the squad manages to get inside and find Feros hooked up to some torture device. We can't free him unless we cut the central power, which is in the center of the ship and presumably where the Shadow Broker resides. Finally, we put a face to the name, and I was not disappointed. Another checkmark in the win column for alien design. Even though the broker tries to one-up us with some scary jargon, Liara is smarter. She notices that the Shadow Broker is part of a species named the Yogg, who were quarantined by the Council after massacring the First Contact team. She surmises that the Yogg was taken as a trophy or a pet by the original Shadow Broker, but somehow killed and replaced them. It's sort of like a Dread Pirate Roberts deal. $10 Dog dollars if you get that reference. This obviously pisses off the Yogg, and we get another boss fight. Am I wrong, or is this just a side mission with 2 boss fights? It's freaking awesome. Liara breaks the shield generator above the Yogg, causing a pretty big explosion, but I guess it did disable the power to Feros' torture device. It's also pretty freaking cool that no one knows the true identity of the Shadow Broker, so when all their agents are asking for a report or what to do on their missions, Liara takes the helm and becomes the new Shadow Broker.
This is the Shadow Broker. The situation is under control. We experienced a power fluctuation while upgrading hardware. It disrupted communications momentarily.
However, we are now back online. Resume standard procedures.
I want a status report on all operations within the next solar day.
Shadow Broker, out.
With Liara's newfound position, we're given access to a lot of information, some of which was comical, like Miranda's internet searches, Jacob's workout routine, or Jack being a poet. But at this point, there was nothing really that helped us with the Collectors or the Reapers, which I was kind of confused by. Shepard also pulls a generational fumble.
Maybe next time you come by, I could come up to the Normandy.
Sounds good. Next time I come down, it's a date.
You dolt. With Liara's mission complete, our next person of interest was Tali. Closing in on the planet, Edie informs us that there is a considerable Geth activity within the ruins where Tali should be, and an environmental warning about the sun. I was eager to get back to our old-timey Geth killing days, but was also intrigued by the gameplay aspect on this world. Something has gone wrong with the planet's sun, and spending too much time under its rays will damage your shields, making cover very important. We find some dead Quarians with an emergency radio message saying we must find Tali, and oh boy, there are Geth. Somehow, I missed you guys. This level had a lot of verticality to its design, and having to constantly be in the shadows lent itself to some engaging fights. Why Tali and her Quarian crew are investigating this planet, we don't know yet, but after demolishing a barrier, Miranda mentions that these ruins are Quarian, predating the Geth uprising. Side note, Quarians created the Geth, now you're all caught up. Shepard gets into contact with Tali through a voice module, and she explains that they were conducting research on why the sun is aging at an incredible rate, but can elaborate once we've come together, which is easier said than done. Blocking the way to Tali is a Geth Colossus, but with the help of the last remaining Quarian Marine, we're able to bring this giant down. Reuniting with Tali, she explains that she was sent here to understand why Hailstrom's sun was destabilizing, believing there is something or someone tapping into the energy of the star. With the information she gathered delivered to the fleet, Tali joins us on the Normandy. But there is a lot of bad blood between the Quarians and Cerberus because Cerberus attacked the flotilla at some point. Before we can recruit another member, however, the Illusive Man calls up and says that the Turians disabled the Collector ship and it might have information on how to reach the Collector homeworld. But Illusive Man, what happened on a Coup? God damn it, I really want to know. Approaching the derelict Collector ship was a treat. I love the design of the hive structures on the exterior, and it extends to the interior. Further into the ship, we find some of the Collector's experiments, one of which used a Collector and a human to compare genetics, which gives us a startling discovery. Edie informs Shepard that the genetic structure of the dead Collector is almost identical to another found in ancient ruins, the Protheans. Wow, are you telling me the Collectors are the Protheans? Well, not so fast. Edie continues explaining that the Collectors are a morphed version of the Protheans, probably due to Reapers altering their genetics. Maybe that's why the Collectors were abducting so many human colonists, so that they could rewrite our genetic code too. Shepard and team make it to the central computer, but once Edie hacks in, we realize that this was all a trap, and the Collectors have come to collect. Sorry for the bad joke.
That can't be good.
What the hell just happened?
Major power surge. Everything went dark, but we're back up now.
I managed to divert the majority of the overload to non-critical systems. Shepard, it was not a malfunction. This was a trap.
We defend against waves of Collectors and Scions while Edie tries to scrub the virus from the Normandy systems. Edie does manage to debug the system. Get it? Debug? Fuck, another bad joke. She does reveal that the Turian call that led us to the Collector ship was created by the Collectors, but mentions there is an irregularity within the data, posing that the Illusive Man would have seen this discrepancy and knew it was not from the Turians at all. That double-crossing son of a gun. But we don't have time to dawdle on this matter of betrayal, as the once dormant Collector ship is starting to regain power, and with it, their weapon system. We fight through hordes of enemies and narrowly escape another ship disaster. I do question why they don't just fly the other way, since there's like one main gun, and I doubt the ship could turn on a dime, but whatever. We confront the Illusive Man, who tries to spin all of this as necessary data retrieval and how he needed the Collectors to think they had the upper hand, but I don't believe him. The Illusive Man does tell us what Edie extrapolated from the computer. The Reapers and the Collector ships use an advanced identification system, which is the only way of accessing the Omega-4 relay. We'll somehow need to possess one of the IFF systems in order for us to pass through the relay, and even then, we don't know what's on the other side. Coincidentally, one of Cerberus's research teams has discovered a derelict Reaper in space by, get this, tracking the path of one of its energy weapons through multiple star systems. That's freaking cool. Back with the crew, Edie informs everyone that they've located the Collector homeworld, but Shepard doesn't believe the findings, since it's located in the galactic center, or if you're a fan of Einstein, where a black hole should be. You do get the option to steam ahead, get the IFF, and go gun-ho into the Omega Relay, but our team wasn't complete, and there was a lot more game to cover before going on our one-way trip. I can't believe we're so far into the video in Mass Effect 2 that this is the first time we're going back to the Citadel. Damn, she looks great. I did promise myself no more Quasar bets. Ben, you promised yourself. Our first time back at the Citadel has us introduced to Kasumi Goto, one of Cerberus's recruits who quickly joins us, but also mentions a mission she'd like to go on for her partner's Grey Box. We also meet Captain Bailey, who I honestly loved as a character. He's some C-Sec officer who helps Shepard out a lot, like changing our identification back to living from dead. He'll come up more as we explore the Presidium and lower wards. Next stop down memory lane is with Captain Anderson. We set up Anderson as the ambassador to humanity, yet it seems more like arguing with the Council for the rest of his life. I did not miss these bureaucratic dumbos.
We've heard many rumors surrounding your unexpected return. Some of them are unsettling.
The Council is interested why we've publicly joined a designated terrorist group and still wants to be hush-hush on the Reaper invasion, still chalking it up to Saren and the Geth. They do reinstate us as a Spectre on the condition of keeping a low profile, oh okay bud, and keeping our actions confined to the Terminus system. Talking with Anderson after the Council meeting, you can ask him what happened after Sovereign's demise. It was interesting that even though Sovereign literally warped in, attacked the Council's fleet, and tried to merge himself with the Citadel, there was almost no hard evidence. Anderson says that there was so much chaos from the debris left after Sovereign's demise that they couldn't account for even half of the body. We can also question Anderson on Ashley, and he admits that he approved her mission to Horizon because they weren't sure who was abducting the colonies. I was kind of baffled he didn't put in a good word with us once they realized it wasn't Cerberus doing the kidnapping. What, I want Ashley on my squad. Anyways, we do have some crew members that need our help. Let's start with Garrus. Talking with Garrus back on the Normandy, he talks to us about the shootout in Omega, how he had a team defending him before we arrived, but they were betrayed by Sidonis, a fellow Turian. Even though Garrus doesn't know why Sidonis betrayed him and his crew, he wants him dead. Garrus's only lead is a person named Fade on the Citadel that specializes in helping people get off the grid, but we don't know how to find him. Cue Captain Bailey.
I'm trying to find a local forger. He goes by the name of Fade.
Yeah, I know him. The alias, anyway. He's been a thorn in the network division's side for the last year. He works with the Blue Suns.
Where can we find him?
If I knew that, he'd be in a cell. Best I can do is put you on the trail.
Bailey doesn't know the specific location, but does mention a warehouse in the marketplace that hosts some of Fade's contacts. Trying to find this place had me running into random stores, and I was kind of glad I did. It was intriguing the first time that you could offer an endorsement of a particular store and then get discounts for their items. What business wouldn't want the famed Shepard as their poster boy? Then I found it hilarious that you could do this with every available store, and Shepard uses the same line. So there are going to be like 5 different endorsement ads with the same dialogue.
I'm Commander Shepard, and this is my favorite store on the Citadel. And this is my favorite store on the Citadel.
No other gun shop has that kind of endorsement.
We finally make it to the warehouse and meet a Volus and 2 Krogan who quickly turn on us, but with a swift renegade moment are taken out. With a little intimidation tactics by Garrus, the Volus divulges Fade's location near the factory district and mentions Fade's true name is Harkin. If you don't remember from the first game, Harkin is the C-Sec officer that helped us find Garrus, but he's been fired from the Force and now is some nefarious people smuggler. Shepard and crew take a cab to the factory and see Harkin, who is pretty miffed that we're on the Citadel. He must have been doing a lot of legwork in the last 2 years because he is an army of mechs and Blue Sun mercenaries for us to fight. Even though the layout of the cargo hold was very similar to the one we saw in Illium, being able to see the underbelly of the Citadel was a novelty. Usually Garrus is cool and collected, but midway through this portion, Shepard can ask him about his intentions with Sidonis, and he really is just out to kill the guy. I get Sidonis betrayed his whole crew, it's just I never heard Garrus talk this way before. We get to Harkin and interrogate him about Sidonis. After some shots to the balls, Harkin complies and sets up meeting with Sidonis under the pretenses that his identity has been compromised. The player does get the option to intervene at the end of this social interaction, but I thought Harkin deserved it.
Maybe give C-Sec the blood trail a follow.
Bastard!
You're getting off easy, Harkin.
Garrus sets up his sniper for the shot, and Shepard distracts Sidonis long enough for it to be an easy one. Even though it was a quick sequence, assassinating someone in the Citadel was dramatic. In all the chaos finding Fade, I forgot to mention we bought the special groceries the chef requested all the way back in the beginning, and there is some funny dialogue about the calamari recipe being Asari.
Truth told, it's based on an Asari recipe. Seems a little cannibalistic to me with their tentacle heads and all, but they ain't no good grub.
Next on our loyalty missions is Kasumi, and I believe this was a DLC that was added, but please tell me if I'm mistaken. Kasumi's mission was one of my favorites, even if it was a bit short. We're destined for some high society party to steal back a gray box which was taken from Kasumi by Hawk. Kasumi explains that Hawk and his friends are nefarious lords of industry, perpetrating mass murder, political revolutions, all the above really. We've taken false names and have to gain access to Hawk's vault and get out while going unnoticed. Obviously we can't come packing our arsenal, so Kasumi has created a Trojan horse, a sculpture of Saren filled with our weapons and armors. If you didn't believe Hawk was evil, accepting a gold sculpture of the rogue specter that almost doomed civilization is pretty good evidence. Kasumi does elaborate on what's in the gray box, stating that there are a lot of priceless and personal memories from her partner's life, and a secret that if opened by the wrong person, might mean calamity. Hawk meets us at the door, accepting our gift and letting Shepard, Mr. Gunn, into the party, but tells Kasumi to wait outside. He doesn't seem to know who she is, but I was already a bit nervous about our identities being blown. Kasumi does have a cloaking ability that came in handy for this, so we're not going in solo, and helps us figure out how to gain access to the vault. This mission reminded me of the Hitman series, blending in with the crowd, having to do multiple mission criteria. Wow, this guy's living the dream. Shepard gets the passcode for the vault door, an audio sample from Hawk, Hawk's DNA from his bedroom, and disables the power leading to the vault. With all that set up, we open the statue of Saren and start our search. Seeing what was in the vault was a marvelous visual display. This guy has a lot of things like Michelangelo's David, the Ten Commandments, and even Lady Liberty's head. One item that intrigued me even more was the two conduit-looking objects in the back, but sadly we couldn't interact with them. Kasumi finds the gray box, but it's a trap, and the two have to fight their way out of the vault. This place was massive, and I loved the details within it, like the large mech army, or are these nuclear warheads? We have a pretty fun fight with Hawk's gunship, eventually taking it down in style. With the gray box obtained, we have a much more somber moment back on the Normandy as Kasumi interacts with it. The gray box holds a hologram or a message from her dead lover, plus information that could implicate the Alliance in what I'm assuming to be political espionage. The last words from the lover's hologram are, "Destroy the files," but Kasumi is reluctant because it's all she had left of him.
I can't do that. This is all that's left.
Goodbye, Kasumi. I love you.
Shepard does ask if there is a way to save the memories and destroy the incriminating files, but trying to decouple the espionage stuff within the memories is impossible since the two are encrypted together. After some convincing, Shepard offers to destroy the gray box, and the memories are no more. It was weird since we had just met Kasumi, but I truly felt bad for her. It's like if you had one final picture of your family but had to destroy it to keep you safe, it's not an easy choice. Our next loyalty mission is with Grunt, who's been going through some changes. Grunt confides in Shepard that he's unable to control his thirst for bloodshed, but doesn't know why it's happening so quickly. Edie doesn't know what's causing it either, stating that the only medical information on the Krogan are from autopsies, since the Krogan don't willingly share their medical history. The only place Grunt can think of to get answers is the Krogan homeworld of Tuchanka, and off we go. Landing on the planet, we're met by some heavily armed Krogan that inform us that the clan leader wants to speak with us and to keep our pet on the leash. I'm assuming they know he was born in a vat, and this is just the start of the disrespect Grunt will face. And look who it is, Rex. I'm sorry I didn't have you in my squad last game. A lot of people were telling me I messed up. Rex is in a talk with another Krogan arguing over reforms. Last time we saw Rex was on Virmire, where our choice to destroy the facility led to a lot of Krogan death. But Rex talks about it now as a turning point for the species. Destroying Saren's genophage cure freed the rest of the Krogan from indoctrination, which allowed Rex to unify the clans under one name. We present Grunt and ask Rex if he knows what's ailing the vat-grown Krogan, which boils down to, he's a teenager.
Adolescence? Can't we just take him to Omega and buy him a few dances?
No, really, Grunt is coming of age and needs to participate in a Krogan tradition called the Rite of Passage, but not everyone is on board. The Krogan who was arguing with Rex earlier about tradition is not too happy about the idea of Grunt being able to participate, and is debating this fact with the clan's shaman. Shepard and Garrus offer to be Grunt's Kront, the allies that will face the trials with him, and apart from some more resistance from the traditionalist Krogan, we're set. The squad is transported to something called the Keystone, one of the last remnants of the Krogan rebellion. It acts as a doorbell for creepy crawlies to come knocking, and the squad has to defend against wave after wave of alien creatures until we wake the big boy, the Thresher Maw. I thought it was kind of neat that you could just survive for the allotted time, or you could take the fight to the beast. In true Krogan fashion, we kill it. Unfortunately, with the Thrasher Maw defeated, the arguing Krogan from before appears and at first seems to have reconciled his distaste for Grunt. He mentions that the last Krogan to defeat the Thresher Maw was Rex himself. Through some more dialogue with Uvenk, we can sense that he's only after Grunt's power, saying Grunt could never work on their clan ship or breed, but would be used to tip the balance of power. Grunt is obviously not happy with that, calling him a pretender, and we fight him and his cronies, finishing him off with a nice headbutt. Damn, I love the charge ability. Back with Rex, Grunt is offered a position in the clan, but he refuses, saying that Shepard is his leader. I appreciate that. Our next loyalty mission is with Jacob. Talking to him back on the Normandy, he tells Shepard that he's received a transmission from a ghost the other night. A family ghost. Spooky.
I'm listening.
My private log got an update about the Hugo Gurns back, the ship my father served on. It sent an SOS last week, reporting a crash and requesting a rescue. Shepard, that ship went missing 10 years ago.
Shepard agrees to go to the SOS coordinates and see if the ship is truly there. I like the mystery premise, and after all the other loyalty missions, I was excited to see what was in store for this one. We find the ship's wreckage right off the bat, but it seems to have been there for a while, since half of it has been salvaged. There is an audio log from one of the survivors saying that horrible things have been happening to the crew and something about destabilizing cognition. Next to the audio log is a VI construct that's a bit glitchy. It gives us the information that the SOS beacon had been paused 8 years ago by acting captain Ronald Taylor, which Jacob questions because his father was a first officer while acting on the ship. Jacob asks for an explanation, and we're told that his father was promoted to captain under Emergency Command Protocol, the flagged issues being local food and neural decay. Uh-oh, did the crew turn into xenomorphs? The VI continues explaining that the food on this planet, when ingested, creates a chemical imbalance within the human brain, rapidly progressing neural decay, and maybe that's why they didn't activate the beacon right after the crash. Even odder is that the VI mentions the SOS signal Jacob got was activated remotely by his father, so there is some investigating to do. We are pointed in the direction of the wreckage, but I saw this woman hiding a little ways ahead of the beacon and completely forgot to check the ship. If you know what was on it, could you share that with me? Thank you. Talking with the survivor, we can definitely tell there is something ailing her brain. She talks in short sentences and refers to our shuttle ship as a star. She's also getting hunted by these blokes who call the survivor an agent of the Liar. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is like some sci-fi Lord of the Flies shtick. After dealing with the hunter, Shepard and team come across a village with other survivors, all of whom are female. Shepard hypothesizes that the fruits affect men and women differently. The villagers recognize Jacob thinking it's his father, saying that he promised them to call the sky, but nothing came. They also mention that the captain forced them to eat the local fruit, and Jacob is perplexed why his father would have the crew eat that if they knew it was toxic. But a ship log explains this, detailing his father and other officers' choice to hoard rations for themselves and hope to get treatment for the rest of the crew at a later point. The log continues saying that there were a few mutinies from this decision, but they were killed by the captain's mechs or forced to eat the fruit. Jacob assumes that even though his father did eventually fix the SOS beacon, the abuse of power and standing he found himself in was too great to let go. But then, why did the signal get sent after 8 years? After killing the captain's brainwashed guards, we confront Jacob's father, who is very blasé about this whole entire situation. He tries to play it off as he survived the crew's descent into madness and they hailed him as a leader, but from the log records in the VI, we can't believe that.
I've got to have some back pay coming.
What about your crew, acting captain?
Total loss. The toxic food turned them wild. They propped me up here in some kind of ritual behavior. Waiting for a chance to signal has been hell.
That's the best you can do?
Before we get our conclusion, I knew I recognized Ronald's voice from somewhere, and wouldn't you know, it's Dave Fennoy who voices Tosh in StarCraft 2. He's also done a lot of other games and is a great voice actor, but sheesh, this character is a bastard.
Jacob. No. Not Jacob.
Why not me? Would 10 years of this look better to anyone else in the galaxy?
You have to understand, this isn't me. The realities of command, they change you. I wasn't ready for that. I made sure you were taught right. Before I left, I hoped to leave it at that.
Ronald's justification for all of this is he thought the first months were bad enough and sending the SOS would probably put him and all the other officers in jail, but that doesn't explain how the signal was sent recently. I chose to arrest Ronald and bring him to Alliance Court. The other options were Jacob killing him or leaving Ronald to live out his villainous act. neither of which serve justice for his atrocities. We walk in on a conversation between the Illusive Man and Jacob, where Jacob is questioning who sent him the SOS signal. The Illusive Man denies any action, but Miranda shows up and admits that it was her who gave Jacob the signal, talking about keeping old promises. I must have missed something because this confused the hell out of me. Even Jacob is confused by Miranda's actions. Regardless of that odd loyalty mission, the next one is a doozy.
Discovered that Krogan population was growing too quickly. Overcoming Genophage. Had to take steps. Personally led a team, created new version of Genophage, released it on Tuchanka, other colonies. Restabilized Krogan population.
Mordin reveals to us that he created a new version of the Genophage and released it on Tuchanka and other Krogan colonies because the Krogans were becoming immune to it. Mordin even defends the first Genophage, but I really have a hard time coming to terms with a manufactured disease creating mass sterility for a specific species. Somehow disclosing all of this to Shepard leads into Mordin's request. He asks us to save one of his fellow research members who worked with him on the modified virus from a blood pack group back on Tuchanka. Surprisingly, Rex helps us out, but I guess Shepard doesn't mention the Salarian's background. The Chief Scout knows where the blood pack are located and had sent out a scout to observe their movements, but they haven't reported back. Riding to the Blood Pack base, seeing the devastation of this world had me thinking about Gears of War. It's funny how so many unique games can have similar themes and aesthetics. Within the Blood Pack base, Mordin discovers a human body that's been experimented on. He elaborates that the human genome is easier to manipulate and much more diverse than other alien races. I thought this could tie in with the Collector narrative after seeing them fiddling with genetic alterations as well. We get certified badass moment number 3 when dealing with the Blood Pack's clan speaker, and I just had to pull the trigger.
The surviving races will frighten their children with tales of what the Blood Pack did to the Turians. The Asari will scream as their citadel plunges into the sun. We will keep Salarians as slaves and eat their
You talk too much.
See? The human cannot hit a simple target.
Gruesome. After that encounter, we find a dead Krogan and can talk with Mordin more about the Genophage and his defense of it. He doesn't view the first Genophage or his alteration of it as murder, rather a medical variant designed to stop the Krogan uprising and a dreadful war. He even mentions that Tuchanka wasn't destroyed by the Genophage's effects, but that of the Krogan's own doing using nuclear weapons. But conflating racial sterilization not having the same physical effect as a nuclear bomb and its aftermath, I felt was like comparing apples and oranges. What did you think of this?
Genophage medical, not nuclear. No craters from virus, damage caused by Krogan, not Salarians, not me.
So if the Krogan banded together and formed a united government, you'd welcome that?
Yes, United Krogan saved Galaxy, destroyed Rachni. Genophage, not punishment, simply alters fertility to correct for removal from hostile environment.
Shepard eventually finds the lost scout from Rex's clan who is tranked out of his mind. He tells us that they used him in experiments to find a cure, convincing the poor scout that what they were doing to him was necessary and he would be hailed as a hero. It was also really sad that he views himself as a lesser Krogan, saying he's not big enough to have any chance with the females and forgoing having children of his own. Being the test subject that cured the Genophage would change that. With some stims and a solid pep talk from Shepard, he really is good at that. The scout heads back to Rex's camp with a new vigor in him, and we find Mordin's old research partner. Even though Mordin was under the assumption that Maelon was abducted or kidnapped, finding him unharmed surrounded by high-tech computing doesn't fit that narrative. Maelon voluntarily traveled here to cure the altered Genophage because he felt guilty being part of Mordin's team. He thinks by finding a cure that he'll right his wrongs. You can question him about the hypothetical of the Krogan trying to conquer the galaxy, which he has an interesting viewpoint on. Maelon says that the galaxy is already warlike, with Batarian attacks in the Traverse, the Geth invasion of the Citadel, so on and so on. He's not wrong about this. It goes perfectly into one of the major themes we talked about in our first video, that Mass Effect perfects moral grayness. There is no right answer to most of the situations Shepard or the galaxy face. There are a lot of wrong ones though, but who gets to decide what should be done? Malin even thinks if Mordin's alteration didn't happen, that it would have caused the Council to take precautionary steps for the Traverse colonies, like Eden Prime, and would have united the galaxy, which I think is a little out there knowing the Council, but that's his ethos. There is also the fact that he's experimenting on humans and other Krogan, which I guess in the grand scheme of this situation isn't as grandiose, but Mordin is not having it. Shepard steps in before the murder and convinces Mordin that it wouldn't be who he is as a person. I did find the conclusion to this loyalty mission a bit melancholy. Without killing Malon, there is the possibility he continues his research or tries to leak the information about the modified Genophage. Mordin is certain that the Solarian Special Task Team will cover its tracks and deletes all files within the base, destroying any hope for a cure for the foreseeable future. I was against the original virus when Carahy talks about it in the last game. I was against Mordin when he explained the alterations in this game, and I find it kind of odd that we couldn't find a middle ground to this issue. Sweeping everything under the rug doesn't absolve Mordin from his work or the Council from its choices.
Don't worry about me, Mordin. How are you doing?
Should have killed him. Wanted to. Easier than listening. Easier for him, too. Experiments indicate how far he's fallen. Expected it from Krogan. Not one of mine.
We're getting closer to finishing these loyalty missions, but the next one made me wish for a spin-off series between Samara and Shepard. Samara reminds Shepard when they first met on Illium that she was tracking a dangerous fugitive and getting the information of which ship they used to get off the planet. Samara has tracked their location. She warns Shepard that the Ardat Yakshi is a master manipulator, and I was getting kind of spooked by their description. Samara also drops this bombshell that the Yakshi is her daughter and takes responsibility for their actions, hence why she wants to kill her.
I cannot imagine what this is like for you.
I do not want pity, Shepard. I do not accept it. My daughter's condition is my fault, and my redemption lies in killing her.
We're back on Omega, asking Arya if she's seen anything suspicious, and she points us in the direction of the tenements where the last victim was from. These are the moments that truly solidify Mass Effect 2 as one of my favorite games. Shepard meets with the mother of the deceased, who tells us that no one is taking her daughter's death seriously, writing it off as a brain hemorrhage. We've seen so many people burned, bludgeoned, blown up, yet in these focal points of grief and sadness, death hurts.
It's so hard when no one believes you. I'm all alone now.
The mother allows us to investigate her daughter's belongings, where we find a note talking about an Elcor artist, Forta, a small statue created by the daughter, and a video diary. I wouldn't call this indoctrination, but Samara was right that her daughter has special powers allowing her to manipulate unsuspecting prey. From the video diary, it seems like Morinth, the Ardat Yakshi, has been prowling the Afterlife VIP section for her victims. Samara and Shepard head that way, but have to devise a plan since any sight of Samara would tip Morinth off. The two come to the conclusion that Shepard will have to go into the club solo and try to pique Morinth's interest in the attempt to get her to seduce us, like she did with the previous girl. How do we do that? Well, it's kind of hilarious. We talk with the first guy in the club who says he bought tickets for an Asari for her favorite band, Expel 10. Then we show off our sexy dance moves on the floor, convince the bartender to give everyone a free drink, insult a Krogan, and punch a Turian for harassing dancers. This was the perfect checklist to get the woman's attention because Morinth pulls us aside and literally says we're the most interesting person in this place. Hell yeah, we are. Sitting down with her for a drink, we can use the information about her favorite band, the Elcor artist, and our own personal darkness to tempt her even more into hemorrhaging our brain. Morinth invites us back to her place, but we're not here for pleasure. Before Morinth can mindflay us, Samara bursts in and the family have a pretty epic duel, all while Shepard is just staring at them. The player does have the option of killing Samara and getting Morinth on our side, but I wasn't going to trust someone I just met. Plus, killing a Justicar probably meant that the Asaris would be on us fast.
End of the line, Morinth.
And they call me a monster.
Find peace in the embrace of the goddess.
Holy moly, that was brutal. Even Samara's soliloquy is heart-wrenching.
Do you want to talk about what happened?
Shepard, What do you think I will say? What can I say? I just killed the bravest and smartest of my daughters. There are no words. I will try another time. For now, show mercy on a broken old warrior and let us leave.
Back on the Normandy, we have a conversation with Thane, who reiterates that he's dying. I did enjoy Shepard always asking if we could help his ailment, but Thane says it's incurable. He does ask for our help with a familial problem. Oh boy, 2 in a row. Thane opens up to Shepard that he abandoned his family for his line of work, leaving his son with their aunt and uncle, hoping that Koliat wouldn't follow in Thane's assassination footsteps. But sometimes when you try really hard to influence something, it backfires, and Thane has gotten the information that his son has taken a hit job on the Citadel and wants to stop him before he completes his mission. Captain Bailey comes in clutch. Seriously, this guy helps us with everything without asking questions, and says that a Drell, the species Thane is, was seen talking to Mouse, a petty criminal messenger. There's this great brief detail we get on Mouse as Bailey calls him a former ducked rat, explaining that duck rats take on odd jobs like data running, fencing stolen goods, or selling illegal VI personalities. What really threw me was that these small criminals are usually children who grew up on the Citadel. Because they're kids, they're able to climb through the ventilation ducts where C-Sec can't get them, but not without incidents. Bailey says that every month or so they'll pull a body out because they either fell a long distance, chopped up by a ventilation fan, or suffocate. Jeez Louise. Mouse survived all of that, and since he is well connected in the criminal sphere, he'll probably know where Thane's son is, or at least who hired him for the job. Bailey also mentions one of the illegal VI personalities depicts Shepard, and we should ask Mouse about that. Shepard and Thane find Mouse outside one of the bars and shake him down for information. We do our typical shtick and get Mouse to give us the name of the person who hired Koliat, an Elias Kellum. From what Mouse tells us, Elias is a pretty bad dude, and the Citadel might be better off without him. We can also ask for our VI personality, but I never found a place to interact with it. Back with Bailey, we tell him who hired Koliat for the hit, but unfortunately the two have some sort of unsaid agreement. If Elias doesn't cause too much trouble, Bailey and C-Sec look the other way. Elias even buys tickets to the C-Sec charity ball for Bailey. Oh man, that's corruption 101. Bailey does agree to help us if he can play the ignorance card and tells Shepard that C-Sec will bring Elias into the interrogation room so we can have some quality time with him. Even though Elias's lawyer shows up 2 minutes after his detention, Bailey stalls for time, giving us one of my favorite choices in the game, whether we play good cop or bad cop. The interrogation commences, but Elias doesn't buy the performance, even though we are wearing this sick dragon armor. He's also smart enough not to confess to putting out a hit job while in C-Sec custody. I tried to be the good cop, but we weren't getting anywhere, so I had to switch characters.
I'm done being patient. Give me a name or I'll cut your balls off and sell them to a Krogan.
All right, fucking quit it.
Elias confesses that the hit is for Joram Talid, a Turian running for political office down in the lower wards, but that's all we get since Elias's lawyer finally gets to his client. Bailey knows of Talid and his platform. Apparently he is very anti-human, but that doesn't mean that we'll leave him to be assassinated. The next portion isn't as riveting as I would have liked. We follow Talid and his bodyguard around the lower wards trying to spot Koliat, which took a while. There is this pretty funny interaction being spotted by one of the workers where Shepard poses as a Citadel health and safety inspector. Somehow we convince him while wearing this armor. Finally, we see Koliat's attempt on Talid's life and confront him before he can pull the trigger. This was part of some sort of B action movie scene. Shepard's Paragon move is to shoot the lamp next to Koliat and then punch him like he would knock some common sense into the kid's head. Thane and Koliat talk about his abandonment and not being there when his mother died. Even worse is that the mother was killed by people trying to get to Thane. Thane swore to get his revenge on those triggermen, but that took so long that when Thane got back to Koliat, he was a grown Drell. Fearing to be a bad influence, Thane let Koliat go on his own, and we're here.
This isn't a conversation you should have in front of strangers. Boys, take Koliat and his father back to the precinct. Give them a room and as much time as they need.
You're doing him a favor, Bailey. Thanks.
Yeah, well, send me a Christmas card or something.
What a line. Christmas is canonical in this universe? Who would have guessed? Back at CSEC, Thane understands that years of neglect can't be solved in one sitting, and they'll keep talking and see what happens. I guess he didn't mention he's about to embark on a mission that will likely get him killed or that he's dying, but oh well. Next on the loyalty list is Tali, who has received a message from the Flotilla Admiralty Board accusing her of treason and requesting her presence for a trial. On the flotilla, Tali learns more of the charges, being accused of sending back operational Geth parts which, knowing the Quarians, is not kosher. Tali denies doing this, saying all the parts she did send were neutralized, but something transpired on one of the research vessels that was working with her shipments. Talking with some of the other Quarians, I thought it was interesting that they kept calling her Tali Vas Normandy. I guess it's like human last names, but since Quarians primarily stay on their ships, their last name is defined by their vessel's ID. Being Vas Normandy seems like it makes sense from Shepard's perspective, but for Tali, it means that her community has ostracized her. We're also told that any accused Quarian that stands trial is defended by her ship's captain, aka us. Shepard wears many hats. We start the hearing and immediately get the sense that many on the Admiralty Board are not very happy with our presence or Tali's actions. Restating they're accusing her of bringing back operational Geth parts, going further and saying that Tali's father had been working on them, his research ship has been taken over, and everyone is presumably dead. Tali was not told about this until now, which is pretty messed up, and Shepard convinces the board that instead of blowing up the ship, that we can absolve Tali's infractions and possibly save her father by boarding the ship and destroying the Geth presence, something we're pretty good at. The board reluctantly accepts, and we're given a shuttle to head over and retake the ship. Arriving at the research vessel, we're welcomed by lots of Geth, but Tali is positive that everything she sent wouldn't be able to start the Geth cycle. As we continue through the ship, Tali starts to think that maybe her father had something to do with the resurrected Geth, but doesn't want to believe that until we find a data center confirming experiments on the Geth programming. Sadly, at the end of the ship, Tali finds her father dead and his last confession, showing how he bypassed security protocols for his research. Even though the evidence exonerates Tali from any wrongdoing, it does fully incriminate her father. Tali, worrying about her father's legacy, asked Shepard to destroy the evidence, and I came down a little hard on her. Why protect a dead person? Tali does explain that the board would erase his name from the history books and reducing him to a cautionary tale Quarians would tell their children. I did understand her willingness to try to protect her father, yet he did do all of this, and knowing that the Geth destroyed the Quarian homeworld, it seemed far more risky than intelligent. Despite my thinking, I did want Tali on my side, so back with the council, I played it the best I could. We hard deflect.
Please.
Does Captain Shepard have any new evidence to submit to this hearing?
Tali helped me defeat Saren and the Geth at the Citadel. That should be all the evidence you need. But if you want more, I can present the Normandy, which Tali also saved from Geth forces, even though it's too quiet for her to sleep well.
Tali is cleared of all charges without revealing her father's actions, and I chalk that up as a win-win. We got 2 more loyalty missions to go, and I'm pretty thankful that the collectors are just chilling for the time being. That's very sweet of them. Jack tells Shepard they were abducted at an early age by Cerberus and experimented with impunity to make Jack a superbiotic. Honestly, is there someone in this damn galaxy that hasn't been royally fucked with? With the files we gave Jack after the prison escape, which I thought I was bluffing about that, but whatever, Jack has found the coordinates of the facility they were raised in and wants to go back there and blow the place up. Alright, fair enough. This level design was excellent. If you've watched my channel before, you know I'm a sucker for secret laboratories in the rain, and this was footing the bill. Inside the facility, Jack recounts the terrors they faced as a child, like this fight pit the doctors would make the kids participate in. Jack oddly loved it and mentions it was the only time they were let out of their cell. Jack also mentions that they were the ones who started the riot that eventually led to the facility's demise, but holotapes we find around the facility seem to tell a different story. Another holotape sheds more light on the research, how their experiments on other biotically inclined subjects led to numerous children being expunged in order to protect Jack. Even worse, that after the facility went foobar, what was left of the researchers joined Alliance-funded programs. We're also not the only ones here, as Shepard and team encounter mercenaries in the next room that are taking orders from someone named Aresh. Dealing with the Blood Pack, we enter Jack's former cell and meet the gang leader. Aresh is another survivor from the facility and was experimented on so that they could perfect the tests used on Jack. He continues explaining that he hired the mercenaries to rebuild the facility and try to unlock his own superbiotic powers. He does shed light on Jack's childhood narrative. It wasn't Jack who started the riot, but the other children. The scientists would have killed them all if it wasn't for the fact that Jack did get loose and trying to protect their Wunderkind failed to reinstate order. Now, I will say in retrospect that a lot of these loyalty missions do seem similar. Someone from someone's past reappears, Shepard stops our squad member from murdering them or helps them, and past issues get resolved. I do think it works well in the game. I thoroughly enjoyed each experience while playing, but typing it all out after the fact does make them seem eerily similar. Shepard convinces Jack that Aresh can't restart the facility and that Jack needs to let go of their past in order to move forward. I did find it poignant that after letting Aresh leave, you can walk around Jack's cell where they describe the different memories associated with certain furniture or areas.
Sometimes I dream that I'm back in this bed being tortured. I used to tie the sheets around my wrists and try to rip them off. I want to stop coming back here.
After reminiscing, Jack still wants to blow this place to Kingdom Come. Shepard, there might not be any more humans living here, but that's a lot of wildlife to burn. I'm just saying. We're on our last loyalty mission, and funnily enough, it's for our first recruit, Zaeed. The premise of this mission is to liberate refinery workers from the Blue Suns mercenary group, but it turns out Zaeed wasn't as straightforward with us. Once Zaeed hears the voice of the head mercenary at the facility, we can question if he knows him. It turns out that Vito and Zaeed go back a long way, and it's not pretty. The pair started the Blue Suns group 20 years ago, but Vito staged a coup against Zaeed, almost killing him. Zaeed isn't here to rescue the workers, instead it's the first time since the coup that he's known Vito's location and wants revenge. In Zaeed's desperation to kill Vito, he starts a plant-wide disaster, destroying gas lines and causing the facility to go into a panic. The player has the option to go in on the revenge motive or try to save the workers that will inevitably die in the coming explosion. I wasn't a fan of being lied to and thought the workers didn't deserve to die because of one man's vendetta. Shepard convinces Zaeed to save the workers instead of chasing after Vito, but he's not happy about it. Shepard does manage to shut down the gas lines and avert a meltdown, but with the time it took to do so, Vito escapes and we get a Point Break reference. It's a great movie. Somehow Zaeed survives a huge chunk of metal landing on his leg and doesn't want to be a part of the mission until Shepard literally holds a gun to his head. What is going on? Yeah, that was a weird mission and probably worked better if I had done it much earlier in the game. Regardless, that's the last loyalty mission for now. And even though it ended on a whimper and not a bang due to my own choices, I still loved playing through them. The player gets so much more of the universe through the eyes of his squad members' stories, and having everyone loyal for what's about to come is imperative. Now back to the main mission. We still need to figure out a way to use the Omega-4 relay without it detecting we're not the Collectors or a Reaper. Remember that the Illusive Man found a derelict Reaper out in space, and within it we can salvage an IFF reader that will disguise the Normandy. The thing is, Cerberus already sent a science team to investigate the creature, but no one has heard from them since, which is not a great sign. This portion of the game gave me Dead Space vibes. There are recordings of the science crew still functional in certain terminals. Everything seems to be going well until they start talking like they're going crazy.
Katie had anger management issues. When my brother got married, the best man tried to hit on her. She kicked him down the church steps.
What? Katie's my wife. I must have told you this story.
No, I know my wife. I remember, that day was the only time I saw her wear stockings.
Yeah, the kind with seams up the back. That's what I remember, too.
What the hell is this? How can we remember the same thing?
The interior of the Reaper was intricate and off-putting in the best way possible. If you had told me we would be stepping into one of these things after Mass Effect 1, my hair would be sticking up, and this area does not disappoint. There are a lot of husks climbing out of the crevices, and then you stumble on this massive dragon's teeth field, the term used for the lancers Geth used to impale humans and turn them. Shepard hypothesizes that even though the Reaper is quote-unquote dead, its power of indoctrination is still functional, leading to the madness of the science team. In the next room we encounter something very odd, a Geth that saves Shepard from an ambush and even speaks some English.
Shepard, Commander.
Never heard of a Geth speaking to someone.
Shepard retrieves the IFF, but before we leave, we'll need to destroy the Reaper's core to prevent any more losses for unsuspecting researchers. In the next room, we see the Geth fiddling with the core. What they're doing, no idea, but they do unlock the door for us before being knocked out. I thought this was a pretty fun engagement. You have to defend against waves of enemies while also waiting for the core to open and deal damage to it. Being almost max level, our squad of Garrus and Miranda shined, and with some well-placed shots, the core is kaput. We do have the option to save the Geth that helped us, and even though we just saw what they could do to the research vessel on the Quarian flotilla, I was making choices like I was in an improv class. Always say yes. Safely back on the Normandy, Shepard, Jack, and Miranda have an argument over activating the Geth. Miranda rightly acknowledges that if we do activate it and it's not friendly, it could corrupt the whole ship within seconds and our mission would be done. There is also the debate on what to do about the IFF. Edie says there is a chance that including the IFF in her systems might pose an even greater security risk, but what choice do we have? Now, this is a part of the game where I scratched my head a bit. I think the developers thought that you might have another loyalty mission or two before activating the IFF, so when Miranda says the whole squad is on the shuttle waiting for us and just leave, it didn't really make sense to me. What mission was she talking about? It does lead to another curveball that I applaud the game for implementing. While Shepard and the whole damn team are off on this random mission, Joker is the ranking officer and something is happening with Edie and the ship. Integrating the IFF has had the unintentional side effect of sending out a coordinate transmission of our location straight to the collectors, who come to collect. With the primary defense systems offline to the system hack, Joker has to manually turn them back on by overriding the AI constraints within Edie's operating room. Even though this is just Joker walking around the ship, I still enjoyed the sequence. It was visceral seeing the crew be taken or killed right in front of us with no way to fight back. They probably got Kelly as well. Maybe I'm not so torn up about that one. There was also this nice visual detail showing Joker's progression throughout the ship, and he eventually reaches Edie's physical location, giving her access to the ship's defenses and movement system. Joker, Edie, and the ship are saved, but the whole crew has been taken. We are informed that the virus from the IFF is cleared and we're able to use the Omega-4 relay, but damn, does it feel weird to walk around and not have anyone on board. Kelly. Before we embark on our journey to the center of the galaxy, Shepard decides on activating the Geth being held in the AI core because why not? What else could go wrong? The conversation with Legion, yeah, that's his name, is wild. Legion considers other Geth heretics because he believes true Geth have the power to self-determination, while the others, or heretics, choose the Reapers to design their prerogative. Because Shepard is against the Reapers and Legion is too, an unlikely alliance might transpire. Legion tells Shepard that the Reapers have a virus specifically for the Geth, causing them to worship the Reapers and start a war with organics, sort of like indoctrination. Legion was on the derelict Reaper trying to find the code the Reapers used on the heretics and negate it. But I was a little confused since aren't the Geth already aligned with the Reapers? Like, didn't this virus already consume the Geth population? Regardless, Legion says that if they could reach the Heretics' headquarters station, that they could stop the virus from spreading more and save the remaining Geth from falling into Reaper control. Alright, one more loyalty mission. You got me, Legion. Arriving on the Heretics station, Legion poses two options. Destroy the whole entire transmission station so that the heretical Geth can't communicate with each other, or repurpose the virus for our own means, making them subservient to our bidding. Garrus does say out loud what I was thinking. How would that be any different to the indoctrination?
If we do not rewrite them, we destroy them. That is why we are here. Do not hesitate now. They will exterminate your species because their gods tell them to. You cannot negotiate with them. They do not share your pity, remorse, or fear.
Well, that's one way to look at it. Shepard and team fight through hundreds of Geth, defend Legion while he hacks into the transmission terminal, and finally have to decide on whether to switch the virus to our side or destroy the whole entire thing. I did question Legion about the possibility of the Reapers just changing the code again and redoing the whole virus to heretic thing, but he convincingly says that once they upload the new one, they can destroy its archetype and the Geth will be one once more. Even though I had a problem with the whole virus spreading through a whole species, or this time machines, I knew there was a fight to come and having Geth on our side might tip the tides of the battle with the Reapers. With that, the redone virus is transmitted through FTL channels and will hopefully end the Reaper's control over the machines. Getting back to the Normandy, we're not done with hard choices, as Tali has confronted Legion about him preparing to send a message to the Geth about the Quarian flotilla. Oh my god. Luckily, now that we've maxed out our Paragon dialogue, we convinced Legion not to send the data because it would cause another devastating war for both the Quarians and Geth, which he computes. And Tali offers some non-classified data for him to use. Hopefully she doesn't have to go back to the Admiralty board for that. With every character now loyal, our ship upgraded. Yeah, I spent about 30 minutes probing planets and getting our armor and weapons souped up. We're told that we're at the fulcrum point. Plotting course to the Omega Relay will be our last galaxy map choice, and I was ready for it. I'm sure you are too at this point.
Brace for deceleration.
Oh shit! Too close.
If you're not impressed with this, I don't know what to say. This is epic. The Collector homeworld is littered with destroyed ships that have made the same journey we're on now. Joker even says that some of them look like they're hundreds of thousands of years old. The Normandy is attacked by Collector drones, and Miranda has a line about the new armor we picked up. I wonder what happens if you didn't upgrade the Normandy. The Collectors are doing a ton of damage to the ship, but Shepard defends the cargo hold from a new enemy type called the Oculus, and we show the Collectors we're up for round 2.
Time to show our new teeth. Fire the main gun.
How do you like that, you sons of bitches?
Get in close and finish him off.
Everybody hold on, gonna be a wild ride. Give him hell, girl.
Look out!
Mass Effect field generators are offline. Edie, give me something!
Generators unresponsive. All hands brace for impact.
Joker gets the Normandy situated on the Collector base, but a lot of the systems are malfunctioning, and getting back through the relay might not be in our future. Shepard has the ability to choose different companions for specific tasks like infiltrating the ship, and with all of that set, off we go. This was an enjoyable moment because it felt like it was well worth it to finish off all the loyalty missions and collect the full crew. And we needed them fighting more hordes of Collectors trying to reach the main core. Going into this, we've been told it will be our final mission, but I wasn't ready to lose people. I have to hand it to the developers though, I never thought I would mourn a Geth dying.
The door has malfunctioned. Path blocked. Complete.
Here they come! Close the doors!
The mechanism is jammed.
Suppressing fire! Cover them!
Critical.
Legion!
Shepard and team discover what's left of the Normandy's crew trapped in the Collector's harvesters, including the Doctor, who recalls the horrors they've witnessed while imprisoned. From what she can infer, the Collectors were melting the humans down into a genetic paste and pumping the solution into the control room right above us. Yeah, saying it out loud gave me the shivers. We need to figure out what the Collectors have been using the genetic goo for, but to access that area of the ship, we'll need to go through the insect swarms. Unfortunately, at their condensed volume, Mordin's countermeasure system we've been using won't be sufficient. Samara volunteers herself to create a biotic barrier to traverse the room, and we send Grunt back with the doctor and the other survivors to the Normandy. Seeing Samara's powerful biotic field protecting us from the swarms was frickin' awesome, and even though it was slow to get past all the enemies, we eventually made it through. Reaching the penultimate room, Shepard has to decide who's going with him to the control center and who will hold the line to protect them. Hold the line. Kirhi. Speaking of that crazy Solarian, Shepard dabbles in a heroic speech.
The Collectors, the Reapers, they aren't a threat to us. They're a threat to everything. Everyone. Those are the lives we're fighting for. That's the scale. It's been a long journey, and no one's coming out without scars. But it all comes down to this moment. We win or lose it all in the next few minutes. Make me proud. Make yourselves proud.
Well said. Let's go finish this.
What was waiting for our characters wasn't on my bingo card. Edie radios us that she's run the diagnostic of the Collector's system and that they're feeding the genetic goop into a superstructure that is emitting both organic and non-organic energy signatures. Well, the Collectors have been trying to make this. Alright, pause. A human reaper? What the fuck does that even mean? Edie tries to explain it that the Collectors have been using abducted humans' genetics as a building block to build this abomination, but from her calculations, they'll need millions and millions more. She continues saying that the Collectors are trying to reproduce Reapers, and wow, this makes vat-grown Krogan look like a walk in the park. The last thing Edie mentions is that the Collectors did not come up with this on their own, so I'm guessing that the project lead is the Reapers themselves. It was also interesting that Edie thinks that different species construct each Reaper, and maybe that's why the Reapers do this whole 50,000 year harvesting to make new ones out of the new life that's born. But Shepard and Edie's conversation can't last forever, and the Collectors attack. Sorry, I just wanted to take one photo for the picture book. We destroy the genetic injection tubes, wow, say that 3 times fast, and watch the human Reaper fall. With the protection team on their last legs, Shepard calls Joker to tell them we're setting up the bomb and to be ready to get the hell out of here, but there's someone that wants to talk to us first. Joker patches the Illusive Man through, and this is the only time that the tables have turned. He's the hologram and we're in the physical plane. I thought that was a neat contrast. The Illusive Man tries to convince Shepard that instead of blowing the place up that we could switch the bomb into an EMP, killing the remaining Collectors but leaving the machinery and technology intact. But that would save the Reaper-human hybrid and whatever other atrocities this place held. Knowing what I do about Cerberus after all the missions, codex files, and hints the game was giving, there is no way in hell I was trusting the Illusive Man with any of this. Miranda even follows us, giving her 2 weeks notice, and with the bomb set, we gotta run like hell. Oh, I knew this thing would come back like a Dark Souls boss. The Reaper human larva, as it's called, wow, another spine shiver, isn't the best boss we've encountered, more so a DPS check oddly at the end of the game, but the spectacle is thrilling. Shepard, Miranda, and Garrus survive the Reaper human's demise and escape within this cutscene as the Collector that takes over bodies, the one we saw on Horizon, does this monologue all about how we haven't changed a thing and doom is coming. Yeah, I've heard that one before. Shepard makes this epic leap as we see the Harbinger, without subtitles I would not have known this main Collector's name, saying he is releasing control with a Reaper projection on his computer and subsequently gets deep-fried. The Normandy escapes the blast and has seen better days, but that doesn't stop Shepard from talking with the Illusive Man one more time.
Shepard, you're making a habit of costing me more than time and money.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you. I'm getting a lot of bullshit on this line.
Yeah, that's my captain. Shepard breaks up with Cerberus and we see the crew transporting back the bodies of the fallen. Suddenly, it cuts to the Reaper armada that should have still been dormant in deep space waking up and heading to our galaxy. Excuse me? I'm going to let the credits roll, but how did they awaken? I thought the Citadel had to relay the signal in order to wake the Reapers. If it was just the Collectors that could do that at any moment, why did they not do it right after the signal failed and Saren couldn't work the manual one? This confused the hell out of me, and it made me wonder if I had missed something in our attack on the Collector's ship. I assumed while writing and viewing the footage that it was the Harbinger who said releasing control, but why wouldn't they do that any time before getting blown up? Hopefully this will be addressed in the third game, but those questions didn't sour my experience at all with Mass Effect 2. This was one of my favorite games I've played in a while, and I truly think it's a perfect sequel. A perfect game is subjective, but with sequels you know when they accomplish something greater than their first iteration. From the combat enhancements to the story, side characters and squad members' narratives, fulfilling worlds and addictive mechanics, Mass Effect 2 could do so much more than the first game, while also being a true continuation of the galaxy we fell in love with. Mass Effect 2 adds pages to an already thick book with nuance and intrigue, setting up for a third game that I've only heard bad things about, which kind of scares me more than a Reaper invasion. Joking aside, I'm tentatively curious about what went right and wrong for Mass Effect 3. I never played 2 before this retrospective because I was very influenced by the community's backlash at 3's conclusion and just didn't think it was worth it, which was wrong. Even if I never heard the specific justification, only that the ending was a train wreck, I'm going to make that judgment for myself now. Well, if you're still here, I appreciate you with all my heart. Thank you for taking this long journey with me, and if you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, comment, subscribe if you aren't, all that YouTube jazz. It helps out immensely with the channel, so thank you. I'd love to hear your experience playing through Mass Effect 2, if you think it's a perfect sequel as well, if you think it's a bad game. Whatever your opinion is, it's always awesome to read and start a dialogue. And I hope this finds you well. Until next time, talk soon. Howdy folks and welcome. I hope this finds you well. Today we'll be exploring the finale of a remarkable trilogy, and a game with the highest of highs and the lowest of lows. After finishing Mass Effect 2, I was apprehensive starting the third game. I had never played Mass Effect 3 before this retrospective. My only connection to it was my memory of the severe community backlash from the trilogy's ending in 2012. 9 years later, in May of 2021, the Legendary Edition released, enhancing the 3 titles and apparently smoothing over the alleged atrocity of the original's conclusion. But do we now have a satisfying resolution to Commander Shepard's story, to the galaxy's fate and the characters that shape this franchise into one of the most compelling and dynamic universes you can experience in the gaming industry? Well, it's a complicated answer. Few game franchises have featured such robust continuity between their iterations as Mass Effect did. Story choices the player made in the first 2 games have tangible effects during the third in ways I did not expect. There were character progression moments that I actively sought out, leading to fantastic payoffs that truly resonated with me on an emotional level. These story aspects are bolstered by the massive scope Mass Effect 3 accomplishes on a galactic level. Revisiting certain worlds that the player had experienced in the first 2 games was profound, magnified by stellar visuals that immersed you into almost every situation. Talking Shepard out of a bad scenario or needing to use your sweet biotic enhancements and weapons to settle a score was rewarding most of the time, and the leap made from the first game in terms of fluidity on the battlefield was always felt. Yet there is another side to Mass Effect 3 that I experienced that cannot be obfuscated. One that the first 2 games did not suffer from, in my opinion. There is a well-known quote attributed to the philosopher Ralph Waldo Emerson that goes, "It's not the destination, it's the journey." I thought about this saying a lot before starting Mass Effect 3. If the ending was truly terrible, it still would have been well worth it for the moments along the trilogy's journey. But as the game unfolded, I quickly realized Mass Effect 3's journey was fragmented and disjointed compared to the first 2. The majority of the story's pacing was completely off. The player would face huge diplomatic struggles between alien races that have fought for centuries, finding solutions that you began in previous games. Then you'd be tasked with scanning planets for 20 minutes to find some random artifact because you overheard an angry Volus banker saying he needed it, and Shepard turns from galactic savior into delivery driver. The player is constantly reminded that the galaxy is on the brink of destruction from the Reaper invasion. Planets are being being torn to pieces, hope is fading, but then Shepard flies off to save a random engineer from a remote Cerberus outpost because we need to hit a certain amorphous war asset number? Going into Mass Effect 3 as a blind playthrough, the gameplay loop felt terrible in between main missions because it didn't correspond to the urgency of the galaxy's situation, nor the bigger picture Shepard was trying to accomplish. However, despite the pacing issues, certain lackluster side quests, and the choppiness of execution, there were many moments that genuinely were remarkable, all of which we'll highlight through our time talking about this game. Mass Effect 3 truly has some of the highest highs of the series and lowest lows. But was it worth the journey? Let's find out. The ending of Mass Effect 2 left a lot of narratives open. What happened to Cerberus and the Illusive Man? How quickly can the Reapers reach our galaxy? Did anyone listen to our warnings? For that last question, it sounds like a no. Shepard is on Earth stripped of his commander title, and James, who we'll kind of get to know during the game, mentions he's been told not even to salute Shepard. Even though it seems Shepard is out of the Alliance, we're summoned to the Defense Council for an important meeting and see that Anderson is back in his military duties after serving as the ambassador for humanity on the Citadel. I found it hilarious that Anderson jokes with Shepard about gaining a few pounds after being relieved of duty.
You look good, Shepard. Maybe a little soft around the edges.
It's ironic since this is the only game where Shepard doesn't run out of breath when running longer than 10 meters. Around this conversation, people are scrambling as Alliance surveillance has picked up something big headed Earth's way, and Admiral Hackett has mobilized the fleets. Before meeting with the Council, we see another familiar face, and wow, they really changed Ashley's style. I wonder if she's still angry with us for joining Cerberus. The Council informs Shepard that many colonies outside the Sol system have lost communication, and Shepard literally pulls a "I told you so." We can't even get 2 more sentences into lambasting the Council as an officer reports the Alliance moonbase has lost contact and, oh yeah, we're screwed. Showing the Reapers making it to Earth at the beginning of the game is an excellent way to start. It was the scariest possibility in the first 2 games, and seeing it come to fruition suddenly set the stakes high. In contrast to the first game, both Mass Effect 2 and 3's openings put the player on the back foot. It makes the progression and narrative of fighting back more rewarding. The visuals in this next sequence were awe-inspiring. Seeing the Reapers lay waste to the city was intense, all while being on foot trying to reach the Normandy. This portion also functions as a pseudo-tutorial for the movement system. Shepard learns he can pull off some sick jumps, take cover, go over cover, and climb down ladders, plus a melee option. In the next room, Shepard discovers a scared kid in the vents trying to hide from all the destruction who looks like he's gotten Botox recently. I know the Mass Effect series is older, but facial expressions were never good, except maybe the Asari's. The kid disappears into the vents and Anderson hurries Shepard along. While traversing the mangled building, Anderson suggests if they make it to the Normandy in one piece, we should head to the Citadel and seek help from the Council. Even saying that Shepard still holds the Spectre status, which should count for something. I audibly scoffed at that notion, since the Council historically has barely listened to us during the last 2 games, and Anderson should know that. Down at the spaceport, we meet a new enemy type, the Cannibal, which looked like a Scion but without the insane armor stats and biotic powers. Shepard and Anderson defend against waves of cannibals until we get our first look at the Normandy coming to the rescue. See what I mean about scope? That's frickin' awesome. If I had a nickel for every time Shepard makes an epic jump in this game, I'd be well off. Anderson decides to stay on Earth to help the Alliance soldiers still fighting the Reapers and doubles down on us trying to get the Council's help. As the Normandy departs, Shepard sees the kid from the vent trying to escape, which does not go well. Obviously, Shepard has seen some horrific events throughout the games, but as we'll see later on, this one sticks with him. What a way to start a game. We made contact with Admiral Hackett, who tells us that the Alliance fleets were decimated by the Reaper attack, and instead of going straight to the Council, we'll need to go to Mars first. Apparently, the Alliance has found more Prothean artifacts on the Red Planet, including an archive which might have a way of stopping the Reapers. Hackett also mentions Liara being part of this outpost, and I was excited to see an old friend, but questioned what she was doing there instead of being the Shadow Broker. The crew arrives on Mars, but the outpost is unresponsive, and a huge sandstorm is about to envelop the area. I'm guessing importing your previous character gives a slight advantage early on. We had a lot of points to spend on skills, and I sort of enjoyed the talent branch even if it was pretty linear. Not even 10 feet away from our LZs, Shepard and team witness Alliance soldiers being executed by Cerberus troops. Ash does seem apprehensive about this development, asking Shepard if he knew about this, so I guess she's not completely over our brief partnership with the pro-human terrorist group. Inside the facility, we get a quick cutscene showing Liara trying to escape more Cerberus goons, and then being a complete badass. Talking with her, she explains that the research team had found a Prothean blueprint for some device that could wipe out the Reapers. Unfortunately, Cerberus also knows about the blueprint, and with the Alliance fleet in tatters trying to defend Earth, have taken control of the research archives. Getting to the archives won't be easy, as Cerberus has locked most of the transport systems down, and seem to have a double agent within the science team. You can also investigate one of the troopers' bodies, which brings a disturbing discovery.
Oh god. He looks like a husk.
Yeah. Not quite. But they've definitely done something to him.
Looks like Cerberus has been experimenting on their own soldiers, transforming them into husk hybrids, which doesn't fit into their usual human purity ethos. Liara tricks the remaining troops into unlocking the shuttle system, and the team get access to the archives. The Illusive Man appears, continuing his villain aura farming and talking about a way to control the Reapers instead of destroying them. This was interesting since back on the Collector's ship, he also wanted to preserve the human Reaper hybrid and study its technology. Despite the Illusive Man's shift in ideological tendencies, one thing was certain: the search for power trumped all other principles. Liara interrupts the reunion, telling Shepard that the archival data isn't here and that someone is locally transferring it to Cerberus. And wouldn't you know, it's the Cerberus spy in one of the alcoves within the room. Shepard and team chase after the Cerberus agent with the data, and I don't know if this was a visual bug or if Dr. Ava just ran like this, but it was pretty silly looking. James crashes into the fleeing Cerberus transport, and in its wreckage, we discover another Cerberus secret. Dr. Ava isn't a human, but a cyborg. It's not like Cerberus didn't use aliens or AI in the last game, but thinking the Illusive Man trusted an AI cyborg to perform espionage made me scratch my head a little bit more. Shepard doesn't pull the trigger before Ashley gets her head bashed, but does put down Dr. Ava and orders Liara to take the body on board. Joker calls in telling us that there are multiple Reaper signatures incoming and we have to boogie out of there. One great narrative aspect of the Mass Effect series is never knowing who could be killed off. Even though Ashley isn't dead, seeing a main character so easily disposed of so early on in the game continued the tone that the Reaper attack on Earth established. Since the team can't return to Earth, the next possible location to find Ash some help would be the Citadel, and Joker plots the course. We get our first video conference with Admiral Hackett, but oh golly, it will not be the last. Liara tells him about the data we recovered was indeed for a massive weapon system which looked like half a Death Star mixed with the Spear of Cassius, and Hackett will start researching the blueprints at once. Hackett also says that we'll need to do everything possible to get the Council to support Earth's defenses, but again, I don't know why any Alliance member would be optimistic about that possibility. Arriving at the Citadel always gave me the chills. I don't know if it was the aesthetic design of this massive structure, the infrastructure itself, or the chance we might see Captain Bailey, but I was ready for our return. Holy moly, it's him! Bailey has been promoted to commander, but isn't so enthusiastic about his promotion. He tells Shepard that the Council is expecting us, but they're dealing with a lot of other problems at the moment. Exploring the Citadel through Mass Effect 3 was a great feature with neat details like the recruitment signs for the Alliance. or family members trying to check in with loved ones in different solar systems. Shepard makes it to the council hearing, and instantly my emotional trauma from dealing with these bureaucrats came back tenfold.
We need your help. Everything you can spare.
Each of us faces a similar situation. Even now, the Reapers are pressing on our borders. If we lend you our strength to help Earth, our own worlds will fall.
We must fight this enemy together.
And so we should just follow you to Earth?
The Council does have a point that they can't just send their fleets to Earth, leaving their systems vulnerable to Reapers, but when they are shown the blueprints for the Prothean weapon, they're still not willing to lend any assistance to the project. The Asari Councilor even dismisses it, saying that the Protheans died to the Reapers, so why do we think the blueprint would work? Liara retorts, mentioning something called the Catalyst, which was the final piece that the Protheans apparently never got because they ran out of time. Sadly, the Council views the Reapers' focus on Earth as a pseudo-distraction, giving them time to secure their own borders and convening a summit between the Turians, Asaris, and Solarians. The meeting ends and Shepard goes back to Udina's office where the Turian Councilor joins the two. He divulges that the previously mentioned summit between the alien races will not move forward without the Turian Primarch, who they've lost contact with. The Councilor makes an interesting proposition, that Shepard rescue the Primarch and in exchange, they'll convince the Turian fleets into helping the Alliance. Now, if you've watched the two previous retrospectives, you know I'm not a big fan of Udina, but you're able to talk to him after the Turian Councilor leaves and it's an engaging dialogue. He seems to be genuinely supportive of the Prothean project and with good reason, since he tells us that the situation on Earth is not looking good.
I know what I'm gonna do. What are you gonna do?
Humanity has created some goodwill in the galaxy. Now we cash in our chips. I will get what funding I can, what materials I can, and spread the message. Help the humans, help yourselves.
Speaking of characters I wasn't a fan of, Al-Jalani, the reporter that spins harder than most news networks, is harassing Commander Bailey and springs an impromptu interview with Shepard outside the room. The galaxy is at war, and not caring about my Paragon level because, well, this might be the end of civilization, I chose to be a renegade here. Maybe that won't play well on the 6 o'clock news. Regardless, we had the opportunity to visit Ashley in the hospital, and off we went. Before seeing Ashley, there's another familiar face of Dr. Chakwas, who explains to Shepard what happened after the Collector ship. Obviously, I wanted one of my favorite voice actors back on the Normandy, and it wouldn't be bad to have a doctor on board either. So Shepard tells her to get her stuff and report. Ashley is still unconscious from the cyborg attack, and this moment between her and Shepard was poignant. They've been through a lot together regardless of the whole Cerberus thing. Mass Effect is at its most impressive when showcasing these small human moments in contrast to the epicness of galactic encounters. Going back on the Normandy, we're introduced to Shepard's PTSD simulator, vivid dream sequence. I had literally no idea what was going on, why we could only move at a snail's pace, or the reason for chasing the kid from the beginning. Maybe it's all catching up to Shepard's psyche. Awakening from the dream, Shepard briefly talks to Liara about his bad night's rest and then meets Specialist Trainer, who's not a terrible character but adds an oddly small tonal shift to the game. I'd love to hear your thoughts on these moments, because Mass Effect 3 has a lot of overt comedic bits compared to the first two games that I wasn't expecting. In this example, Trainer talks about how she's attracted to EDI's voice, and this burgeoning affection repeats for multiple laughs throughout the game. She does show us the upgraded portions of the Normandy, but as we'll soon talk about, there is one change that was a complete downgrade. We're back with Hackett on the video comm, which pretty much explains what the war asset number means. The more people we recruit, alliances we forge, yada yada, the faster and better the Prothean weapon will be for the final confrontation. Shepard does ask about Earth, which Hackett replies that they can hold out until we can get the device working. I understand from a gameplay level not wanting a failure timer, but setting up the narrative that Earth is being demolished so badly we need immediate support, yet they can hold out for us to do missions light years away didn't sit right with me. Anyways, back to the TMS, or Total Military Strength, the gauge to see what kind of ending you'll get. On one hand, it's pretty awesome to see how Shepard affects the tides of war with his recruitment of certain factions, races, and technology. On the other hand, having a good ending or a secret ending be completely reliant on doing every side mission in the game can create fatigue. I rarely look up how to accomplish things in games I play for retrospectives. I think organic playthroughs make for a better story, but I also invested over 100 hours into the franchise and wanted to know what the TMS threshold was for a good ending, but we'll get back to that later.
Commander, the Alliance has found a new Cerberus lab on Sanctum. Admiral Hackett would like you to investigate.
Oh, so Trainer is just the private message received replacement for Kelly from Mass Effect 2. Gotcha. We had some time to explore the ship's changes before the first mission, which held some interesting finds, good dialogues, and some lackluster bits. I was kind of disappointed by how little it mattered that Liara was the Shadow Broker. She has this pretty cool setup in what used to be Miranda's office, but for someone with almost limitless connections and agents, it doesn't really play a part in the story. I was a bit worried that we had the AI cyborg laying down exactly where Legion was placed, but without the force field. I did enjoy that upgrading and buying weapons and armor was now on the Normandy. This made it a lot easier to try new builds and play around with your loadout. I did wish there was more you could do with weapons, like maybe a specialty gun with more modification slots, but I digress. Our first true mission is to investigate a Cerberus lab where they're testing out Reaper tech and might lead to some answers on the Illusive Man's true ambitions. I was kind of hyped for this, bring the fight to Cerberus while finding out more information on the Reapers, but then it leads into a level design that starts the journey's fragmentation. This level is small, like maybe smaller than the docking bay in the Citadel. You need to find 3 Reaper samples Cerberus has been researching, all of which are 20 feet away from each other while defending against waves of Cerberus troops. It almost felt like the Gears of War Horde mode with an extra step. On its own, I would be fine with this, but these types of missions where the arena is of a similar size, waves of enemies keep appearing and nothing else gets boring fast and are used often. I consider these missions filler rather than substance. This goes back into trying to hit that war asset number. If you don't do these copy and paste missions, you're not going to hit your target. It forces the player who wants a satisfying conclusion to a series they've been invested in for 5 years to repeat mundane gameplay that doesn't serve as a compelling narrative format. It's a stark contrast to other missions that are expansive, tactical, and have meaning through player choices, like rescuing the Turian Primarch or the Quarians on Rannoch. Speaking of the Turians, we head to their homeworld next, or I guess it's moon, which blew me away. This is what I mean by extraordinary scope. Seeing the space battle unfold between the Turian cruisers and the Reapers is insane. Then you get this shot of Palaven in ashes, which doubles down on the Reaper's power, but this is only one view. Once you're on the moon, you feel like you've truly stepped into a war zone. Seeing husks assaulting Turian positions or having the Reapers actively engaged in the distance was breathtaking. Shepard meets with the Turian general, who tells us that the Primarch was killed not an hour before we landed, and that might complicate the situation. The Turians have a pretty strong chain of command, but with communication to the homeworld being disrupted, we don't know who will take Primarch Fedorian's place. Shepard volunteers to fix the command tower, and off we go killing bad guys again. With many husks dead and a photo or two taken, the command tower is fixed and the general has information on who's next in line for Primarch. Unfortunately, succession isn't simple since so many Turians have been slaughtered already, but a glimmer of hope shows itself when Garrus appears.
Garrus!
Vicarian, sir. I didn't see you arrive.
At ease, General.
Garrus tells us that he's been fighting with Victus, the next in line for Primarch, earlier this morning, but their squads have been separated. Because comlinks are still being interfered with by the Reapers, the squad has to search on foot. Shepard handles waves of husks, marauders, and a new enemy type called the Brute, which we'll see a lot more of them later. We eventually find Victus and tell him about the situation, but he's not so keen to leave his fellow soldiers defending the moon. I enjoyed this parallel between Shepard having to leave Earth and Victus leaving Palaven. Both could be useful in the tangible war effort on their respective planets, but as Shepard says, there is a bigger picture of uniting the races. Yet again, one success leads to another complication. Victus does agree to become Primarch and speak for the Turians at the summit, but will not lend the Turian fleet until Palaven is secured. Surprisingly, Victus's suggestion is to ask the Krogan for help, which, knowing the bad blood between the Krogan and literally everyone, is a tall order to say the least. This is reinforced by the Asari counselor, who Skypes in saying that the Asaris won't even come to the summit because of how outlandish the idea is. This whole situation was looking bleak, and then hearing Joker over the intercom saying EDI had just gone offline, I was not confident about our chances. Investigating EDI's chamber, Shepard discovers that the AI has transferred herself into the cyborg body. I didn't know if we could trust EDI since she was created by Cerberus, and knowing we cut all AI constraints in the last game was a little ominous. But I guess she's part of the crew now.
EDI, you need to alert us about incidents like this. You shouldn't have done this alone.
Bringing the crew up to speed would have been counterproductive. All attempts to help would have been limited by reaction time.
Next on the mission list is the Grissom Academy, which Traynor explains is one of the specialized schools for Alliance biotics. This piqued my interest because she mentions that it's part of the Ascension program. In Mass Effect 2, during Jack's loyalty mission, we found out that many of the scientists that experimented on her and the other children in the Cerberus lab were given jobs with the Ascension program. I wondered if there would be any references to that connection. Traynor had seen the Academy's evacuation message, but like the fake Turian message also from the second game, Cerberus didn't fully conceal their encryption, which tipped Traynor off. At the Academy, Shepard meets with Kaylee Sanders, the director of the program, who tells us that most of the students had been sent home because of the Reaper invasion. Wow, what a way to miss school. Sanders also knows Anderson, saying that they were friends during Anderson's Quick Spectre tenure and was there when Saren betrayed him. I was a little bit disappointed that you couldn't ask her anything about the connection to the Telton facility, but I guess we didn't have the time since Cerberus forces were going after the remaining students. Jack makes her appearance defending the students, and it turns out that she had become one of the teachers at the academy. I loved the dynamic between Jack and the students, and was glad that it seemed like she had left her past on Pragia.
Alright, amp check. Prangley, those fields were weak. Cerberus isn't gonna lie down out of pity like that girl you took to prom.
With the kids secure, the team needs to escort them to the escape shuttles and faces more Cerberus troops blocking the way. We also get this very cool moment where you can take over an Atlas, which reminded me of the Bushwhacker from MechWarrior. Even though these Atlas sequences were pretty contained, the variety was nice to have. The students, Sanders, and team narrowly escape, and Shepard has the choice to either have the students become a support squad or strike team. Now, this sounds like a neat choice, but it really doesn't affect anything other than the war asset number. Just like the many assets you'll get along the way, they just boil down to the number rather than having a tangible effect on the narrative outcome even with the extended cut. If I had known this prior to playing, I would have just let them become the strike team. Back on the Normandy, you can have an emotional conversation with Cortez, your shuttle pilot. He talks about losing his husband and the continued grief he feels, telling Shepard that the only thing he has left to remember his husband by is the last phone call they had.
I'm sorry for your loss. He obviously cared a lot about you.
He was afraid I wouldn't let go. But for him, I moved on. Or at least I thought I had. Then the invasion hits, there's no time. And the one thing I grab is this. I mean, what's the point of moving on with your life when everything is going to hell?
Start thinking that way and we've already lost.
One of the more confusing parts about playing the Legendary Edition of the Mass Effect Trilogy was figuring out what the DLC was and what was in the base game. It wasn't necessarily a problem, but added on to the pacing issues that I experienced. The next mission I chose, again without any knowledge of additions or content, was speaking with Dr. Bryson on the Citadel. Thinking this was just a normal side mission and I'd quickly finish it, then work on the seemingly more urgent diplomatic summit was incorrect. Going to Bryson's lab starts the Leviathan DLC. Bryson explains that he's been assigned to this research team investigating legends and rumors of the Reapers before our discovery of their existence. But before he can explain anything else, his assistant shoots him out of nowhere and starts mumbling about the darkness can't be breached. Well, I was intrigued, especially remembering the science team on Eden Prime during the first game where one of them kept referring to the darkness during Sovereign's attack. Shepard and the team interrogate the assistant, who pleads with us that he blacked out or lost control when taking Dr. Bryson's life. EDI luckily mentions that Shepard knows what indoctrination is. Yeah, it felt like he forgot. The assistant divulges that the Leviathan they've been tracking is an ancient creature, maybe even older than the Reapers, and it might have killed one too. He also points at this ominous-looking orbed artifact and immediately gets taken over again.
Turn back.
What are you talking about?
The darkness cannot be breached.
Damn it.
EDI and Shepard deliberate on whether pursuing such a powerful and unknown creature is wise, but if the thing can take down a Reaper, we might not have a choice. The player then investigates the laboratory, compiling evidence that Bryson had managed to collect. With said evidence, Shepard and EDI are able to track the movement of the Leviathan and figure out where Garneau, another of Bryson's assistants, was sent. Maybe he'll have more information. The last known location of Garneau is in the Izor system on this mining asteroid. The interior designs of most of the levels we saw in Mass Effect 2 and 3 are beautiful, and I have to applaud the time it took for the level designers to make each space feel unique. I was taken aback by the fact that within the facility, we see a brute and two marauders trying to breach a door. Usually when we see Reaper troops, they're rampaging, rather than calmly trying to break through locks. Oh, there's the rampage. I also didn't know if this new bypassing interaction was for loading the next portion of the level. It confused me the first time. On the other side of the door, Shepard finds the mineral workers, who seem to be very calm about us and the intruders. Yeah, something feels wrong here.
Yes, welcome to TGS Mineral Works. How can we help you?
Yes, for the tour. Please sign in.
Shepard asks for Garneau, but the workers aren't willing to help us, and from the looks of the broken elevator, might have sabotaged this place. Walking around the facility, Shepard finds one of the audio logs from Garneau mentioning that he had found another one of the orbed artifacts, similar to the one in the lab. The plot thickens when trying to get to the mining sector. One of the bodies in the medical lab claims that they are Garneau, but when questioned about what he's discovered about the Leviathan, I'm not so sure it's him.
The darkness must not be breached.
The darkness?
Why do you pursue me?
Doctor?
Leave the artifact. You will not take what is mine.
I don't believe we're actually speaking with Garneau.
Whatever the Leviathan is, it certainly has similar powers to the Reapers, like controlling people's minds. Shepard tries to recruit it from the proxy, but it seems like they don't want to join us, and we have to chase the guy to the mines before they can destroy the artifact. Now the Reaper troops have come out in full, and it seems like they're also hunting for the artifact. This gives us a good time to talk about the combat in Mass Effect 3 a little, which was the most fast-paced out of the trilogy. I didn't mind the evolution of gameplay. It coincided with Shepard becoming the Merchant of Death through experience, but I'll always have a soft spot for the more KOTOR methodical fights from the first game. We eventually reach the proxy, but are too late, as the Leviathan-controlled human blows himself up and the artifact. There is a plot twist, however, as searching the room reveals that the real Garneau had died there a while ago. In his personal logs, Garrus finds messages to Anne Bryson, who we can assume is either Dr. Bryson's daughter or wife. But before we can investigate that lead, there's another startling discovery. The workers have been released from their trance and, get this, have no recollection of any events in the last 10 years. Somehow this orbed artifact is a catalyst to the Leviathan mind control, hence why the assistant back on the Citadel could be controlled. I did question how Shepard and the rest of our team are immune to this power, but I guess it wouldn't have been much of a story if we just succumbed to its indoctrination. Back on the Citadel, Shepard realizes how dangerous it is to keep the orb in the lab, but it might be the only way of figuring out where the Leviathan is. With the extra data from Garneau's personal log, EDI blocks the telepathic power of the artifact and we search for Anne Bryson. A convenient video log from Dr. Bryson's bedroom reveals that Anne is Bryson's daughter and has also been researching the artifact on a different world that has been recently attacked by Reapers. There's no time to lose since she might be the last person to help us find Leviathan, and Shepard and team depart. The dig site is crawling with enemies, and the change in environmental level design felt unique to the series. You're traversing unstable labs hanging by a thread on a cliffside, with hostiles trying to bring everything down. You can also see these cave drawings of what look like a Reaper, which piqued my interest even more. We eventually find Anne, who's the sole survivor of the attack, and trying to get to the evac zone, discover more cave drawings depicting this singular Reaper being treated like a god. We then see some Reaper troops interacting with the artifact, managing to turn it on somehow, and Anne gets controlled by the Leviathan just before Garrus destroys it. There is a pretty epic battle while waiting for Cortez to land, with multiple enemy types assaulting your position and a harvester that takes a ton of damage to kill. Thank God for Garrus having armor-piercing rounds. We safely make it on board the shuttle and have a discussion about what Leviathan could be. Maybe it's a Reaper that broke away from the ranks and never returned to dark space after the last cycle, or just went rogue. Anne is so excited about the possibilities, but we need to tell her about Dr. Bryson's death, which leads to this somber moment back on the Citadel.
It's all right. I can come back.
No, please. I'm okay. Seeing all this again? He was so obsessed. Crazy sometimes.
I didn't get a chance to know him.
Oh, sometimes I felt the same way. He was a great man. A pioneer. But he could be distant. I felt like an inconvenience growing up.
After going through her father's research, Anne surmises that when the Leviathan takes control of a person, the energy required to do so can leave a trace, even if it's systems away. This leads to her volunteering herself to unlock the artifact and being possessed long enough for EDI to trace the signal to where Leviathan is located. This was a spooky scene for a couple of reasons. The biggest concern in my mind was remembering the Solarians back in Saren's indoctrination base getting lobotomized from the experiments and wondering if the same fate would happen to Anne. Since the galaxy is at stake and there was nothing to lose if the Reapers won, I chose to become more of a renegade, stopping James from putting the barrier back on and continuing to negotiate with the Leviathan, even if it was having adverse effects on Anne. EDI does complete the trace, and we're off to find this ancient monster on the remote planet of 2181 Desponia. Tracing Leviathan was easier than finding the creature. As the shuttle gets closer to the signal's origin, we're hit by some sort of EMP wave, disrupting the ship and causing a crash landing on a pre-existing cruiser. It wasn't just the fact that we landed on some derelict battle cruiser, but seeing the other ships in the distance, similar to when we went through the Omega-4 relay to fight the Collectors, was harrowing. We were obviously not the first to find Leviathan intentionally or not. The Reapers have followed us here, and after some close quarters combat, Cortez sees an Atlas docked in one of the bays. He proposes the idea of powering it up so Shepard can dive down to where one of our probes last made contact on the hunch that that's where we'll find Leviathan. Well, cheers to trying out new things. As a fan of deep-sea creatures in games like Subnautica, I was all in with this sequence, even if your movement speed was lethargic. The underwater area was beautifully spooky, and I loved the neat detail of the pressure gauge as you descended further. Shepard finds the probe still intact and then discovers we were right. Oh, hi there, Leviathan. The presentation of the Leviathan is awe-inspiring. Not only the physical presence, which looks like a Reaper, which is explained during the dialogue, but most of the conversation happens in this ethereal mind world as Shepard is taken over. This was a lore extravaganza, but also had some setbacks. Firstly, for the lore, the Leviathan confirms that they existed before the Reapers. Even though they're able to kill Reapers, they've accepted the harvest. Instead of fighting to end the cycles, they've just hid. The Leviathan then explains that they were the apex of life where sentient beings would worship them as gods. The problem was that sentient life would create machines or AI that would overthrow the lesser beings, making tribute to the Leviathans non-existent. To stop this cycle, The Leviathans created their own intelligence with the mandate to preserve life, but that doesn't go well for them. The intelligence comes to the conclusion that assimilation is the most effective way to preserve life, and the first harvest is that of the Leviathan, and why the Reapers reflect their shape. You can also ask the Leviathan about the Crucible, the Prothean weapon we're trying to build, and unfortunately, they've seen the project before, but it's never been completed for reasons we'll find out later. The Leviathan reiterates that the sole purpose of the Reapers is to preserve life, and each harvest they're trying to unlock that answer, making our galaxy a sort of petri dish experiment on how life evolves. Now, one of the downsides of this interaction is the fact that Shepard can just talk to the Leviathan, this primordial ancient creature, into helping us after millennia of hiding because this time is different. I realize it would be very anticlimactic to have the Leviathan not join us after all the hoops we've just jumped through, but Shepard is literally in its mind prison, and they just listen after maybe 5 different variations of Shepard saying, "We're unique." Another downside to getting the Leviathan on our side is that we never see this creature again. This will be way farther into the video, and maybe I didn't notice them in the final battles, but they too become just a number on our war asset board. It made me feel like the effort we put into finding them a little bit less rewarding, but I'd love to hear what you think about that aspect.
It's clear why the Reapers perceive you as a threat. Your victories are more than a product of chance. We will fight, but not for you or any lesser race. We were the first, the apex race. We will survive. And the Reapers who trespass on this world will understand our power. They will become our slaves.
Back on the Normandy, Shepard informs Hackett that there might be a space-flying alien accompanying the Alliance fleet, and if the Reapers had a beginning, they might have an end. We encounter another downside to the overall game in my opinion back on the Citadel. You spent hours with your previous crew during Mass Effect 2, especially if you completed their loyalty missions. Not having the ability to bring them into your squad in Mass Effect 3 felt like a letdown. It was nice to be able to find them spread out throughout the game and some conclusions to their stories, like talking with Thane, but not having the choice to fully bring them back made me scratch my head. Anyways, our stop was with Arya T'Loak, our Omega friend and nightclub enthusiast. Yeah, Shepard's having a good time. Arya explains that Cerberus has taken over Omega and that's why she's on the Citadel, plus she wants to join the war effort against the Reapers. She continues laying out that she's almost convinced the 3 mercenary groups we fought in the last game, Eclipse, Blue Suns, and Blood Pact, to serve under one banner, hers. The only thing is that each leader of their respective mercenary groups wants one more favor, which will be needed for. I wasn't the biggest fan of this idea, since each group were terrible in the last game. Eclipse trying to steal Miranda's sister, the Blue Suns using slave labor at the refinery, and the Blood Pact poisoning the lower wards on Omega, just to name a few instances. Now, I would have just not done any of it if it wasn't for the goddamn war score. Reading people's reactions to the ending, I was surprised that this aspect of the game wasn't talked about more. You're sort of forced into completing content regardless of your motives if you wanted the good ending. Regardless, something that impressed me was going through one of the docking bays that has turned into a galactic refugee camp. It made you feel like the war was on, and all of these factions that hated each other before have to coexist since they have nothing left outside the Citadel.
I don't know how long it was since I escaped Lyon. Do you know Lyon?
No.
We also meet another crew member from the previous game, Miranda, who tells us that her sister again is in danger from their father. When we offer our assistance, she kind of deflects it, at least for the moment, and that's the whole interaction. Again, for someone who we talked with and did their loyalty mission, this interaction seemed more of a fan service than a tangible narrative. Now the bouncing around really starts for our adventure. Having lots of missions available is usually a good thing when it comes to an open game design. But for Mass Effect 3, I would have liked it to be a bit more concise. Why not have certain parts of the galaxy closed off due to Reaper invasions, only unlocking after certain key moments? It might have helped with the pacing and build-up, especially when it came to the DLCs, because next on the list is a mission on Eden Prime, which has a lot of implications. Our reports tell us that there is another Prothean relic which has been uncovered on Eden Prime and that Cerberus has launched an attack, killing most of the colonists. I did like the callback to the first game where Anderson tells Shepard and his team to focus on the artifact and not the civilian population. We get to choose our dialogue option at least, but it was an interesting way of showing how Shepard and the galaxy have progressed since our first mission. One thing I found kind of funny about going back to Eden Prime was that it looked better in the first enhanced game than this game. I'm assuming that the first two games got much more of the graphical overhaul than the third. Exploring the dig site, we immediately find a literal Prothean in one of their preservation chambers. I was surprised that Cerberus didn't have anyone guarding this monumental discovery, and even more confused by the fact that none of our squad were freaking out about this. I know we just found the most ancient civilization with the Leviathan, but if you told Liara in the first game that she'd find an intact Prothean, I'm sure the champagne would be flowing. But we can't just pop open the chamber, and we'll need to investigate the research site to see if they've figured out how not to damage the creature during its unveiling. Cerberus does arrive but are easily thwarted, and Shepard finds data logs from the life pod that show the Reaper's attack on the Prothean planet. This must have been one of the final planets to fall, since you can see collectors, the morphed Protheans, attacking soldiers, meaning the Reapers had time to indoctrinate and change them. The cutscene is short, and Liara suspects that there are more data points elsewhere in the facility. Another interesting note she makes is that Garrus and her only saw static, but because of our connection with the Prothean beacon, we were able to decipher the knowledge. With another vision scene, Shepard learns how to open the stasis pod, and after another quick battle with Cerberus troops, unlocks the Prothean from its 50,000-year slumber. Meet Javik, the most overpowered character in the game.
Remember, it's been 50,000 years for us, but for him, it's only been
a few minutes.
Javik is still getting used to his surroundings and has some sort of power enabling him to sense memories through biological markers. For example, he knows that Grunt previously lived in the cargo hold, and I hope he cleaned up before leaving. Liara questions Javik if he knows anything about the Crucible or the Catalyst, one of the key pieces of the whole project, but he doesn't know what it could be. You can also question him about other important facets of Prothean life, like the beacons or their civilization. With those major DLCs complete, I guess it was time to have this war summit we've put off. Shepard invites the Salarian Dalatras, Turian Primarch, and oh yeah, Rex, as the speakers for their race. The parley doesn't start on a good note, as the Salarian ambassador does not trust the Krogan whatsoever, and Rex is right when holding the Genophage and the spilled Krogan blood against the Salarians. The only way Rex and his Krogan legions will fight for Palaven to get the Turian fleet to support the Alliance, yeah, it's a domino effect, is to cure the Genophage once and for all. This is one of these amazing continuity moments within the franchise. We did save Malin's work in Mass Effect 2, and apparently the Salarian Special Forces didn't destroy the site afterwards, so there is some hope in synthesizing a cure. Another positive, despite the barbaric experiments Malin performed in the search for the cure, was some of the females did survive. Unfortunately, they were taken by the Salarians for further exploitation, and the Dalatras deflects Victus's question, affirming Rex's statement.
Where did you get this? It could be a fabrication.
Don't insult me. Those are my people. They're immune to the Genophage, and you're going to give them back.
Dalatras, is this true?
How will curing the Genophage benefit my people?
With the information reluctantly given to us by the Salarian ambassador, Rex and Shepard go to rescue the Krogan females. Rex makes a chaotic entrance, but luckily Paddock Wicks, one of the scientists, diffuses the situation. Now, I'm not the biggest fan of certain Salarians. They don't just experiment on Krogan, because we see one of the endangered Yogs trapped in the containment box. But then we find one of my favorite Salarians, Major Kirahi, chilling like nothing happened on Virmire. I was under the impression that the whole STG team died due to the nuke going off, but it seems to be water under the bridge and the Major becomes a war asset. Down in the testing facility, alarms start sounding off, which is never a good sign, and even worse is that almost every single Krogan female has died because of their weakened immune system due to the unfinished cure. Wicks does mention that he was sent Malin's research on a secret transmission and believes Mordin was the one who sent it. which would be an interesting turnaround for the Doctor. There's only one Krogan female left, but our conversation is short-lived because the alarms weren't nothing. They never are. Cerberus has attacked the base and will need to clear a path for the Krogan female to get back to the Normandy. There were some great visuals from the assault, and knowing that this was probably the last hope for curing the Genophage gave this level great stakes. Plus, I discovered Javik's fully upgraded grenade could take down any Atlas in 4 shots, and I used this ability a lot. Another great dynamic was between Rex and the female. Yeah, she's a badass.
I can handle myself, Rex.
With the female secured, we'll get to know her name later on. Hackett informs Shepard that the Crucible project is starting to take shape, which leads into a short yet stunning cutscene. Yeah, that thing is big. Back with Rex and Wix, the two are discussing what was missing from Malin's research. Wix will need a healthy male tissue sample, which Rex graciously volunteers for. However, Rex won't send in the Krogan armies to Palaven without the cure being finished, and it seems like Victus also has something he needs to tell us in private.
Turian problems can't even come close to what I've got.
What is it?
Some of my men went missing. The rest of it we can discuss somewhere else.
Having a sidebar with Victus, he explains that a Turian reconnaissance team ship has been taken down on Tuchanka, and what they were doing there during their own homeworld's destruction, Victus doesn't divulge, saying it's classified. He does share with Shepard that his son, Tarkin, is the leader of the unit and that he wants us to rescue the team. Arriving on Tuchanka, we get into contact with the 9th Platoon, who are under heavy Harvester fire and losing men fast. Reaching Tarkin and his troops was not easy, as the Reaper assault on Tuchanka was already well underway. Eventually, the squad reaches Victus Jr., and the situation is bleak. It seems like Tarkin is not the commander his father is, and some poor choices have led to this position he's in. Shepard puts on his therapist cap and gets Tarkin to rally his remaining troops, and the mission they're on is revealed. Turns out the Turians planted a planet killer bomb on Tuchanka ages ago on the offhand chance the Krogan would revolt again. Cerberus somehow knew about this and is trying to arm it. It really seems like they don't want this intergalactic summit to be successful. Now, I thought a big bomb and Cerberus in the same sentence would make us fast-track to the area, but we're brought back to the Normandy telling Hackett about the situation, quickly explaining to Victus his son is safe, and Wix informing us that Eve, that's the name he gave the Krogan female, is responding well to the new cure. That's a lot, and it continues. Wix's idea on how to distribute the cures through an old Solarian tower on Tuchanka that was the main site where they released the Genophage in the first place. Okay, awesome, let's go. But then Anderson calls in asking about the Crucible, Kaylee Sanders, and Earth's defenses. Again, the bigger picture of Earth being destroyed, this planet-killing bomb being in Cerberus' hands, or the possibility of curing the Genophage gets muddled with this pacing. Even more annoying is that the control of Shepard after these moments is back in the war room, not at the mission screen. So you have to make your way back to the main portion of the ship, which includes this biometric screen that's certainly a loading point. It wouldn't be terrible if it was just a couple of times, but this happens more than I would have liked, and not having this in the previous Normandy was not a good change. Then as you get to the galactic map, Trainer goes, "Oh, there's a Cerberus attacking civilians on Benning. What would you like me to do, game? Go to that mission after all we built up in the last hour?" Even worse is that that mission is one of those war asset buffers that isn't compelling other than some visuals. Okay, rant over, because saving Tuchanka and the other narratives that follow are great. We have to defuse the bomb first. Not doing so would lead to the complete erosion of any good faith between the Turian and Krogan and end our diplomatic mission. Tarkin gets access to the bomb's computer, but Cerberus has programmed some failsafe for detonation. Tarkin, realizing they only have minutes to spare, climbs up on the planet killer to manually disable the trigger device, sacrificing his own life. It was interesting having Garrus as our squad mate here because Shepard can ask him about what this means for Tarkin's legacy. Garrus explains that self-sacrifice is expected, no matter the circumstance. This was a great insight into the Turian culture, and I knew I'd raise a glass for him. But again, we're thrust back into the VidCom hell having to explain to Hackett about what we just did. This stop-start way of completing missions was not conducive to keeping the rhythm. Another quick dialogue, another obfuscated loading screen, and we're back on Tuchanka to disable some anti-air turrets. Turrets are disabled, another video comm with Hackett telling us he's sending an Alliance team to secure the guns, back to the war room, back through the loading screen. Oh, you have a new message on your private terminal, and another settlement needs your help. Finally, we get to the Shroud facility mission, but there is a hiccup. A Reaper has flown in and is taking control of the tower, manufacturing poison spreading across the world. Taking down a Reaper is no easy feat, and the team planned a three-pronged assault. Turian ships, Krogan tanks, and us leading the charge. We'll also have to bring Eve to the facility because the final part of the cure must be done there. Before we depart, the Solarian Dalatrass Skypes in asking Shepard to tamper with the Genophage cure and make it look like the synthesis didn't work. In exchange, she offers the full Solarian fleet, but I didn't go through 3 games of supporting the Krogan just to destroy this chance.
You can't condemn an entire race to extinction based on what might happen.
What will happen is the Krogan will reproduce out of control. We uplifted them specifically for their violent nature, not their diplomatic skills. Another war is inevitable.
With Rex being gone so long, it seems like the other clans have fractured, but with the presence of Eve in this awesome monologue, the Krogan unite under the guise of hope and the assault on the Reaper begins.
You can stay here and let old wounds fester as Krogan have always done. Or you can fight the enemy you were born to destroy, and win a new future for our children. I choose to fight. Who will join me?
I will.
And so will I. Now hold your heads high like true Krogan. There's a Reaper that needs killing!
This is what I'm talking about mission-wise. Intriguing narrative, previous player choices affecting the current story, and not thinking about how many war assets we'll get, but doing the right thing. Of course it won't be a simple stroll down to the facility. Enemies are everywhere, the road leading to the facility is blocked, and while trying to find a detour through ancient Krogan ruins, something is shaking the earth. We also find a morphed Rachni down here. Its design had changed so much from the Reaper influence that I thought this was like a mistake or something, but we'll get to that later. For now, we figure out the shaking is coming from the ultimate Thresher Maw, Kalros. Yeah, that's frickin' epic, and just seeing a sliver of how big this creature was gave me goosebumps. I also love seeing the ancient temples of the Krogan. I think it doubles down on the notion that the Krogan aren't just warriors, but truly have a culture and civilization that was worth rescuing. Evading Kalros was one thing, but we still had a Reaper in our way. Eve has a wild idea. The ground between us and the Reaper used to be Kalros's domain, a pseudo-protector of the temple back in the day. Eve suggests that if we could summon him, maybe he'll be nice enough to take on a Reaper. Well, it's worth a shot. I love this part to summon the Maw. If you remember from the second game during Grunt's Rite of Passage, we summoned waves of enemies using a similar device to the one here. With the 2 hammers ringing, Kalros is summoned, and holy shit, this is epic. With the Reaper dealt with, Wix is scrambling to synthesize the last part of the cure sequence, but to disperse it, he'll need to make his way to the control room at the top of the tower.
Why? It's the only way to repair the sabotage. I've already detected a temperature malfunction. The cure won't work unless this is fixed.
How do I do that?
You don't. This is best left to me, Commander. You should get your team clear.
Paddock, wait. This is a one-way trip.
And has been since the day I met Eve. All I've ever done my entire career is destroy the natural course of the universe. This is my chance to make amends.
First Tarkin, now Wix. So many characters were dying so quickly, but they would not die in vain. With the cure sent out with the backdrop of this beautiful visual, the Krogan finally have a chance at their own path. And maybe they'll get to Palaven ASAP. With the Krogan troops headed to Palaven, Victus pledges the Turian fleet to defend Earth when the time is right, and Garrus says to Shepard that he might want to catch up on some sleep. Yeah, I think we've been awake since the first weird dream. Oh, we're back chasing around the kid. Wonderful. Nothing comes out of the sequence apart from hearing whispers from previous squad mates. Liara checks in on Shepard, and even he makes a meta joke about how many goddamn video conferences we have.
The Solarian Counselor has an urgent matter.
Let me guess. He called the comm room?
Speaking with the Solarian Counselor, who isn't as mad as I thought he would be after curing the Genophage, tells Shepard that he has concerns over Udina. Wow, I forgot about that guy. The Counselor continues admitting to spying on our ambassador, but that Udina has been moving a lot of money around to shady accounts and is using his authority to consolidate power. Before we get into all of that political intrigue, Rex also had a request to find some missing Krogan scouts in the Nema cluster. It wasn't the first time we'd be rescuing Krogan scouts from some predicament. The thing about the system is that it was previously used by the Rachni, and finding one of their workers indoctrinated by the Reaper on Tuchanka, we might be in for a rough time. I wanted to see if we'd find my lovely queen. That was a true thirst in Shepard's eyes. Finding the scouts was the easiest part of the mission, as we find another familiar face in Grunt, who has joined the Krogan Special Forces in a search for, I guess, the first scouting party that went silent. Look, I'm all for having these callbacks with previous characters. I just wish we could have used them in our squad rather than these small vignettes. A slight misfortune lands Shepard and squad in the tunnel system, separating Grunt from us. Exploring the tunnels was freaky, and there was a lot of Rachni Reaper hybrid babies. We eventually discover how bad the situation is for the Rachni as we see the Queen getting siphoned by Reaper tech. After defeating some waves of enemies, we get access to the Rachni, who uses the signature telepathy to explain the situation. The Queen did uphold her end of the bargain, going back through the relay to establish a self-sufficient hive. But with the Reaper invasion, their focus on assimilation took control of the Queen and her children. Now, Shepard has the choice of either saving the Rachni Queen again, which Garrus says she won't be able to escape in time from the hordes of indoctrinated Rachni coming our way, or save the rest of the Krogan squad who are battling it out in the chamber next to us. Having just cured the Genophage and knowing how devastating the Rachni are, I chose to save the Queen, even if it meant Grunt's death. Another part of not being able to use our previous squad mates is the fact that they've become expendable, or so I thought. Grunt has this awesome last stand, taking out Rachni left and right, which made me sad knowing that this was his end, seeing him jump off a cliff. But as we're about to leave, Grunt shows up. Mangled, yes, but still moving, which made this choice not so consequential as it first seemed. We also don't see Grunt again until one of the last DLCs. Anyways, the next two missions were war asset filler. One on Benning saving colonists in an arena smaller than Dust 2 and destroying a Cerberus fighter base. We also caught a space hamster, so I guess that's nice. Next on the list was going back to the Citadel to see if Udina got into some Quasar debt or something more nefarious was going on, and oh boy, something more nefarious was going on.
Alliance Control, this is Normandy. We're headed to Bay 1-4, Zakara Ward. Are we clear to descend?
Trying to get docking clearance was met by silence as we see silhouettes of Cerberus troops occupying the station. Joker does try the emergency signal, and wouldn't you know, Thane is on the other end, telling us that Cerberus has attacked the Citadel and are hunting the counselors. The pattern repeats itself. 2 lackluster buffer missions lead into one of the coolest missions so far in the franchise. The Citadel is getting bombarded by Cerberus troops, and it plays into that feeling I got seeing the Normandy destroyed at the start of Mass Effect 2. There's something so unnerving about seeing a place you deem safe getting attacked. Yes, the Citadel did get ransacked by the Geth and Sovereign, but they put out the fires and fixed the trees pretty fast. Here was an all-out war. Even my Bailey wasn't spared violence. Getting the commander patched up, he tells us that the counselors are still alive but spread out through the Citadel. He also reads a note from the Solarian counselor saying, "Beware of betrayal from within." Oh goddammit, Udina, did you turn traitor? Shepard rushes to save the counselors, which leads to many battles through some really gorgeous interior designs. Shepard finds the Solarian counselor first and unharmed, but we also meet one of the odder characters in the series, Kai Lang. Not only does Kai Lang not kill the counselor before he reveals that Udina has staged a coup with Cerberus help, but also can't easily win a 1v1 against Thane. Love to see you, Thane, but you're in your last stages before death. Damn, that's brutal. Bailey gives us information on where the rest of the council is going, and Shepard takes one of the rapid transport ships. Even though a lot of people didn't like Kai Lang's character, I did enjoy this moment of need for speed in space. Having performed a classic Shepard landing, the squad fights through more Cerberus troops and makes it to the elevator transporting the diplomats. I really give credit to the level design team here and throughout Mass Effect 3 for adding these unique features during larger sequences. Shooting the power nodes to stop the elevator's ascension was a neat visual, and goes back to one of my critiques for the game as a whole. Why add all the filler war asset missions when there were so many other missions full of substance? The Council definitely knows they're being hunted, and something we didn't cover before was Ashley becoming the second human Spectre, or third if you ask Anderson, who's defending the remaining members. The writers did a good job with setting up this confrontation between Ashley, Udina, and the Council. Remember, Ashley has always been a bit hesitant with Shepard joining Cerberus, so now that they've attacked the Citadel, she might lean towards us being the culprit. Luckily, we've obtained enough Paragon points where we can convince her that Udina is lying and that he's the traitor.
Ash, you know the stakes. You've got to trust me. I'm a lot of things, but an underhanded assassin isn't one of them. Where does that put you?
Udina, step back from the console.
To hell with this.
Before being able to question the ambassador on why he sold out the Citadel, Udina pulls a gun on the Asari counselor, and I made the quick decision to take the shot. Bailey suddenly appears from the previous door, telling us that Cerberus has retreated without a trace, and the counselors are appreciative of our work. Yeah, they better be. We get a quick cutscene of Kai Lang and the Illusive Man talking about the botched mission. It would have been nice if they had introduced Kai in the second game, because they try to make him out to this powerful, ominous character, and it came off as a joke. After the failed coup, Shepard gets some side quests by overhearing more people on the Citadel, which I think is the least compelling way to introduce side content. Yet you also get this amazing moment with Thane and Kolyat, his son from the second game. I can't remember the last video game that made me feel unenthusiastic to play one moment and then immediately drawn in the next. This moment between father, son, and Shepard meant even more because of the lengths we went to trying to save his son from being an assassin, and having them repair their relationship. Kolyat prays for his father, which Thane responds with admiration, knowing his son has shifted his mindset away from violence. Then having the player choice to pray with Kolyat was moving. Regardless if you believe in a higher power or what, seeing someone say goodbye to a loved one is a powerful moment.
Kolyat? There's something I don't understand. His last moments were those of a hero. Why pray for salvation?
The prayer was not for him, Commander. He has already asked forgiveness for the lives he has taken. His wish was for you.
Goodbye, Thane. You won't be alone long.
Shepard talks with Ashley next about Udina, Cerberus, and indoctrination. She has a point when asking Shepard how they can combat something that infiltrates organic minds. Shepard doesn't really have an answer to this, and I'd love to know why he seemingly is immune to that aspect of the Reapers. We do get the opportunity to recruit Ashley to the Normandy, which I wanted to do after getting snubbed in the last game. It's good to have you back. Shepard also tells Anderson about Udina's betrayal. Even though Anderson hated the guy, he never suspected that he would turn on the Citadel or join Cerberus, so maybe he was being controlled? Apparently Anderson knows a lot of people in the galaxy too, telling Shepard that he's ran into Kai Lang a bunch of times throughout his years and will send us any information he has on him. Then we have Hackett saying that the Solarians and Asari have started supporting the Crucible and that they've completed 50% of the known work. I was waiting for Anderson to interject, screaming about how screwed Earth is and to hurry up, but no. I get the games have established that the Reaper takeovers aren't a snap of the fingers, but this kind of blasé attitude from Anderson and even Hackett, in addition to jumping around space without a time limit, made the whole Earth is on the brink not really stick with me. Speaking of flying around and doing seemingly random actions, we've got our next DLC, which again, I didn't know until after completing the game and trying to discern what was what. Shepard meets with Aria, who wants to take back Omega from Cerberus. In exchange for installing her back as the head of Omega, she pledges to use the city's resources in the fight against the Reapers. This mission won't be easy. Not only do we have to dispose of all the Cerberus troops, we'll also need to find their leader, Oleg Petrovsky, who has a sinister reputation. Adding on to this, Aria doesn't want us to bring anyone from the Normandy, so OP grenades are off the table. Shepard boards Aria's command ship and explains the start of the mission to us. She's commandeered this Cerberus ship and will use the distraction of a major attack to slip through the defenses and unlock Omega from the inside. Before the battle begins, Petrovsky video conferences in, telling Aria to call off the attack. Aria tries to use the sight of Shepard as some trump card, but Oleg doesn't buy it. He continues telling us that he's upgraded the defense system since Aria's exile, and I wasn't sure if he was bluffing or being truthful. However, neither of these possibilities will stop Aria, and the battle commences. Oh, he wasn't kidding about the upgraded cannons.
Shields gone, all systems failing.
We can make it.
Aria, don't be stupid. Sound the evac.
Damn it, program escape pods for the station.
Let's go! Everyone out! There's no time!
Aria and Shepard crash land into one of the hangar bays and have to make their way to the cannon controls to disable them. The Omega DLC gets a lot of things right, especially the setting. Omega was a great portion of Mass Effect 2, and being able to come back to the criminal city with a stark contrast to when we left it was captivating. Seeing new locations that felt like a continuation of what we saw previously made the exploration more engaging, and fighting alongside Aria was a fun addition. We eventually get to the cannon controls and shut them down, leaving an opening for the remaining ships to dock and rendezvous with us at some sort of bunker. Cerberus has a big presence on the streets and has set up impenetrable force fields along the avenues. This leads us into a lesser-known maintenance tunnel where we find Nyreen. Nyreen and Aria have a sordid history, but we don't have time to learn anything yet since Aria's soldiers are encountering heavy resistance defending her headquarters. We get this awesome hold-the-line moment and even cooler cutscene. Now with some time to breathe, Nyreen and Aria talk about the situation on Omega and their relationship. Aria had thought Nyreen left Omega, somehow evading Aria's information web. Despite some weird tension between the two, Aria agrees to have Nyreen join the Resistance, but puts one of her guards to surveil her. We get a small hub zone where we receive our main quest and some side content that could be done along the way. Even though we've made it this far, the situation is not looking great. Cerberus has redirected power away from key parts of Omega to sustain the force fields, and Aria doesn't have enough troops to take Omega by force. There is some hope in the thought of getting the Talons, another mercenary group, to join our efforts, but we'll need to find their leader. Bray, Aria's second-in-command, interrupts our planning meeting, saying that he's lost Nyreen, but finding her will have to come later. Omega, of course, gets a bad rap for being a criminal resort, but that doesn't mean these aren't sentient people. I couldn't help but overhearing one of Aria's soldiers trying to guide her lost lover back to the HQ, and after each mission, that small vignette continues. Shepard and Aria start their search for the Talons and their leader. Aria mentions that because of our actions trying to cure the plague, we left a huge power vacuum that led to the rise of the Talons. Yeah, we did kill a lot of mercenaries. Cerberus is also looking for the Talons, and based on comm chatter, it's their priority target. Making our way to the Talon base, I couldn't help but marvel at these visuals. I know it's a DLC, but that shouldn't detract from what they accomplished here. Witnessing this flying battle within Omega was breathtaking, and the visuals enhanced the narrative tenfold. If you didn't think Omega was huge in the second game, you sure do now. Shepard and Arya find some Talons about to be executed by Cerberus troops, but Nyreen jumps in just before and takes care of business. Turian military, am I right? In a reveal that I saw coming minutes ago, Nyreen is the leader of the Talons and took control after Arya escaped the city. Nyreen doesn't want to help Arya, but with our classic Shepard diplomacy, we agree for an exchange of favors. Help Nyreen save one of her outposts and she'll lend troops to kicking Cerberus out. There are some fun engagements throughout the section, and the arenas that you'll be fighting in are conducive to any playstyle. They're large enough for sniping enemies at a distance and have enough cover for close-range attacks and defense. Making it to the outpost, we're told about adjutants, some disturbing Cerberus experiment that transformed the victim's DNA, making them some controlled monster. That does seem familiar. The other DLCs felt like side stories with their separate endings that didn't play into the larger picture, but Omega was much better paced and placed. The player already knew about Cerberus using modified soldiers, and it seems like their ambitions are growing in terms of experimentation. Nyreen and Arya do not see eye to eye about the governance of Omega, but do come to the tentative agreement that they'll work together to take down Cerberus. Arya broadcasts this kind of mid-speech about how, this is Omega, you are Omega, to try to get the populace on their side. I get why she's doing it. With the population going against Cerberus, no matter how untrained they are, it would change the tides of battle. Yet she's been gone for so long, I wondered how many people actually would take up arms.
That's your plan? Throw civilians at Cerberus?
Anything is better than being locked up like mindless animals waiting for slaughter.
I know what you're up to, Arya. And I don't like it.
And an armed militia won't work with these pesky force fields still blocking the avenues, but we have an idea. Arya's tech Solarian finds the power source for the force fields being a reactor deep within the facility, and to get there, we'll need to go through one of the abandoned mines, which is very spooky. Before departing, Nyreen pulls Shepard aside, and I really have to hand it to her. She does care more about the people that live here compared to Arya. Nyreen knows that once the force fields go down, that Cerberus will open fire on many of the civilians backing the revolt, and doesn't want a massacre. I liked Nyreen's character a lot because she was much more level-headed than Arya was. Maybe it's just the Turian side of her. You can also question her about their life before all of this, her relationship with Arya, and its ultimate demise.
More like I lost my way here. But then there was this beautiful, fierce creature who didn't let anyone define her. I'll admit, I was mesmerized. I wanted a little bit of that to rub off on me.
With all that covered, Arya, Shepard, and Nyreen head to the Ezo mining facility that's been shut off for a while. Unfortunately, the first thing we see entering the mine are Cerberus bodies torn to shreds, which I'm assuming were caused by the adjutants. This was another great addition to the DLC. I always wondered where Ezo came from, so being able to go through one of the facilities that creates the product that literally powers the whole galaxy was cool. I also thought the lighting here was well used. Throughout the franchise, Mass Effect has these horror moments that work really well in the grand scheme of things. These sequences aren't overused, so when they do appear, it makes them memorable. Too bad the adjutants look like bloated squid creatures. Dealing with the calamari and more Cerberus personnel, the team make it to the reactor, but Petrovsky was one step ahead, trapping us in the force fields and doing the whole villain, I gave you one route, this was my choice. Arya is not having it, and with some impressive biotic powers, opens the force field just enough to let Shepard through and access the reactor terminal. Now we have a choice which was difficult in the moment. Petrovsky tells Shepard that if we do shut down the reactor, that multiple life support systems will fail, killing thousands of people. Arya does not care about that and yells at us to push the big red button, but Nyreen pleads with us to try to reroute the power away from the force fields, which will take longer as Cerberus mechs descend on their position. I don't know if they ever established how Shepard knows how to use every computer, but he does. I also thought it was kind of neat that you get multiple renegade chances to push the button. It's almost as if the game was trying to tell you this is the only way, but I didn't want all that blood on my hands. Hackerman Shepard does disable the force fields, and the populace starts the full-on revolt. Oleg knows the force fields were his best bet on keeping Omega, but has a plan B, blowing up the whole place. Bray radios Arya saying that they've seen engineers setting up explosives in the station's supporting columns, and Nyreen splits off to help the frontal assault, which leaves Arya and Shepard dealing with the ordnance. I also spat out my water laughing when turning a corner. Look who it is, the Batarian prophet from Mass Effect 2 that has a much bigger audience this time. Still spreading hate for humanity, but I guess it's kind of warranted in this context. Intel puts Petrovsky staying in the afterlife, that's ironic, so we book it there. Nyreen's forces have tried to take the former nightclub, but are met with heavy Cerberus resistance and adjutants appearing in numbers. Sadly, in a bid to save her soldiers, Nyreen sacrifices herself in front of Arya. This causes her to go on a rampage of the remaining defenders, and we confront Oleg. Petrovsky isn't the smartest person in the galaxy, but he definitely knows how to rile people up. Arya, blinded by rage, runs towards him seeking revenge, but ends up in an electronic trap and our boss battle begins. It wasn't a bad setup. Shepard needs to destroy the 4 stasis generators around the room as fully controlled adjutants and troops swarm the place. It kind of reminded me of the Warden fight from Mass Effect 2. You would think doing this as one person was hard, but who the hell are we kidding? We're Shepard. The generators are destroyed and we have our final confrontation with the General. Oleg gives himself up, saying that he can give intel about the Illusive Man to the Alliance in exchange for his safety. He also says that he allowed Arya to flee Omega during the takeover, which I want to learn more about. Arya surprisingly lets him live, even though she's choking him to an inch from death. I wondered if we did blow up the reactor, if that would have Arya killing the General, but I'm sure someone will tell me in the comments.
Glad to see you've had a calming effect on Ms. Talok. I tried talking sense into her one time. I look forward to hearing how you pulled it off.
With Arya back at the helm of Omega, she pledges support for the Alliance cause, and that was the DLC. I enjoyed this one the most, even though we have one more to go and I know it's a fan favorite. Being back in a city we previously explored, seeing new areas and encountering new enemies was a joy. I also enjoyed that Arya did change despite multiple lines from Petrovsky about how she was static in her ways. Plus, the war assets we got were substantial, so it felt rewarding to have completed this portion the way we did. Surprisingly, our next mission was also DLC, and again, I had no freaking clue going into it. It's odd they couldn't just add a word before the mission to indicate it was a DLC. Main story missions have Priority Horizon, Priority Eden Prime. Why not have a small signal for the player? It wouldn't have been such a reoccurring thought if it wasn't for the fact that the universe is literally being taken over by sentient robots that want to kill and enslave all organic civilization. This notion greatly affected how I played through the next DLC. We have a mission to visit Anderson's apartment on the Citadel, and I thought, okay, that will be quick. Here's your own custom apartment, spend credits to customize it, the typical open world shtick from the 2010s. What it turns out to be is a wild departure from the tone at the beginning of this game. Anderson gifts us the apartment and still seems completely calm for leading the resistance on Earth.
That's very generous.
It's practical. We need you in the best shape possible. Rested. Focused.
If you say so.
Exploring the apartment, you can find some audio tapes of Anderson talking about his life, which was interesting, and an email about a sushi reservation, but that was pretty much it for the time being. Leaving the apartment, we get this visually impressive cutscene showing an area I'd never been to before within the Citadel, which reminded me a lot of the parade in Cyberpunk. Shepard goes to the dinner and meets Joker there. Apparently we're on shore leave because the Normandy needs some repairs. The two quickly figure out that neither of them sent the reservation, but before they can figure that out, an Alliance officer named Brooks interrupts the conversation. She says there are people out to kill Shepard, which, yeah, we know, but she clarifies it's not Cerberus or the Reapers. Just after that, mercenaries storm the restaurant searching for Shepard, and the DLC truly begins. Just like Javik, Shepard is given another game-breaking weapon, the M11 Suppressor 1. Not only was this pistol a beast, but the silencer made me feel like I was Sam Fisher. It also coincided with the subtle shift in the gameplay, making this sequence feel like a third-person stealth game. While quietly taking down mercenaries, a whole bunch of the team radios us, saying that they're on the way to help. This felt like a one-off episode of an anime when all your favorite characters get involved. Even though I kept thinking about the whole, saving the galaxy main narrative, you really just need to enjoy the Citadel DLC as is, rather than in the context of the full game. This DLC also had some of the best interior level designs out of the franchise, starting off with this ambush in a used car dealership. DLCs should add on to the universe of their respective games, and it really felt like that, at least for now. Back at Anderson's apartment, our apartment, Brooks explains that she created a tracking program to detect fraud within the Alliance networks. It also tipped her off on a breach in Shepard's classified files. The rest of the A-team arrive and we try to figure out who's trying to steal our information and making attempts on our life. Liara assembles everyone, saying that she's traced the pistol back to a casino owner named Elijah Khan, a notorious gunrunner on the Citadel. She also acquired an audio file with Elijah and some unknown entity discussing Shepard's botched assassination attempt.
You won't be linked to me.
Save it. Our association is terminated. And if you even think of coming after me, I've got info on you ready for prime time. So you ponder that. Khan out.
So that's our identity thief.
Seems like they're not partners anymore. Liara surmises that Khan is staying in the casino's safe room and getting to him would require a lot of finagling. Alright, what's the job?
And you're gonna need a crew as nuts as you are. Who do you got in mind?
See, that's a callback to the last video. What a coincidence that the casino is holding a charity event for the war refugees this very night. Because the team doesn't want to spook the guards or Khan, we need to pick team members without biotics. Meaning Brooks is on the list, and I thought, why not have two beautiful people alongside me? Brooks takes the air vents, Ashley distracts some guards, and oh no. Oh god, they have Quasar. I could barely hear Brooks through the intercom as I was winning thousands of credits on Quasar. It was a relapse. After some small minigames disabling the security system to allow us to access Khan, we make it to the safe room and oh shit, he's dead. Hackerman Shepard reappears saying that whoever killed Khan and wiped the terminal left the last number Khan used, and we have our first conversation with the mystery man.
You have nothing. All you can do is wait for the hammer to fall.
Bring a bigger hammer. Your last try was inadequate.
Brooks couldn't trace the call in time, but with the remaining data on the computer, Shepard wants EDI to scan it for any information on this mysterious threat. The only thing we find out with the data is that the mercenaries have bought a lot of weapons. Glyph does interject, telling the group that Shepard's Spectre access codes are being used in the Citadel archives as we speak, and we need to rush there ASAP. We do get a funny line before departing about bringing the whole squad to the mission. It's a point I made throughout the games, wishing the squad size was expanded so you could get more dialogue options. Immediately getting to the archives, our whole team gets one up by this jabroni, and wait, what the hell? It's Shepard?
I'm Commander Shepard. I never hide.
This was honestly a pretty cool twist. The second Shepard says that Cerberus made multiple copies of the real Shepard during Project Lazarus. They did this on the offhand chance one of our lungs or kidneys failed. Once the real Shepard was fully functional, the Illusive Man I guess discarded second Shepard, which kind of confused me. Why not just use him against us when we went against Cerberus?
Never thought I'd say it, but I'm looking forward to killing myself.
Shepard, I don't think you can say that. Second Shepard calls for our execution, but does the villain walkaway trope, and the real Shepard pulls another Shepard trope of shooting the ceiling. My head is starting to hurt a little bit. We chased down the second Shepard through the Citadel archives, which was stunning. It was also very neat to have these historical data videos showing key moments in the cycle's history, like the first contact between humans and Turians, the Krogan revolt, even the discussion about us becoming a Spectre. Unfortunately, second Shepard seems to have the advantage again and traps us in one of the archive units. Even worse is that Brooks is a double agent. This was a weird interaction of Brooks explaining why she's working for second Shepard, It's all about how she was a former Cerberus member who thought they didn't go far enough. What made it weird is that she claims to be explicitly pro-human, but also created the dossier on our companions in the second game. If you wanted everyone to be human, why would you include aliens? She also says that it's the reason she joined Second Shepherd because he agreed with her, but dude, you're a fucking clone. Oh my god, are we a clone? He confirms Miranda was the ranking officer on the Lazarus Project, that we're not a clone. Wish I could say the same for Adam Jensen. The conversation ends with Brooks and Second Shepherd switching the biometric data from us to him, giving them access to the Spectres and the Normandy. They also trap us in the archive room to die. That's not very nice. Our time here is short-lived as Glyph finds us almost immediately and unlocks the unit. We get some sad banter from the team members we don't choose. Yeah, sorry, if only we had a squad of 4 or 5. We get to the Normandy, but it's locked down, with Specialist Traynor disgruntled that she's been discharged. She did manage to grab her $900 toothbrush before, and wouldn't you know, it's powerful enough to unlock one of the maintenance hatches. Shepard takes back the Normandy floor by floor until we get to the cargo area, where we have this okay battle with Brooks and the clone Shepard. I say it's okay because you can't kill the clone, his shields just recharge instantly after a certain threshold. You can kill Brooks, but she respawns? I'm guessing it was on some timer or something, but it didn't feel cohesive like the Saren battle, where I understood how he came back to life. We do get this pretty epic cutscene as Joker and Cortez try to stop the Normandy from engaging FTL. Shepard and the clone tangled to the point of almost falling out the back of the Normandy, and we get this sort of cheap friend save you motif.
Look at you. What makes you so damn special? Why you and not me?
Hang on!
Gotcha.
The player does get the option to either save the clone or kill it, which screw it. I'm sure if I save him I'll get war assets, right?
My hand. And then you live. For what?
Oh, I guess not. Brooks is captured, then tries to escape, which utterly fails, and the DLC is done. Well, that's not entirely truthful. There is one more part, which is a party. However, video games are not like books where you need to read each page in order. I couldn't stop thinking about the broader narrative and wanted to go back to saving the galaxy rather than getting blackout because we killed a clone of mine, so we'll party later. For now, there are a lot of buffer missions and side content. The only reason why I wanted to do these was for something I had accidentally read during the 2 weeks of playing this game. I've sort of hinted at it before, but the war asset score is tied to which ending you get, which I absolutely despise. Yes, it is your actions that get war score, but do the actions matter if they get synthesized to a number rather than a ramification of your own doing? After putting in hundreds of hours into this series, reading the war asset threshold effect was a punch in the stomach. It made my enjoyment of exploring turn into a necessity to explore. It switched the paradigm. In Mass Effect 1 and 2, I explored because I wanted to see what was out there. Now it felt like I had to explore everything to get the quote-unquote good ending, whatever that meant. It didn't help that many of the missions needed for a higher war asset score, as I've mentioned plenty of times before, usually are not profound and lack substance. There were some outliers, like rescuing Cerberus scientists who wanted to defect. This mission included Jacob, who was defending them, yet he only had like 5 lines of investigatory dialogue, and for a major side character in the last game, felt like a cop-out. This feeling continued with searching an abandoned Asari base where we meet Samara, one of my favorite characters from the previous game. She too only plays the role of war asset after completing the mission rather than being a tangible part of the narrative. At least this mission had some emotional backing. Samara's remaining daughters were at this Ardat Yakshi Academy, which has been corrupted by the Reapers. Her oldest sacrifices herself so we can escape, not wanting to kill her last daughter, who cannot live outside the temple due to the Justicar code, considers taking her own life instead of her last child. This does get resolved by the daughter promising she'll stay at the academy even though there is no one left. This frees up Samara to join the fight, but as I was just saying, there is no effect other than 70 points in your coffers. Having such rich backstories and experiences in Mass Effect 2 with Grunt, Jacob, Samara, Jack, the list continues, having these missions without any payoff didn't feel good and rolled the snowball of discontent with the pacing and overall context that had been steadily rolling down the proverbial Mass Effect 3 hill. Then, out of the blue, we get the Quarian quest, which I genuinely loved and should have been the way they treated the Mass Effect 2 cast. The Admiral Council of the Quarian fleet come aboard the Normandy, telling Shepard that the reason they haven't joined the fight with the Reapers is that they've started a full assault on the Geth to retake their homeworld. The Quarians have run into a snag because the Geth seemingly are being controlled by the Reapers, making them more effective in the defense of Rannoch. I did question this since I thought we sent out a signal disabling Reaper mingling with the Geth, but Legion wasn't around to ask why our plan didn't work. Tali also makes an appearance explaining that if we could support the Quarians in their efforts to retake Rannoch, they'll pledge their fleet to our cause. Accepting their proposition, our first target is a Geth dreadnought, and I was not expecting what would happen next. Again and again, this absolute cinema of space warfare shines so brightly, especially in the context of this generational Cold War becoming hot again. There is also so much more content within these next missions that it confused me why this wasn't the standard they would use on others. I'm not asking for 20 missions spanning days, but it made the filler even more apparent. Anyways, the Quarians have detected the Reaper signal emanating from this Geth dreadnought. If we can stop it, they'll make the Geth defenses less effective and hopefully bring this war to a swift close. Shepard and team make their way onto the ship, battling through lots of Geth to reach the center. Getting there, it's revealed that the signal is coming from this VI construct of Legion. Tali explains that it's likely a backup because the real Legion died on the Collector ship. No matter how many times Tali says to Shepard, that's not the real Legion, he still calls it Legion the whole time. This clone Legion, Jesus, how many clones are in this game, disables the dreadnought, which would give the Quarian civilian fleet time to escape. Despite this opportunity, one of the admirals sees red and orders the fleet to target the dreadnought with us still inside. The squad plus clone Legion narrowly escape before the dreadnought is decimated by the Quarians. Back on the Normandy, tempers are raised between the admirals for not evacuating the civilian ships, but also that a Geth is on board. Shepard defends Legion, even though it's not truly Legion, and convinces the Quarians that it will help Rannoch. Clone Legion divulges that even though we stopped the signal from the dreadnought, there is still a local one on the planet. Now, this is how I wished more of the side missions would have worked. You have multiple missions on a planet that makes sense narratively within the context of the bigger picture. The player has the choice to either go after the Geth server or save the admiral that fired on the dreadnought while we were still inside. Obviously, I was a little pissed off that he did that, so I decided to go to the server farm, which might have been a mistake. Clone Legion says that we'll need to interface with the server, entering Geth consensus. Sounds cool, right? Wrong. Oh, so goddamn wrong. I applaud games for trying things outside the box, but sometimes they miss. Nothing is perfect, I get that. But then there are moments like Diva's memory puzzle in Fallout 4 or the Batmobile segments in Arkham Knight. Or this Geth server that made my head hurt. Like, why did they make the footstep noise this? Not all of it was terrible since you can see the beginning of the Geth creation, but repeating the shooting of data tendrils and the goddamn footsteps actually made me take 2 Advil. I don't even know why destroying the server data links disables the Geth, but it does. However, there is a plot twist. Clone Legion transferred the Geth server into himself, saying they wished to join the fight against the Reapers. I didn't really trust him at this point, especially not telling us that this was his ultimate plan. We get a second opportunity to save the Admiral, but I wasn't feeling like he deserved it, so off we go to the base to destroy the ground signal. Landing on Rannoch was a special moment. You've heard about the Quarians' plight since the first game, and witnessing Tali stepping foot here for the first time meant a lot. This emotion doubled, remembering what had happened to her father and his wish for Tali to return here one day. Quarian intelligence have located the signal emitter, but taking it down will be difficult because it's protected in some underground bunker. The only chance we'll have is opening up the top portion and having the Normandy use a precision strike. Shepard lines up the hammer of dawn, laser pointer, and the Normandy comes in for the shot. Yeah, that was just a Reaper chilling, and he's not happy about getting 2 rockets to the face. We get this pretty awesome sequence of trying to escape the Reaper and getting tentatively saved by one of the orbital strikes. Shepard notices a weak spot on the Reaper and plays bait while the orbital strike recharges. This wasn't terrible, and the visual was pretty awe-inspiring seeing this Reaper so close up. With the final missile lock, the entire Quarian fleet has its target and blows this Reaper back to the Leviathan age. Shepard and the dying Reaper have a quick dialogue where Shepard kind of toots his own trumpet. We get the same bullshit Reaper jargon about how they bring order to the chaos, while simultaneously enslaving organic beings and destroying planets, so I wasn't very moved. What did trouble me was Clone Legion walking up to us and casually saying that he wants to upload the Reaper code into all of the remaining Geth, making them as smart as the Reapers. I might have trusted the real Legion more, but I wasn't going to side with an upgraded Geth Reaper hybrid after already trying to free them in the last game, and I guess willing to do so. Clone Legion attacks Shepard, but Tali deals the final blow, ending the Geth legacy on the planet they started from. Shepard meets with the admirals, getting praised for our actions, and Tali tells Shepard that instead of starting her homestead, she'll join us on the Normandy. This was an awesome conclusion. It showed that they could pull this kind of focused narrative instead of the jumbled assortment we've discussed and will continue to do. Fix random toxic leak from an Alliance energy supplier? Check. Scan random star systems for random war assets? Check. Talk with Miranda for a minute? Check. Investigate a Volus diplomat with Cerberus ties. Oh, it's actually to reintroduce Zaeed, who gets screen time for about 2 minutes. Back to scan planets. Quick Citadel side mission. Random war asset. Scan planet. 5-minute side mission. Random war asset. At this point, I needed a break, so I decided to throw that party because it would at least mean a change in the pacing. The party was special. Seeing everyone together one last time meant a lot. When you look at these characters, you're not just seeing them as they are in the moment, but remembering all the adventures and stories you shared with them.
It is a good question.
No, it isn't. Baby Pyjak here wouldn't stand a chance. Don't listen to this fossil. The only thing he could defeat is a glass of warm milk.
It was fun to see people be themselves. No overarching mission, no we have to save X from Y. Just a brief calm before the storm. This sequence actually works because the next day, as people shuffle their feet back to the Normandy, there is this air of caution and even worry. Will this be the last time on the Citadel, on the Normandy, together as a team? It's a poignant moment.
At least we threw one hell of a party. Probably the last one.
Well, last one until you finish kicking the Reaper's asses, you mean? Because that's the plan.
The next mission is Priority Thessia. Shepard has gotten intel that a secret artifact on the Asari homeworld might reveal what the catalyst is. Yeah, remember the Crucible still needs one piece that we don't know about. The artifact might be in an ancient Asari temple. The only problem is that the Reapers have started their assault on the planet and things are not looking good. Admittedly, where in the galaxy do things look good at the moment? Liara gives us some backstory about the temple, how it's thousands of years old, and it has classified government funding, which made it seem like there was something bigger going on. The capital is getting demolished by Reapers, and the Asari defenses are at their limit. Luckily, I brought Javik along, who uses his Prothean influence on one of the Asari commandos who agrees to help. I know I keep talking about the visuals, but geez, coming from the first game, this was just a treat. The commandos give their lives for us and the squad make it to the temple, but something doesn't seem right as all of the scientists have been slaughtered. Shepard investigates and discovers that the Asari saw the Protheans as gods. Javik even has a line confirming that the Protheans oversaw the genesis of the race. This goes back to another line from Javik when we first found him about how the Protheans also meddled with less sentient races. After more history lessons, Shepard activates some sort of connection, revealing a fully intact Prothean beacon and an accompanying VI program. We ask the VI what the catalyst is, but the system isn't so forthcoming. It does mention that the reason why the Protheans didn't finish the Crucible was due to the splintering of ideology. Some wanted to control the Reapers rather than destroying them. The rest of the Protheans later discovered that this group was indoctrinated by the Reapers and will come back in a little bit. Another interesting line of dialogue is that the VI thinks that the Reapers are not the true masters of the cycle, inferring something else is orchestrating the cycle, but it doesn't know who or what. On top of all of this lore, the VI reveals that the Crucible is not just a Prothean design, but that every Apex race during each harvest has added onto the blueprint. Javik comes in clutch again, convincing the construct to help us, but guess who walks in? Fucking Kai Lang, and he has the Illusive Man on speed dial.
How did you find this place?
The archives. Or did your shadow broker miss that one?
Show yourself. I promise I won't miss.
Stick to your talents, Dr. Dasani. You've helped uncover the key to subjugating the Reapers.
Like what the construct just told us about the fragment of Protheans wanting to subjugate the Reapers, the Illusive Man explicitly says that he's been trying to do that, and that the VI construct is the last thing he needs to start that process. We get this semi-boss fight with Lang again, which ends quickly as his assault ship blows the place up, resulting in the data being stolen and Shepard in a pickle. Reapers descend on the planet, which Shepard does not look happy about, yet somehow we get back to the Normandy unscathed. EDI informs us that we were able to track Kai Lang somehow to Horizon, which was supposed to be a refuge for war refugees. Before heading out, Shepard talks with Anderson, who gives us a pep talk, but also says he was born in London. Where's the accent? I joke. I still don't understand why they added it, but whatever. Landing at the Horizon facility raises a lot of questions. Firstly, the place is ransacked and Cerberus special troops are blocking our way. This doesn't seem like a good place to bring refugees. Inside the facility, we discover a video log from Miranda. I wonder where she went. Miranda explains that Cerberus used the facility under the guise of a safe place, luring desperate people here, then experimenting on them. Plus, she says that her father is the main scientist here. To confirm all of this, we get video footage of the experiments, and it's not pretty. Cerberus really did lose their minds. We also confirm Kai Lang is here, who needs to get the data he stole from us to Miranda's father, or so I thought. More console logs and video diaries confirm Shepard's suspicions that Cerberus has been reverse engineering the way Reapers control their subjects, and with the data from the construct could use it on the Reapers themselves. All of this felt like it was building up to something big. I was excited to meet Miranda's father after hearing about him from the last game, but I was sadly disappointed. The squad enter the lab where we see Miranda hurt and Mr. Lawson holding Oriana hostage. Henry says that Kai Lang double-crossed him, taking the rest of the research and leaving them to die. I really expected more dialogue with the father, question him why he created his daughters, why he was working for the Illusive Man for so long, or how they were truly trying to subjugate the Reapers, but no, Miranda literally just biotics him out of the window and that was it. Even more disappointing was the final exchange between Miranda and Shepard. It's short and boils down to, I didn't text you because you were doing your war thing. Oh well, congratulations for getting revenge on your dad. Bye. Then Miranda says she somehow put a tracer on Kai Lang and it's the same plot device we just used to find him here. Oh god, is this the build-up to why people hated the ending? So with the second tracking device, we know where Kai Lang went and where the Illusive Man is. We get the okay from Hackett to take on the Cerberus base, but once the Alliance fleet engages with Cerberus forces, the Crucible will be vulnerable. We get one more PTSD dream sequence, EDI forcibly volunteers to be in the squad, and the assault commences. Classic Shepard landing, he just loves those. Within the Illusive Man ship, Shepard discovers some more video logs that have heavy story implications but completely detract from the pacing. It would have been so much better if we had found these next logs throughout the game, rather than listening to them back to back to back while time was not on our side.
Sir, Shepard is clinically brain dead. After that much trauma, that long with no oxygen, we cannot overcome nature.
We were really dead when Liara and Feros found us, and this even has Shepard questioning whether he is truly himself or like the clone from the DLC. We also get the whole Cou's confirmation that Vizier told us back in Mass Effect 2. Cerberus was behind our platoon's demise, but Shepard does not even react to this. God damn it, I thought it was a pretty interesting tie-in to our backstory, but nope. The next video log talks about how Cerberus took portions of Sovereign after the Reaper's attack on the Citadel, and I had to give the writers credit for this. I assume this is why Anderson and the Citadel teams couldn't find more pieces of evidence when reconstructing the station. In addition to this, they integrated what they found with the rogue VI on Luna, a mission from the first game that I admittedly did not complete in this retrospective series. This formed EDI. The next log was more recent, where the Illusive Man tells Kai Lang that the Prothean VI will give them the true identity of the Catalyst, which is the final key in the puzzle of controlling the Reapers. We also get the Illusive Man convincing his scientists about the modifications on their troops, like the Huss soldier we first saw on Mars. This one concludes with the Illusive Man himself agreeing to a surgery making him part man and part machine. Finally, the squad make it to the iconic office of the Illusive Man, but he's not there? The Illusive Man does eventually appear, saying to Shepard that just because he uses Reaper tactics doesn't mean that they're not the enemy, which I call bullshit on, and diplomatic Shepard's attempts are dismissed. The Illusive Man for some reason says goodbye, allowing EDI to access the construct. And we get to learn what the Catalyst is.
The Catalyst enhances dark energy transmissions and coordinates the entire mass relay network. In your cycle, it is known as the Citadel.
What?
The Catalyst is the Citadel.
So the Crucible and Citadel together can stop the Reapers?
That is correct.
But the Citadel was built by the Reapers.
The plans for the Crucible were passed down to us from the previous cycle, and countless cycles before that. At some point, it is difficult to pinpoint when, the Crucible plans were adapted to incorporate the use of the Catalyst. Presumably, the Crucible was not sufficiently powerful to defeat the Reapers.
So yeah, the Citadel is the Catalyst? Shepard does question how the Citadel could be the final key to the Crucible since they created it, but I kind of liked that because it made sense. Every generation of the cycle had one thing in common, using the Citadel. Then the VI tells us that the Illusive Man has already left for the Citadel, maybe that's why he allowed us to stay here for so long, and he's contacted the Reapers about what the Catalyst is. Also, how do you contact the Reapers? Did he just have their phone number or something? Jesus Christ. Even worse is that the Reapers have somehow moved the Citadel above Earth, I guess to protect it from the Crucible? I feel like they could have just moved it someplace that no one knew about rather than above the planet that we've been trying to retake all game, but whatever. Then Kai Lang shows up, doesn't shoot us, rather destroying the communication terminal, and we get a boss fight I'm not even going to go into. Kai Lang's character at this point did not need to be in the game. You have no idea what his motivations were or any backstory other than Anderson ran into him on his missions. At least we get a good kill at the end. That's for Thane. With everything seemingly in one place, this was the final hurrah. Hackett gives us our last hold the line speech, and with all the friends we've made along the way descending to the Sol system, I found this kind of satisfying. Anderson informs us that the Reapers have closed the Citadel, and the only way to access it is through some beam they've been using to transport humans. We'll need to get to it, take it up to the Citadel, and somehow unlock the damn thing so the Crucible can pair with it. The battle commences, and I'd be lying if I said I wasn't hyped for this no matter what was going to happen. We've been building up to this moment, and it did not disappoint. Spaceships and Reapers are being blown up left and right, the Reapers have insane anti-air defenses, and somehow we make it back to Earth in one piece. Shepard reunites with Anderson, and the two discuss what needs to be done to reach the transport beam to gain access to the Citadel. Even though I was confused why the Reapers had a transport beam directly to the Citadel operational on Earth, having just taken over the Citadel 10 minutes ago, I was enthralled by the visual of it all. I also enjoyed that you can talk with your squad mates individually, saying our goodbyes because I don't think anyone in the moment really believed in Shepard or the mission, but they were still going to try to win anyway, and that's true courage. I did keep thinking about where the Leviathans were, where Samara, Grunt, Jack, or anyone else that we had talked with in the last 30 hours could be, but it's only the Normandy squad. Regardless, Anderson lays out the mission. With the last resistance forces gathered here, we'll need to go straight into Reaper-controlled territory, and this will be a one-way trip. Sorry, we get a second hold the line speech, which was just okay.
You're not in this fight alone. We face our enemy together, and together we will defeat them.
The final assault starts, which was actually well done. Fighting through the streets of London was a great visual change from the heavy sci-fi areas we've encountered before. Enemies were tough and numerous. The tank's slow crawl reminded me something from World War II. What really impressed me was the final charge to the beam. This felt epic beyond words, and I just held that Shift and W key down like my life depended on it. Shepard catches a Reaper laser, but we're motherfucking Commander Shepard, and we didn't hear no bell. We ascend to the Citadel as the battle continues above Earth. We weren't the only one to get to the beam, and we hear Anderson over the radio saying he's here too, but in a different location. I was pretty impressed by how disturbing this place was, with the human bodies scattered in this dark hallway. Making our way out of there, we find Anderson at the main control panel, but something is wrong. Oh, it's the Illusive Man in the flesh, or I guess robotics and flesh. His control powers are fully operational, freezing both Shepard and Anderson, then making Shepard shoot Anderson in the stomach. So what was stopping Shepard from being indoctrinated before, or I guess controlled? Anyways, the Illusive Man gives us his speech on how he will evolve humanity beyond power, controlling the Reapers and ending all alien life. I was kind of into this back and forth between the two until Anderson kneels down, giving Shepard a straight shot, which I took. If the Illusive Man was controlling both of us, why wouldn't he just have Shepard shoot Anderson again? How could Shepard resist the control for that specific moment? Is this really the ending they thought of for the second villain? This is just the top of the frickin' iceberg. Hackerman Shepard appears again, knowing exactly how to open the Citadel, and the Crucible starts to lock in. This gives some time for Anderson and Shepard to have some last words, which I thought was meaningful. Anderson had our back throughout the series, and even though it felt like they kept him alive throughout the game for this very moment, I did have a tear rolling down my eye.
It's quite a view.
Best seats in the house.
God. Feels like years since I just sat down.
I think you earned a rest. Anderson? Stay with me. We're almost through this.
You did good, son. You did good. I'm proud of you.
Thank you, sir. Anderson?
I see how it ends. Shepard and Anderson sacrifice their lives for this moment, the Crucible engages the catalyst, some sort of galaxy-wide explosion happens that only affects the Reapers, and organics are saved. Oh lord, that's not how it goes. The Crucible isn't starting. Hackett says it has to be something on our end, and then a white light shines above us with a platform miraculously underneath Shepard, raising him up. Welcome to the ending. Mercy on us all. Shepard awakens and sees the child from our dreams who says he is the catalyst. What? The construct says that he controls the Reapers and that they were the solution to chaos, which is exactly what the Reaper on Rannoch said. The way the construct views the cycle is that they assimilate organic species deemed advanced enough to become Reapers. But the reasoning it gives to justify this brutal way of bringing order is it stops synthetics from destroying organics. Excuse me, what? What part of the cycle doesn't involve the destruction of organics by synthetics? The Leviathan DLC does make more sense now in this context. This must be the intelligence they created with the sole purpose of preserving life, and the Reapers are the instrument to facilitate that directive. But if you don't want synthetics destroying all organic life, isn't using Reapers, literal synthetics, just that? I sort of get the ethos about machines always advancing beyond their creators' intentions, but isn't that what the Reapers are? Just because they take the DNA of species and make them into a Reaper doesn't mean they've saved them from destruction. Shepard then asks about the Crucible, why it would work in conjunction with the Citadel if the Catalyst is the Citadel and doesn't want to destroy the Reapers. Yeah, it's a run-on sentence, whatever. This little shit responds with, "We don't have enough time to explain that," but then goes on about finding a new solution because this one is flawed since we've made it here and are a new variable. So all of this condenses into 3 choices, and now I finally understand why the majority of people did not like this conclusion, even if the choices are interesting. The Catalyst explains that we can either use the Crucible to destroy the Reapers, but in doing so, organics will suffer many casualties and conflicts will continue between organics and synthetics. We can take control of the Reapers, becoming the Catalyst, and using that power at our discretion. However, Shepard would lose his human form and would lose everything else. And the third option, which was the most intriguing out of the bunch, was synthesis. This would cause both organic and synthetic life to combine, forming a new being or life form that the Catalyst believes would truly end the conflict between the two groups. Shepard can question the Catalyst on why he hasn't tried that before, and the Catalyst responds that he has, but it failed since organics have to willingly choose this and cannot be forced. It begs the question, why the hell did he have the Reapers literally doing this for eons? What is the difference between what the Harvest has done compared to Shepard merging the DNAs together? It's not like everyone is getting briefed on this interaction in real time, so how could the organics accept this proposal? If they did, what about other species that didn't want to assimilate? The Catalyst does end this pitch on all forms of life harvested by the Reapers would be able to coexist with the new form of life. I interpreted this as the Protheans and other harvested races would be reborn in a way, able to live again. But personally, I had a big problem with this choice. No one signed up during the last 3 games to help Shepard in his fight to stop the Reapers because they wanted to be turned into a new life form. They chose to follow him because he represented hope. Hope for self-determination, hope for a better galaxy, hope for their future. Making the choice to just say, well, we're actually going to become one sentient life form hybrid, think and feel the same about everything, didn't ring true to me. Control also didn't feel right. Why, after going against the Illusive Man, whose explicit goal was to do exactly that, would Shepard side with him? No matter if he's dead, it's what the Illusive Man said, ideas are not so easily destroyed. If Shepard controlled the Reapers, who would be the next person to think they could as well? With all of that said, I chose the destroy option. My hope would be organic life could come back from the unknown destruction this would cause, and remember, no matter species, race, or creed, life could work towards the betterment of the galaxy. What I didn't think of was that the destroy option disables the relays, and there were a lot of Turians and Asaris on Earth that might not be able to get home. Eek. We also see the Normandy has crash-landed in some jungle, but everyone on board survived. They might also not be able to get home. Double eek. Hackett narrates us out with what I later found out was a Legendary Edition add-on. It made me cautiously laugh because if I just ended on the relays being blown up and the crew stranded, that just sucks as an ending. It meant a lot seeing the characters we helped along the way starting to rebuild, live their lives, or just having a beer. You do you, Zaeed. There's a little post-credits scene which seemed like it opened up the universe for more stories, and I clapped at the ending. No matter my ranting about pacing, lackluster side missions, etc. from this game, it didn't adversely affect my thoughts on Mass Effect as a franchise. It truly is one of my favorites. The continuity between each game felt compelling and genuine. The characters you met along the way felt real, lifted by some great writing and storytelling. The planets you explored and the galaxy you charted will stay with me for a very long time. Even though this ending wasn't a conglomerate of every choice we made throughout the 3 games, it was an ending to Shepard's journey. A journey that had the highest highs and the lowest lows. One where we stopped the Reapers for good, gave the galaxy a chance to be free, and that was satisfying enough for me. Wait, there's a secret ending dependent on war assets? Oh, goddammit, how the hell were you supposed to get to 7,800? I literally did almost every mission and scan available. Anyways, thank you so much for taking the time to watch this video. If you watched all 3 videos, I hope you enjoyed the journey with me. Creating these videos is one joy, and talking about the shared or different experiences you had, comparing ideas or going over lore is the other half. I'd love to hear what your thoughts were on Mass Effect 3 and the trilogy as a whole. What were your favorite moments? Did you get annoyed by the war asset score? The list could go on, and I can't wait to see it. Please leave a like if you enjoyed the video. I'm assuming if you're still here, you did. And if you haven't subscribed yet, please do that as well. It helps the channel out a lot. And as always, I hope you're doing well. Talk to you next time, and all the best. Dog Dad.
Can't wait to see what the hell you make us do next. It's been a good ride.